We're just waiting on one more member of the Finance Committee, and then I'll call the roll. Hey, Joe. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the third day of the City Council's 25-26 budget hearings. Since we have everyone in place, I will start by asking the clerk to please call the roll for the Budget, Finance, and Governance Committee.
Councilmember Gruber.
Here.
Councilmember Martin. Councilmember Monroe.
Here.
Vice President Harris. President Melendez.
Here.
Thank you.
And let the record show we're joined by Councilmember Lupien. And if the past couple of days are any indication, we will probably be joined by several other council members at some point this morning. We're streaming today's hearings live on social media, City Council social media, and WXXI's broadcasting as well. Today we have our third action-packed day. We'll start with the library. We'll move over to the Department of Environmental Services, take a lunch break, and then we'll talk about the capital improvement plan and conclude the day with our own department, City Council and Clerk. So let's jump right into the library. Before I turn it over to either the Deputy Mayor or Director Clasper, let me first welcome the Director for her first budget hearing. Congratulations on getting to this point. We will not make you jump through 10 million additional hoops.
Thank you very much.
And let me also congratulate you on having a wonderful team, including two people who held the City Council office together by duct tape and glue for many years. So, yeah, BJ, or what's your title, BJ? Deputy Director Scanlon is now overseeing the branch libraries. So anyways, very, very much welcome to the team. And Ms. Mathers, that includes you too. Although you are not a council employee, we can welcome you as well. And I would turn it over to Deputy Mayor. Any opening remarks from you? Then Director Clasper, I'll give you the floor to both introduce anything you'd like to and introduce everyone to your team.
Sure, thank you very much. I'm Emily Clasper, the new director of the Rochester Public Library and Monroe County Library System. I'm so happy to be here. I was going to introduce my staff. I'll do it again anyway here, who are here to support me today and answer all of your questions with their expertise. We have Katie Hasselwander, who you all know, who is our manager of library finance now and doing an amazing job. We have behind me BJ Scanlon, the Deputy Director for the Community Libraries, who joined us in March, I believe. We have a pretty new team here, so we're muddling through. And then Jennifer Smathers, also behind me, is the Associate Director for the Monroe County Library System. So we have a wonderful team here. I have to really express my extreme appreciation for each and every one of them, as well as for our manager of personnel and operations, Anna Suro, who couldn't be with us today, and our capital projects manager, Bree Harrison, who will be here later for the CIP hearing. Without them, this complex bundle of this puzzle of a budget could not have come together the way that it did. And also such appreciation for all of the guidance of Director Warren and her staff, as well as all of the City Hall staff, who have been so helpful as we navigate this. As I'm sure you all know, this is a very complicated thing for us to put together, given all of the different funding streams that we work with, and of course the uncertain times that we're in right now. So much appreciation for all of that assistance as we muddled through all of this, and I am happy to take any of your questions.
Great. We will use our time today. We have until 10 o'clock. We'll use our time today, and instead of going, we will not go bureau by bureau. We will just open it up to the entire library section. I'll open up with a couple of questions, but first just a statement of appreciation and gratitude to the administration, and also the Bellow administration, since the libraries are one of our few places where we see joint oversight and funding. This is a really difficult time for libraries. One of the many cuts that are real and not proposed or suspected is the cuts to the IMLS budget at the federal level, and the fact that the Rochester Public Library in this budget is seeing a total increase, a substantial, I would say, increase in overall budget is a testament to the values that we all share as a city, especially given that there's many other cities where when they're looking for places to cut, very sadly, libraries are oftentimes a place where that happens. So grateful for that, but want to dig in a little bit. And let me start and let the record show we're joined by Councilmember Lightfoot as well. Let me start just by asking, you mentioned the newness of the team, and it's not easy to keep things moving after the retirement of someone as long serving and monumental as Patty. So where are we right now in terms of staffing vacancies? I know that even your job, when because for those who don't know, Director Clasper was an internal hire, and so there's a lot of moving pieces. So what are the major positions open from a leadership perspective?
From the leadership perspective, the main vacancy that we have open right now is the associate director for the Central Library, which was my previous position. We have just filled that with another internal hire, so there is a promotion coming for the current branch manager of our Lincoln branch, Sarah Lehman. She's going to be joining us. She is currently out on parental leave, but will be coming back later in the summer, and then we have a transition plan to move her over into the Central Library. In the meantime, we are looking, this is all hot off the presses, very new, so this is something that we'll be looking right as soon as, absolutely as soon as possible, to fill the branch manager position at our Lincoln branch, because that is such an essential position throughout our city. So that is the main vacancy that we're looking at in our leadership right now, and it looks like we've got that pretty well covered.
Great. One other kind of big picture question about staffing. The library is and continues to be a place where I think we all recognize the need to continue to invest more in full-time positions, rather than trying to piecemeal things with part-time positions, where it's ultimately led to a number of vacancies and some challenges with staffing. So what does this budget do in terms of the transition from part-time to full-time, and where do we need to go still?
So that, I'm so glad that you asked that. We absolutely have historically depended very, very heavily on part-time positions to keep all of the hours that we need to be open to our community open and staffed. This is something that we experienced some significant difficulties with in particularly in recruitment and retention. Last year, RPL lost, I believe it was 12 different part-time employees who found full-time employment someplace else. And so we are continually, we have a lot of turnover in those part-time positions. We are very often kind of the on-ramp for libraries in the area for, we recruit really great staff and we train them up and we give them lots of experience, and then they find opportunities in other libraries, which is great because libraries kind of work as an ecosystem with one another, and we want to support librarianship throughout the entire area. However, it makes it very difficult because we are continually investing in recruitment and training and so on for those part-time employees. So in this budget, because we are in a little bit of a constraint, as you noted, it's a difficult time. We were really focusing on keeping our staff that we have and making sure that we're not losing positions and so on, and maintaining what is going on now. We do have some areas where over the last several years we have been trying very hard where there is money to strategically move part-time positions into a full-time situation, but that all depends, of course, on the funds that we have available, and it is significantly more expensive to have a full-time position than it is to have a part-time position. Our hope is that over the next few years we can work more in that direction, and we are actually looking at some different scenarios of what that might look like going forward, because it is a significant issue for us and for our community.
Yeah, it's funny. I think the very first conversation that I ever had with Deputy Mayor Burns was about this exact subject when he was the director of OMB. And I'm actually not totally convinced that full-time positions are necessarily that much more expensive than part-time positions. If you're constantly trying to fill holes and you're going out to do hiring every 2 months for the same position over and over and over again and finding yourself with vacancies, you might save money on paper, but probably not in practice. So I would really love to see us spend some time and effort in this upcoming year. I recognize that this maybe wasn't the year to make that huge transition, especially with a brand new leadership team at the library. But I would certainly encourage your team to crunch some numbers over the course of this year about what those kind of vacancy rates ultimately mean, how it affects hours of operation and our ability to serve the community generally. And maybe sometime in the middle of the year there can be a conversation with the administration, with the City Council Finance Committee, and figuring out what it would take to actually make some of those transitions, because I suspect that it's more expensive in theory than in practice. Let me ask one last question, then I'm going to...
Can I add something to
Please,
that? And I'm sure you're aware of this, but I just want to remind everyone that the Central Library is primarily funded by the county, and after many, many years of flat funding from the county, they are starting to see increases on a year-by-year basis. So hopefully that is something we can make happen. We've been very welcome to the idea in terms of the community libraries that are funded by the city, but at the Central Library, it's a different story.
Yep. I'm going to ask one last question, and then I'm just going to give everyone a swing. I'll start with Councilmember Monroe and come down the dais this way. And we're joined by Vice President Harris and Councilmember Martin as well. Last question, at least for me for now, is just related to the exciting news about the new branch. And obviously that new branch over on, is it Fernwood?
It's on Fernwood, yeah.
Obviously, for those of you listening at home, there is no new branch today, but there's a commitment to building a new branch. So I'm wondering, what is it going to take? What are the inputs the library team is going to have to put in on that? And are those inputs captured in this budget?
So those are not reflected in our operating budget at this point. That is something that we are working on and would not actually be a budgetary impact until I believe fiscal year 27.
Even from a planning perspective?
We do have in place, and has been since the beginning of the inception of this project, a proposed operating budget in the neighborhood of about $500,000 because it would require, I believe it's 7 to 10 additional staff members to operate that branch. So that is something that has been floated and discussed and will be coming back into play very soon. But right now the focus has really been on getting the building built with an eye to working this into the operating budget plans in the future. Do you have anything to add to that, Katie?
We also have trust funds in place to help with our collection development ahead of time. And we have been talking with the Friends and Foundation of the Rochester Public Library about potentially doing a Rock the Day campaign, not this year, but the next year, to help out with some of those starter costs for things that aren't personnel or operating based.
Great, and the planning that needs to be done for it is obviously going to be a combination of RHA, NBD, and some library staff, but you don't need any additional people for this. This is going to be stuff that probably this team here is principally responsible for during this upcoming year.
Yeah, and Bree Harrison, the manager for our capital projects, has been working a lot on this and taking the lead. So we don't need additional resources this year, but we will need additional staffing to actually open the branch in fiscal year 27.
Got it. Thank you. I'm sad Councilmember Patterson's not here to jump for joy after
I know.
12 years of asking for this. Councilmember Monroe, turn it to you. We're open to any part of Section 11.
Could you talk some about the RPL Go, the new mobile unit, and how that will be deployed and what changes that makes for the stationary Lyle Avenue Library?
Sure. I'm actually going to hand that over to Deputy Director Scanlon for a more detailed overview of that, since he has recently taken over the oversight of that. Would you like to take that question, BJ?
Certainly. And what a weird experience to be on this side of the chambers. Good morning to all of the council members. So RPL Go has a goal of becoming a hybrid model, but with other flexibility within the Rochester Public Library system. Our current model is with the Lyle branch, making partnerships with nonprofits, schools, aging facilities, places where there is need and current population, and providing library services to them. We're expanding with a concept of looking at maybe in the summer months parking it on a regular basis at certain locations and having those be open to the public. Right now the operation for the van is on Tuesdays and Thursdays with the limited staffing in the Lyle branch. We're also partnering with other divisions to be able to use the van to respond to community requests for events, for daycare support, and we're looking at, when the Lyle branch is unable to fill that, being able to pass it to a network of all RPL Go users. And we continue to meet and plan regularly to build this up. We're still in our first few months of operation. It has taken a while to, and we continue to learn things. We want to improve safety measures when the awning is open. With wind, we found that has been sort of terrifying. So we have been purchasing new equipment to be able to steady the awning. And we're very much in the development and try it out, see how it works. If it doesn't work, don't feel committed to it until we get into the rhythm of what RPL Go could be. But it's really becoming an asset to the entire system.
So just to clarify for the community then, Lyle Avenue branch is still open on those Tuesdays and Thursdays. There's less staff, but the same services are offered in the physical branch?
Yes, so the branch is still open. Some days, depending on staffing models, there will be limited services. People would still be able to come in and do everything. It may just be all through a smaller room, or if people need to come in and get books, they may be able to do that. It's very much still in flux, but currently the operations are available to everyone. And if anything changes, we would do something to make sure the community was notified.
And then the bookmobile itself, is that going to be deployed citywide, or are you starting this in that area?
Both is the answer to that. So on Tuesdays and Thursdays, the primary focus is to provide additional services throughout the Northwest, but the van is able to be used citywide for other requests on other days of the week that may be able to be supported by staff at the Lisle branch or other staff within the RPL system.
Now, early on, I had heard that one of the places that the bookmobile will go is to the schools, outside of the schools. Is that how it's going to work for some of the placements?
I don't have an exact list of every location that we've gone. I do know that there's been some partnerships, especially I think there's been a charter school who's requested us that doesn't have a library. I would say we are open to partnerships and working with schools. If there is a partnership right now on a larger scale, the library is thinking about how we can work more closely with RCSD, and very interested in finding partnerships there.
Okay, thanks. I had asked just because when I'd first heard about it, I was thinking, but all the schools have libraries. But certainly like that charter school not having a library makes sense since they have to come up with their own capital funding. Are there any plans for replicating the toy library?
So replicating the toy library, no, not at this time. I do want to point out, though, that the toy library is a resource for the entire community, and while it is centered at the Lincoln branch, anyone throughout Monroe County actually can request to have toys from the toy library delivered to their location so that they can check it out there. And they do. That is something that is available to everyone. We also have at all of our city branches some degree of what they call a library of things. That is something that we are looking to grow more into, which is besides books and media and so on, but actual pieces of equipment or toys or games or various different objects, sporting equipment and so on that can be checked out. Those can vary pretty widely between the different branches because of the needs of those individual communities, but it's something we'd like to do more of, which is a very similar thing. And every single one of our branches and every library in the county also has toys to use in-house and play spaces and play areas as well, because we really recognize the importance of play as part of the learning journey of our students and our kids, and plus it's super fun. So there are things that do that, but replicating that actual model that we have at the Lincoln branch is not something we're planning to do specifically right now.
Now, can people find the catalog of toys on the website then, and then go and, okay, because I've looked at books and things like that, but it just occurred to me that I had never looked to see the library of things
That's one
and
of
toys.
those things that we think is, it's so exciting to tell people that, because they go, oh, really? It's like something that they've discovered, a hidden treasure, right? You can do it exactly the same way that you can with a book or a movie or something like that. So, our more traditional library materials is you can go in and request a toy, and people have found it. People are very clever and very resourceful, and they have found it. But it's great to kind of clue people into that even more so that they can take advantage of that amazing resource.
The library offers such an incredible scope of services, from programming to those kinds of items that can be checked out. And it really is a wonderland, I think, once families and kids get plugged into it. So all the outreach you do, and our branch libraries really are fabulous as well, of course, Central. And I applaud the work, and especially in this climate, the necessity for libraries, because they really are a foundation of democracy. The ability for anybody to be able to access knowledge, to access teachers in the forms of librarians and research librarians. There's just so much there And your librarians are all very accessible. They're there to serve. So I encourage anybody to, call your library, and you can speak with the librarian and get a sense of what are the types of things that the library can do for you. I just have let's see. My other question here, and I don't know if this is for you or for DES, but the Maplewood Library renovation, which everybody is very excited about, and you did a wonderful job, I think, with the outreach and getting community input and responses and some of the tweaks and changes you made for the actual users in the neighborhood, people who are familiar that much with the neighborhood, and I really appreciate that responsiveness. Now, right now, the construction zone fencing blocks the sidewalk, kind of like right out here in front of City Hall. And my request is that we can take those few parking spaces that are in front of the library there and then cone those off like we have out here in front of City Hall so that people have an ability to walk. There isn't any designated crosswalk at that point, and as we know, driving and MVAs and pedestrians and people on bicycles getting hit and injured is a really real thing. So the ability, especially as we head into summer, for people to just be able to continue along the sidewalk and not try and cross Dewey without a light is, I think, very important. So if that could be looked at, I would greatly appreciate it.
Absolutely. We certainly don't want any kind of safety concerns, and I really appreciate you bringing that up so that we can look into it and make sure that if there's something we could do to make it safer, of course we're going to do that.
Great. Thank you so much, and I yield the floor.
Councilmember Martin.
Echoing Councilmember Monroe, thank you so much for all you do. I've consistently, and my constituents also consistently, have positive experiences in libraries across the city. I have very few questions. First one is about the $54,000 for crisis support services. What do you foresee the impact in losing that funding would be, and what kind of services did that funding initially provide?
So we had, last year we had a contract for, it was $38,000 in 2024 for crisis support services, and we contracted with the Father Tracy Advocacy Center to provide services directly in the Central Library to the folks we were seeing there, because that is a place where we see the need very, very clearly. The people who come in our door, many of them have immediate needs that need to be addressed. It was extremely successful, but quite frankly, the money ran out quicker than we thought it would because of the high level of need for those kind of services in that space. So the City Council very generously recently gave us $54,000 to resume those services. We immediately renewed our contract with Father Tracy with a few small changes, including some presence in our branch libraries. Right now, they are at the Central Library on Mondays and Fridays, and they have been at the Lincoln Branch Library, where we see a great need, on Wednesdays. And already, even just maybe a month or so into them resuming their services, we're already seeing such a big difference. They are a wonderful help. It is so awesome, honestly, to be able to directly refer people who are in need to the services they actually need right in that space at that moment. It is wonderful for those folks. It is wonderful for our staff who are making those referrals, and we have even seen they're very proactive about stepping in when there is some kind of a need to intervene in, if there's a situation brewing and someone is having maybe a mental health issue or some kind of crisis that could turn into something that's like a behavioral issue. They have been very proactive about stepping in and helping so that it doesn't become something that we have to take like a punitive action on. We want to help people. So that has been amazing, even just in the short time that we've had that resumed. Some of the small changes that we've made to that program as a learning experience from the first time have been really, really successful. We are very hopeful that we will be able to find some additional funding to continue that in the future, because if it is as successful throughout the rest of this year as it has been already, I can't imagine losing it. I think it's something that is a huge priority for us to continue to fund.
Amazing, thank you. And with the social work program, similar to the crisis support Father Tracy is providing, I understand that MC Collaborative and other organizations.
Yes. We have a long-standing agreement with MC Collaborative and person-centered housing options to have a presence in the Central Library a couple of times a week. There are days when their line for service is very long, very long. Folks have learned that this is a place that they can come. The library is a trusted, safe place for people in the community. And then on top of that, they've learned that they can get those services sometimes, right there. So people know to go there. They tell their friends, and we are so happy that that is happening. We are also, beginning on June 12th, we are entering into a partnership, kind of a trial run with County DHS to have some of their folks in the library, I believe on Thursdays, did we say? Thursdays, okay. So just as like a test run to see if that is an additional support. We are very, very committed to having partnerships with different organizations and different departments and so on that can help us to provide the support that we're seeing a need for, but can't provide ourselves because we're not social workers, we're information professionals, and it wouldn't be appropriate. We don't have those skills, but we do have the skills to make a referral or to enter into a partnership, and we're really looking at as many opportunities to do that as possible.
That's incredible, and I love the consistency of the framework of helping and then continuing to provide services that are also helpful and not punitive. It's a beautiful thing with what's happening in the libraries, truly. And is there so if we were to expand, let's say we found more funding to expand some of these services into other libraries, where do you see high needs for these kinds of services, and what areas would you prioritize?
So based on the data that we've been collecting, especially over the last 6 months, we've been collecting a lot of data on issues that we're seeing. The number one place is the Lincoln branch, which is why we have deployed our friends from Father Tracy there once a week. We also see a number of issues over at the Lisle branch. Where else would you say, BJ? I'll let you speak to this.
So Director Clasper is right. We're really using a data-driven approach to address a lot of our security needs in the libraries. Prior to my joining the library, they developed a PITS system, which allows for anytime there's an incident in the library, the staff to be able to report it. If there is somebody who's been violent or has done something that is really untoward to the community, we're able to provide them a temporary barring from that branch. If it happens at another branch, we would bar them at a second branch and potentially consider the RPL-wide system. But that allows us to provide an image and a notification in a way that never happened before. So we're able to increase the safety measures that way, but we're also using that to let us know where and what type of incidents are happening in which branch. So Director Clasper is right that the Lincoln branch is having the most incidents. Many of them are not violent. Many of them are drug-related or people having overdoses or issues beyond violence. I'd say by and large the libraries are not having violence, and when that does happen, we take it very seriously. The Arnett branch has had a recent uptick of some youth tomfoolery from TikTok challenges and a little bit of, I would say, disrespectful actions, but by and large, the young people across the library are great, and we're really happy to have them in. So I would say the Arnett Library would be a place where we would consider having more youth services placed in. The Lyle branch has a lot of poverty need around the library and houses a lot of support. One of the programs we're working on there is, much like the Father Tracy has a good phone, the Lyle branch is going to be piloting a good phone agreement, hopefully, in the next couple of months. The branch manager there, Dennis Williams, has been really tremendous in pushing for this. And I believe we're going to be ready to take it to the board in the next month or so. So I would say, every branch has its own needs. I would not turn away services anywhere, but I think we could definitely help identify where we could target specific services in certain branches, and we would love to accept any money you would give us.
Amazing. Thank you. That's really good to know. Very helpful. Thank you so much. And however we can support, I think it's one of the things we're really united on, supporting our libraries. Thank you.
Before I move it to President Melendez, this is for the Deputy Mayor and the Budget Director. I mean, given what we had just heard and what we already know about some of the major issues that the Father Tracy Center has been addressing, I'd really like to encourage us to use some of the opioid settlement dollars specifically so that we're not consistently trying to find new small tranches of money, but give the library some stability of having crisis management services that we know are needed and that we have money specifically for. President Melendez?
Yes, thank you. And that's actually where I was going to go right away, which is, well, first I should say good morning. And it feels like a family reunion in here today. But, so the opioid settlement dollars, I know that Director Clasper has been part of the internal team looking at that. And I think there's opportunity for many of the services we've been talking about. We're going through a process now, and in the next couple months, I think there'll be some RFPs that will be released, of which I'm hopeful that the library will be submitting suggestions and ideas for how to utilize those resources. So I did want to share that as a point of information. So to this council, we should be seeing something happen with opioid settlement dollars at some point over the summer in terms of next steps, and probably we receive some potential proposals for council consideration to approve in the fall is what we're probably looking at in terms of timeline. I do want to talk about a few things that this council has funded in the past. One was the Raising a Reader program, and I wanted to get a status update on where we are with that program. Is it fully funded in this budget? And just a general update.
All right. Actually, do you want to talk about the funding?
Yep.
Katie?
So last year, the council submitted a proposal that was incorporated into the budget for 24-25, which expanded the program to be able to serve, I believe, double the amount of families. And then the staffing and materials and supplies support was baked into our MOE, so it is still in the budget in the community side.
And
Awesome.
we can actually, if Jennifer, Associate Director Smathers can speak to the program itself.
Raising a Reader is run by primarily Tanya Burton, who reports directly to me, so that's why I'll handle this one. The Raising a Reader program has had some interesting challenges over the past years. The funding has made it easier to deal with those, but as I'm sure Council is aware, there is a daycare staffing crisis, and that is impacting negatively Raising a Reader, because part of what we do is rely on the daycares as our point of access to families, and when they don't have appropriate staff who are around enough and able to receive our materials, then we can't send them out. So we didn't get as far as we wanted to, but it really is tied directly to the lack of consistent staffing in our regional daycares and a need for that situation to stabilize. We are trying to adapt and overcome and look for new partnerships everywhere, but that's why the numbers weren't quite what we expected.
Understood. Thank you for that update. In terms of the MiFi program, I know this council's also supported that in the past. How is that going? How's utilization, and is there a need for any additional support?
So right now, our MiFi program, which started kind of on the small side, you know, as an experiment, has really exploded and become a really major resource for our community. Right now, that is funded through county dollars that have come through county-administered ARPA funds, and that has allowed us to greatly expand. Our goal is to get to 1,400 units in circulation. At this point, the last report that I saw was we were at about 860 units, waiting for more equipment to come in and supplies to package that so that we could get them out there circulating. Even with 860 units in circulation right now, we still have a waiting list of about 500 people. So we have not yet found that supply-demand equilibrium that we would like to get to. It's really been kind of showcased to us a real need in the community that we knew was there, but it really gives a new perspective on the fact that a lot of people in our community desperately need broadband access, and we are very happy to support that in whatever way we can. Especially, we kind of look at this as maybe a short-term kind of gap filler while more long-term solutions are explored. But in the meantime, we are happy to do that. The program is funded by those ARPA dollars through the end of the calendar year 26, at which point we will have to, before then obviously, but we'll have to reassess and see what kind of support that's going to need to continue. Should there be other ways to fill that need in the community, that's going to be a factor in that. But it is something that I think we are predicting we will need to maintain at some level into the next several years. Do you have anything to add to that?
No, and let me add, this is again, we talked about federal stuff. We were awarded multi-million dollars in terms of federal broadband. A lot of that is now on hold because we used a word that we shouldn't have used, I guess, but we still use it anyway, equity. And because equity was in the word, our broadband dollars that this area was awarded both through the county and city, that is now thrown into doubt. If we get those dollars, we will be able to sustain this broadband effort that you talked about. The broadband czar, he used to be broadband czar, was someone who we met with regularly. He was a former mayor. He understood the importance of this. This was millions of dollars that came into this community that we still think that should be due us because it was appropriated before the new administration came in. So we think that we might be successful in, after the ARPA dollars are gone, using dollars that were already appropriated in the area of broadband through the various acts that passed Congress over the last 2 years to be able to use some of those dollars for that. But I think the jury will be out. But the good thing is, at least through 2026, we know we have a funding source. After that, it's anybody's guess. But as it relates to any federal funding sources, that's anybody's guess as well. But we think we're under solid ground to be able to tap into the federal sources that were promised to us related to broadband access.
Great, thank you. A final question, just because I know colleagues are waiting in line. Director Clasper, for the benefit of my colleagues, I would like for you to share a little bit about some of the opioid issues that you've faced at Central and some of the innovative solutions you've put in place, such as what's going on with the bathrooms.
Okay. Yeah, so it's one thing that I always like to tell people is if there is an issue affecting your community, we're seeing it at the library. That's because we are at the center of everything. We're a trusted place. We are a safe place that lots of people come in, and along with that comes all of the issues of the community. So very often we can be that like canary in the coal mine where we could say, oh, here's something, because we're seeing it come through our doors. And the opioid epidemic is one of those things that we see the impacts of on a very regular basis. We see a lot of things in terms of, we see A lot of our spaces are impacted because we see a lot of drug paraphernalia, litter, things like that around. I mean, we come into some of our branches in the morning and there are needles around. We have significant plumbing issues at the Central Library, especially because of flushing things that should not be flushed. You would not believe some of the things they find in our plumbing. There are a lot of incidents that I am not a medical professional, but I would hazard a guess are caused by people who are have some kind of a substance use issue going on, or we do see substance use in our libraries, which we do not tolerate, but it happens and we deal with it. We have had overdoses. All of our staff, our security staff, and much of our rest of our staff are trained in administering naloxone and so on, because we do see incidents where different things happen and people have overdoses. We had one fatality in one of our restrooms due to an overdose. So this is something that we see really on a regular basis every single day. Some of the things that we've done to address this, what President Melendez was referring to is one of our librarians heard an NPR story about a device that was being tested in some medical facilities to detect overdoses early on in that overdose process in isolated areas such as restrooms. So we said, let's try it. And so we got one of these. It's called a Brave sensor. And what it does is it detects when a restroom is occupied, and it uses motion sensors to detect an occupied restroom has had no movement in a certain amount of time, and also times, like maybe they've been in there a little too long and we should do a wellness check on someone. And that has helped immensely, because now our staff don't feel like they have to constantly have their eyes on a restroom when they should be providing the information services that they are trained and expert in. So that is one of the things we've had a great deal of success with in a pilot project. We have had that for less than a year. Operating, and really it has been a huge help to us. Also, Deputy Director Scanlon mentioned our patron incident tracking system, which we have been using to gather data about different incidents and use that to be more proactive in our approaches to how we can manage potential issues in our spaces. So those are some of the things we've done, in addition to additional staff training and things like that. And of course the introduction of social workers into our spaces, which has been very helpful as well.
Councilmember Lupien.
Yeah, thank you for all the work you do. You guys really are in the front lines. That's so exciting to hear about that sensor. It's giving me ideas about how even, you're talking about public bathrooms, how that could be useful to understand how they're being used and make sure people are safe. Some of this could be responded to in writing if it takes a long time, because I know we're coming up to the edge. But for the Raising the Reader programs, I wanted to know if you guys are working with Rochester Child First Network, because they support 160 in-home daycares.
I believe I will double check that is the exact organization we are
Okay.
working with, but I do know that one of the ways we are pivoting, given the staffing crisis for daycare centers, is to at-home services
Great.
as well.
That's good to hear. So with the social work program, how is that different than Father Tracy and MC Collaborative, or is it considered all of the same?
When we're talking about our social work programs, it really is that entire umbrella of
Right.
all of those different partnerships that we are trying to cultivate to provide a direct connection to those kind of services in our spaces.
So I think it was last year's budget that Councilmember Martin asked for social workers to be in the libraries. Is that right? 2 years ago. So is this part of that addition, or are these things that we've always kind of been doing?
So when we were, this was before my time, but when we were allocated, I believe it was $50,000 of undistributed funds that for social workers in the library issued an RFP asking for those services to be filled, and that the
That's Father
respondent was
Tracy.
Father Tracy.
Okay,
Yep.
perfect, thank you. And in terms of security, and I think you addressed it already, that so many of these issues could be mitigated by, organizations like Father Tracy. And is there any thought about transitioning more of the safety staff to those kind of workers that can intervene before things escalate?
I think what we're really seeing, on those front lines is that both things are needed. There are certain things that more of a presence of social workers or other kind of crisis response professionals would help to mitigate. Even additional staff training for our existing staff and so on. But there are a number of things that just, we just need to deal with through security. And to be really honest, we don't have the security staff to really do that effectively at all times. Sometimes it happens really well because we're fully staffed and things are working out well, but it is not ideal. And I think what we really are looking at to provide spaces that are truly welcoming and safe for everyone in the community is both things have to happen at once.
Is it fair to say maybe you need more of both?
I'm not going to say no. I mean, especially like we look at the Central Library, which is enormous. I mean, it's 330,000 square feet in 2 buildings, 7 public floors. This is an immense amount of space, and we have 6 full-time security guards and 3 part-time.
And we're adding one
and we're adding
part-time,
another part-time, but still for the state mandated 55 hours a week that we need to be open in such an enormous space, to have that all covered by the folks that we have is to back up the people who are doing these kind of mitigating and providing the actual library services. That is something that we struggle with.
Thank you. When is the Father Tracy Center, when are they funded through? Because I know you mentioned needing to find additional funds.
I believe it's the end of this calendar year, but I can confirm that with you.
Thank you. And last question, I'm going to ask if you have a backup generator, and I ask it for a reason.
I believe so.
I believe so.
I know that we have a backup generator for the servers.
Right.
Because we provide all of the networking for all of the Monroe County
But not
libraries.
for the electricity or anything in the building?
We would have to confirm this.
Okay.
Yeah.
The reason I ask is that, you're mentioning how trusted it is and people are used to coming there for all kinds of things. Understanding the extreme weather events that, are coming, and there's a model called climate resilience hubs. Have you looked into that at all?
A little bit.
Okay.
A little bit, yeah.
Just knowing that they really rely on trusted institutions to become shelters and resource distribution centers. The 1% of the time where we would need that, but the rest of the time are really for the same kinds of things that you're offering, but also disaster preparedness. So I'd love to, I don't know if you've had conversations with the emergency manager about that, but I'd love to.
We would love to talk more about it.
Awesome,
And
thank you.
I did just confirm with Bree Harrison, the manager of Capital, we do not have a backup generator at Central.
Councilmember Lightfoot.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman Gruber, and thank you, Director Clasper, and your team, and BJ and Katie. So good to see you guys. I'll be very brief. My questions or my comments, particularly, and I want to thank you guys for the work that you do in our community. I have to be honest. With the computer age that it is now, I haven't spent as much time in the library as probably I used to. So questions I'll be asking, you may be providing these services, and I just don't know. So my first question was going to be around the MiFi, but I'm glad that Council President Melendez asked this question, because it led me into part 2 of that question, which was around programming and culture of the library. So now that we've we've always known in the pandemic exacerbated issues that we kind of already knew were there, but now we have data that says, hey, yeah, this is really an issue. The digital divide is really real in our community, right? Especially in some of the more impoverished communities, I'm sure, which is that 14611 and 05 zip code, where we may see even more of these issues that you're seeing in these particular libraries plaguing. What are we doing around our programming, and have we seen programming and culture of libraries change? And let me give you some examples of what I'm talking about. First of all, the digital divide piece, right? And how are we doing things within the library to help to not only provide those services to people who don't have them, which is the MiFi is a gap filler, but also information, like for instance for our seniors, and how do they navigate the digital world. Is there any programming currently within our library around that? And how do you do programming in regards to, you know, not being able to put everything on the internet, because clearly the digital divide is real. So then that's, then people can't access the programming if they have a divide. So how do we, how do you guys address that?
You are absolutely speaking my language here, because really what libraries do at our core is provide access to information. A lot of times in the past, especially, the primary way to do that was books. And so that's why we are very much associated with books. But really what we are associated with now in 2025 is information and literacy in general. Literacy of all forms. Not only how to decode words on a page, but also how to access information in many different forms, and to not only access it, but to understand and apply it. So that is actually what we do. That's our bread and butter. The programming, we have a wide selection of programming. Much of it absolutely focuses on digital skills and literacies. I can provide some information about that if you'd like.
Writing would be great.
And the program that we mentioned before about that is county funded with the ARPA funds from the county, we are really leaning into that a lot. I can send some information about that program that we are doing, which involves a whole lot of training programs across the county, focusing on different digital literacy skills, in addition to the ones that we already offer, many of which are for teens, for seniors, people of all backgrounds. So that is a lot of what we do these days in libraries, and I am happy to send some more information about that.
Yes, and could you send over your outreach information or your plan,
Sure,
your outreach
absolutely.
plan, how you do your outreach? And in regards to that, as far as getting out the information, what we've noticed that changed, I remember going to the library and looking at microfiche, I believe you call them, and all of these types of things that we would have to spend time, but now audiobooks are big.
Oh, they're very big.
So are we building, excuse me, are we building out, or even within this budget, are we building out our libraries to kind of meet that particular demand of audiobooks?
Absolutely. Audiobooks in the last 5 years or so have really exploded in the library world, as they were always kind of there, but they've really become very, very popular. We have an extensive audiobook online digital collection that we gets a ton of use. I use it myself quite a bit. And we also are still cultivating our physical, like CD, books on CD and things like that. Also leaning into, we have a new program that's going to be happening at one of our branch libraries, working with some screen-free audio learning early literacy tools that are going to be offered for the first time in RPL to some of our younger users. So we have a great presence in that space. Absolutely.
All right, and my final comment or opportunity for collaboration, I think this could potentially be.
Great.
I heard BJ talk about potential opportunities for creating maybe more programming in certain libraries, and was mentioned in our net branch. But one of the things we had here, this council came before this council last year, before we did the youth summit with the Rock Against Gun Violence Coalition. We had the GIS students came here. They presented in their own way, right? And the data that they presented was actually data around libraries. and they showed how not the libraries themselves, but just the areas around the libraries were some of the most dangerous areas in our community. Right now, wasn't our data. The children, the young people came themselves, and this is what they presented to this body. And that's not a perception. That's data, and that's how these young people feel. Maybe there's an opportunity there for the library and the GIS kids to create programming around that, informational, educational programming around, staying safe in your community, or what ideas can they generate to help rid against violence in the neighborhoods and communities, or positive PSA information to show that these places are still safe, and that's you still can come here, and I know content creation is very popular with young people today, and podcasting and all of that kind of stuff. So I'm giving you some
I love it.
Pieces that I think there's an opportunity there between the GIS kids and the libraries to help change that narrative, and impact the violence within the community by using these young people and the data that they're doing and working, because it was a amazing, or even taking their presentation, and maybe that's something that becomes an informational piece that's the library gets behind, and help, because it was a powerful presentation that they did, and I think many of our colleagues, we were all kind of taken aback by it, and then this is the information that these kids, this is how they feel, and some of them may not feel that these places are as safe as they're being presented.
No, thank you. I would be really interested to see that report.
Vice President Harris.
Thank you. I'll start where Councilmember Lightfoot just left off, but I would start before I say that. I'd like to say thank you all for your services. I would really appreciate the hard work that you guys have been doing. Definitely all the work that came through bringing us through the pandemic to today. The library has been a serious focal point for keeping our communities together. And again, hi, Katie and BJ. Councilmember Lightfoot brought up something that was definitely brought up not only by the GSI work, but also through the youth poverty initiative that I had, where we had young people come and give us testimony. And the testimony that was vocal and verbal here, but I think it was the YVOV group and Teen Empowerment, they said that going to the library was dangerous to walk to the library. Right. So the data that's been brought up from that group, a completely separate group of youth, combined with the testimony, is definitely telling us just that. So I just wanted to
and I would just
echo that.
Respond to that by saying that I think that that really kind of tracks with what we see, where we have seen a lot of people who come into the library for help with something that happened outside of the library. That's one of the trends that's kind of like really stood out to me, is that someone had an incident outside of the library, and so they come in because they know we're going to help them. And that is something that we see a lot of. So that absolutely makes sense to me.
Thank you. And I also would like to go back to the ME5. Just got a couple of questions about that. You said there's 1,400 ME5 in the city. Is that city? What does the county have?
So we are working up to 1,400. We're not there yet.
Okay.
We are at about 860. That is because this is county funding, they can go out throughout the county.
So combined.
But combined. Okay. But most of them at this point are centered in the city. We are looking at actually ways to expand that out better with some pilot programs in some of the town libraries, so that maybe we can get it out there quicker, because the need for this is not just in the city. There's a lot of it in the city, but it is countywide that there are issues about gaps in broadband.
That's good to know. Thank you. So then I have a question about, and I don't know if this was already asked. It may have been, so you have to forgive me because I came in a little late. How do you guys address access to people who speak other languages? Is there enough programming for people who speak other languages? And then is there a plan, second part to that question, do you have staff of speakers of other languages to us to assist them?
So we do have some bilingual staff lines where we require the staff to be bilingual. It would be great to have more of them, but that is something that we do. We also have staff who are on lines that are not specifically bilingual who do have proficiency in other languages as well. So that is very nice. In the last year, we have invested in telephone interpreting services at the Central Library as kind of a test to see, does that help us bridge that gap? And that has been very successful, where on demand we can get an interpreter in like 400 languages. You know? Yeah, it's really a great thing that we would like to. We still have a little issues that we want to work on with that.
Is that video?
It's video and telephone.
So you can do ASL?
Yes.
Okay.
We have helped a number of people with an ASL interpreter, especially, I don't know, oddly enough, but interestingly enough, in our business services. They have done a number of really in-depth consultations through ESL with video interpreting. So that is something. We are also expanding that, especially with a program through our children's services to do translation of written materials for our programming, because we are seeing a lot of different folks who speak other languages coming in and engaging in our children and family programming, which is wonderful, and we love that. But they need to have things that they can take with them, or the literature that is involved and so on needs to be in a language that is accessible to them. And also over at the Maplewood Library, our New Americans program, if you are not familiar with it, it is incredible. It is absolutely one of the most inspiring things that we do in libraries, is helping our new neighbors come in and join us here. So that is something that we do a lot of interactions using different languages and trying to make our services accessible to lots and lots of different people.
I see you guys do a lot of tracking, and by the way, thank you for giving us the numbers and the tracking of the usage. Do you guys track usage where folks that do come in particular branches with other languages? I know in the Phyllis Wheatley library, there's probably more Somalian neighbors that's probably using your library. So do you track that by different libraries?
We don't. I think that would be a great thing that we could start to look at. Is there a way to do that? A lot of our interactions are kind of more casual and it's difficult to capture, but that's something that we could definitely look into tracking more of.
Yeah, that would probably help. And I think that's awesome. I saw that on the line that you were adding the over-the-phone and translation services, so that's great. I'm looking forward to you guys expanding that, hopefully. And then my final question is, let's see, let me get here.
Could I add a few other items that we're doing to support?
Oh, sorry, I left some.
We have a very extensive collection of Spanish language literature at the Lincoln branch. The Winton branch has a very large Russian collection. All of we try to, not only in services but in materials, provide a diversity. Our Raising a Reader bags, which are separated by ages, they try to work with the families to find out what language they speak, and they have books from Arabic to Spanish to many other languages as well. And if there are languages where they're not able to find those texts, they try to find predominantly picture books so that the families can read those materials with their young ones. Another initiative we've done is we've created an accessibility widget on our website, so you're able to translate the entire website into multiple languages, change color contrasts, and a lot of other tools that are now on the website. And then Jennifer also had mentioned
I have one more thing you forgot, Emily.
Oh my gosh,
sorry.
there's so many things.
The Monroe County Library System provides access to a resource called LOTE, Languages Other Than English.
You said, say it again?
LOTE, L-O-T-E, Languages Other Than English. It's available on all our websites. And what that does is it has read-alouds that you can read aloud in more than one language. So a grandparent who perhaps only speaks French would be able to then read a story and the child they're working with might be able to see it in English at the same time. Or it reads it out loud for you, kind of an audiobook with visuals, so that you can listen to it in different languages. And that's available through the Monroe County Library System as one of the services Rochester Public Library buys into.
Oh my gosh,
It's
that's
so good.
fabulous. So that leads into, okay, I got one more question after this, but I want to comment on that. That leads into just a mere suggestion if you haven't already got that connection. I know REOC, they service a lot of speakers of other languages, maybe a partnership with them, so then you can plug all of those folks into all of your systems that you have.
That would be great. We have a good relationship with them, so that is another area we can explore.
Absolutely.
And this is why we have the staff here, because there's no way to remember it all. So much.
That's awesome. So my final question is, Councilmember Lightfoot brought up microfiche, and I remember going through, because I love to research things, going through all the microfiches. Is there ever a plan to transfer all that into digital?
That would be amazing. We still do have a pretty extensive collection of microfilm and microfiche, because that is how things have been, preserved. It is extremely costly. Okay. Right now, the way that we are funding as many kind of digital conversions as possible is typically through grants that we look for, and so we do it in little bite-sized pieces. We are also, very active with the New York Heritage database, which has a lot of local newspapers from across the state. That is something. So we have efforts to do that. I don't think, because of the very, very costly nature of that kind of work and to make that accessible, I don't think we're going to completely get there anytime soon, but it is absolutely an ongoing thing that we work on and value very much.
Thank you, and appreciate all the good work.
Thanks. Last question, and then we'll wrap it. And I just ask to keep it very, very tight. But we didn't talk about the net increase of the new positions for the digital equity program, and specifically what those positions do and where the funding is coming from. Could you give a very high level overview of that?
Very high level overview of that, and we can provide some information in writing about that as well. We have a program manager who was an existing staff member who we were able to upgrade so that they could take on additional responsibilities with administering this overall program. We have someone who was upgraded from part-time to full-time to manage all of these MiFi devices that we've talked so much about. It's a big job to handle all of that stuff. We have someone who, and then we have 2 other positions. Okay, I'm gonna make sure I'm counting right. 3 other positions that are supporting the rest of the program in terms of the classes that will be taught. Oh, that's right. Technical support for all of this, and making sure that this all goes very well and gets to the most people possible. So we can send a summary of that if you'd like.
That'd be great. And this is all happening at Central, or the branches too?
It's happening at Central. That's where it's centered, but it is actually impacting the entire county.
Great. I think we'd love to see some type of work plan, mostly so that we can be able to plug in. Obviously, digital equity is a huge interest of everyone on this body.
We will get that to you.
Thank you very much, Director Clasper. Thank you to the whole team, and we're going to move right into DES. So we'll let folks get situated, and we'll get started. All right, we are going to get started. DES is a very big department with lots to talk about. And it is my commitment to give us a break at noon for lunch. So let's get into it. I'm going to ask, I think in particular with DES, we will really stay bureau by bureau because they're all broken out very, very cleanly and neatly in the budget. And certainly, as usual, I want to give a kudos to DES for having some really smart and thoughtful KPIs. And it's a really clear section of the budget book, which is all the more impressive because it's a gigantic department that fits a whole bunch of stuff into it. So let me give the mayor any opportunity to make an introductory remark, and then, of course, we'll turn it over to Commissioner Oconsi. Welcome for your first budget hearing as the commissioner, and would welcome you to make any remarks yourself and introduce your team.
Yeah, I mean, this is such a big department that I'm going to dispense with any introductions or anything else. I'm just going to turn it over to the commissioner to introduce his team, and then we can get right into it, just because there's so many moving parts in this department.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Chair. I appreciate that. I wanted to say I appreciate that DES is last. I realize that it's council's favorite department. So thank you for that. First and foremost, I want to start by thanking the men and women of DES. Without them, tirelessly working day and night through every season, I just want to make sure to recognize those, not just here in City Hall, those at Mount Reed, over at Hemlock. They are a tremendous asset to the city, and the services they provide is unbelievable. So I just want to make sure that we recognize them. Now, moving on to my team here. To my right, and folks, please just raise your hand to acknowledge who you are. To my right is City Engineer Holly Barrett. Directly behind me is Director of Operations Karen St. Aubin. To the right of her is Manager of Environmental Quality Ann Spalding. Then from left to right, Director of Buildings and Parks Brian Liberty. And then to his right is Fleet Services Manager Scott Corser. And then our Director of Water is Nick Considine. And then the second to last row there is our Director of Telecom, Louis Tobias. Our Superintendent of Security, Vince McIntyre. Our Director of Personnel, Angelica Stringer. And in the back, we have our new Executive Director of the Blue Cross Arena, Colin Holman. And then to his right, and this one this one is special to me because it's Jim Brown. Everybody knows Executive Director of Joe Floriano Convention Center. And it's Jim's last budget, but I actually have a bet with Vinny Esposito saying that because we got the $60 million, that hopefully we can keep Jim for another, so that work is another year. Yeah, so that work is done. So it's supposed to be Jim's last year, so we're still working on it, right? Yeah. All right, to that, so we're ready for any questions council may have for us. Thank you.
Great, thank you, and welcome to everyone. So we are going to start with specifically the Office of the Commissioner, which includes DEQ, Environmental Quality, and Security. So that will be found on tab 7, page 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and if you have any questions about the KPIs, you can harken back to them in the previous pages. I'm going to open with just a couple of brief questions, then see who else has some. But first, obviously, you need to ask about the net increase in contracted security of $680,000. It's a big pot of money. Certainly, security is a huge area of importance for the city, and the security reporting up to DES has been settled for a while. It makes a lot of sense. I think it's a good, nimble team. But I'm curious about what the need for the 680 is.
Yeah, so we have the needs for increased security needs over at MLK, and also the work that our security does over at East Avenue. This is additional work for the contractors that we've been, they've provided us a dual presence in those areas. There's been instances at both locations that we want to make sure that we're mitigating. Since we've put the security officers there, that we've not had any incidences in the last couple of years. So if we do feel that it's security that is needed for those locations, this amount also covers security over the rec centers, right? We didn't have security officers, contracted security at the rec centers previous to this. Last year we implemented them, and they've worked out very, very well for us. So we thought that it's something that's duly needed that we want to continue as part of the ongoing budget.
I guess just a more specific question: why contracted versus in-house?
Yeah, they provide a little bit more of an opportunity. They have opportunity to carry weapons with them for specific instances if needed. We just don't have the capacity to recruit on a level to get folks into the door as they have, and so we thought that it was best to go through them to get that.
And also with some of the safety issues that we've had to deal with, in instances we need armed security. It's as simple as that. We've had some of our security guards attacked last year. One was attacked with a bat and released, and the person that attacked him, by the way, was released the next day, which I'm still pissed off about. So the areas where we have the contracted security, we have people that under New York State law can carry and have other tools that our security officers don't have. So that's just to be completely transparent about it.
I appreciate that.
Particularly at MLK Park after hours, where we have had lots of incidences, in our parks after hours, where we have had lots of instances where our security guards have been attacked or accosted. And what we said is we're not going to tolerate any of it. So this amount that we have, I think will get us through what we need as it relates to some of the safety that we want there. But that's why you see that increase in the budget, and we didn't have that before. So this is a newer increase.
Okay. I might have some further questions about that, but I'm going to move over to DEQ for a second and just ask about some of the major ongoing projects in terms of environmental cleanup. Just for a quick status check, and not talking about CIP, but thinking about things like Bull's Head and the ExxonMobil, or vacuum oil, I should say, where we are in terms of the progress on big picture cleanup.
So I'll start, and I'll let Director of Environmental Quality chime in after that. So Bull's Head, we've completed the site cleanup over at York Street. Those streets are complete. At Bull's Head, next will be coming Develop Rock. We have a contract with Develop Rock that will be doing the additional site remediation over there. Vacuum oil, we have got ExxonMobil, as you know, will be doing the cleanup over there. They've started. We've gotten into an agreement with them. That was a big win for the city. Initially, the investment was going to be about $11 million for that site cleanup. With ExxonMobil taking on that's about $9 million off the taxpayers' roll that we don't have to pay for. So that's a big win for us. Right now they're in the preliminary stages of that cleanup. They're clearing brushes, and we have DEC has oversight. We actually hired a consultant group to provide that additional oversight. I think it's Blue Engineers, correct? That's doing additional oversight over there. And then High Falls State Park. There's also, we came to council last month for that $2 million from ESD to do the cleanup over there. The announcement that we just recently had was for the RG&E piece. RG&E did their initial site cleanup, but now we're doing our end of it. We are coming to council. Actually, the next phase of that cleanup will be a site characterization, which is the subsurface level cleanup over there. Once that's completed, we'll be coming to council for the, we selected a contractor to do that work. So that should be coming to council in June. You'll be seeing that. So once that is into place, we'll start the actual cleanup over there. I think that's those only areas. And is there other areas I missed?
Thank you, Commissioner. No, that was actually an excellent overview of where we're at with the projects. I'll just add at Bull's Head Plaza, we are currently working with an EPA grant that we have at the plaza to do some additional investigation work. prior to the cleanup that will happen through Develop Rock. Vacuum oil, we're anticipating the remediation to start in earnest, hopefully by the end of this summer, and that's pending some of the approvals that we need to receive from DEC and some of the submittals that we've provided. Fall Street, as the Commissioner mentioned, we're under a consent order with DEC to perform a site characterization investigation at that site, which we will be working on once we have the consultant under contract. And after that investigation happens, we'll be moving more into the remedial design phase at the Fall Street site.
Great, thank you. Just a final comment and question, and then I'll turn it over to Councilmember Lupien and whoever else may have one on this section. The comment, I'm looking forward to this council passed legislation related to some studying of geothermal and the Interloop, so really appreciate having DEQ's partnership on that, and I've appreciated some conversations we've had recently about some potential opportunities for solar. So obviously we know that it's a huge priority of the department to increase renewables, and just know that you have partners up here who want to do that. The question is related to, and I will disclose that as of 6 months ago, I'm driving an electric vehicle, so I pay a lot closer attention to electric vehicle chargers. It's something that I think is such a huge benefit that the city provides to people. There's constantly lines and desire to have those chargers, to use those chargers. We haven't seen any new ones installed in quite some time. I understand the Trump administration has pulled back on a lot of their incentives, but my understanding is that the state continues to have incentives to put in public chargers. So do we have any plans to add any chargers anytime soon?
Yeah, we do. One area I forgot to mention for our remediation was Emerson. So we did just finish the second half of Emerson, which provides an opportunity, and DEC is reviewing that parcel for that cleanup, and then hopefully that once we get that review completed, then our thought is to put solar over there too. So that's an opportunity for additional space to install solar. In regards to your question, chargers, yes, we have chargers mostly currently at a lot of our garages, and then some of our rec centers. We're waiting for there's 10 other locations identified, mostly libraries and other rec centers that we have identified to get additional. We're hoping to get additional NYSERDA funds. We have identified to have additional NYSERDA funds to install. So those include. I'll just list them off quickly. Our Net Library, Winton Library, Wheatley Library, Lincoln Library, Gant Rec Center, Carter Street Rec Center, Edgerton Rec Center. So there's a pipeline of other locations that we have identified.
So we have an active NYSERDA application, and if we get that grant, we will be installing electric car chargers this year in those locations. Exactly. And if we don't get the grant, then they won't happen.
Yeah.
Okay.
We do have, and right now, currently, we're in the process of installing 3 other chargers over at Hemlock Filtration Plant, over at the Sports Complex, and also at 57 St. Paul. So those are currently happening right now.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Councilmember Lupien, followed by Lightfoot, Harris, and Melendez. And Monroe.
Yes, hi. Thank you for all the work that your department does. I echo everything you said is how I feel. Starting out with security, hearing how we have hired private security that is carrying guns because there seems to be a threat for our staff. 2 questions there. One, how are we monitoring in terms of holding the private security accountable for their, for how they're interacting with our residents? And maybe 2, for our employees that are security, has there been an assessment done around security vests, and what would the cost be for that?
Yeah, thank you for that. I'll start and then I'll let my superintendent of security chime in. For our interaction with, I think your first question was interaction with them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So we do. Our superintendents, they meet with the company on a weekly basis to have discussions with them on sort of their interactions with with our residents. They're also, as part of the contract, they also we require them to meet with RPD too. We have interactions between ourselves, the company, and also RPD to make sure that we're on the same page in terms of the enforcement aspects of what they do. So on a daily basis, on a weekly basis, we have those conversations on sort of how they engage with our residents. Anything outside of their duties of what they're supposed to be in terms of enforcement, we really leave it up to our RPD to have that greater enforcement. They're supposed to just mitigate situations and then use RPD as their second, real source of using that extra enforcement. Vince, anything else to that?
Yes, good morning, Council. Thank you so much. The Commissioner was correct. We do meet weekly with our contract security agencies, and we have a reporting system. We kind of review reports each week, find out, what's trending, what areas we need to concentrate on. As far as our personal security in-house, we have created a good training matrix with our in-house security, and that includes, crisis management, active shooter training, workplace violence, types of training that we incorporate with them to ensure their safety as well as the safety of our customers and visitors to our city facilities.
I guess two follow-up questions. I've seen the private security in the East Avenue district. It's not clear to me that they're ours, that we're the organization that's putting them there. And so in terms of if a resident has an issue and they want to let someone know, how do they know to come to the city with that complaint? Is there a pathway for them to make a complaint?
I'll take that. So happy to provide more detail in writing, but those contracted security in the East End are just there for Saturday evenings into early Sunday morning.
I'm aware of when they're there. My question is, if a resident has an interaction with them that is not positive, how does that resident know to let the city know? What is the pathway for them to make a complaint?
There are a number of pathways. They can reach out to the mayor's office. They can.
How do they know they're ours? How do they know to reach out to the city?
Yeah, we can put that in writing. I mean, yeah, right.
Thank you. And then the second one, Director McIntyre, I didn't hear in your answer about the vests and maybe like what can we do in terms of their physical safety? Understanding the training is important, but has there been an assessment done about the need for vests and how much would that cost?
I have not made an assessment for vests, but that is something I'd like to inquire about, and I will be speaking with the Commissioner.
And I would imagine it's not for everyone, right? The staff that are outside of our chambers, maybe not, but if they're at, MLK Park or, those sort of locations, I think it.
Yeah, we certainly got something we can look into. We haven't, there's not been a level of incidents that has occurred yet that we would require them, but it's something we would certainly have available. We can look into to have available to all our employees.
Yeah, I would think if there was a need to go out and get private security with guns, because we were worried about, and how you said that there were incidents where they were assaulted, that's something I'd like to see personally in terms of an investment in our employees. That it's probably not that much of a price tag, and I'd like to understand what it would cost.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
And question about our fleet.
Fleet is a different section.
Is it? Okay.
Yep.
All right. And staffing. I know under Commissioner Jones, we had a partnership with, formal or informal, with folks coming out of the prison system. Yeah. And did we retain that, and how is that going?
Yes. I'll speak a little bit to it. So that's the folks with CEO that work for CEO. They do a lot of our litter cleanups. They also assist us with during snow, during the winter. For you saw the bus stops. There are certain bus stops that were cleaned out this year. So they provide a huge service to us. We had actually we increased our contract with them to they're now all 4 quadrants. So they were a tremendous help this year. So yes, we still have them in the budget, and actually the presence is even more around the city. Anything more of that, Karen?
No, you answered it. We do also try to provide employment for some of the
Director St. Albin, can you speak into the mic a little closer? Sorry.
we do also try to, is it better?
Yeah.
Supply employment to folks that have come through their training program with CEO, and we try to provide additional employment.
That's great.
Director, is the mic on? Sorry. It is.
It's
Okay.
on, but slow.
Our partnerships being explored with local schools, colleges, trade centers, in addition to Edison.
Yeah, so we have partnerships with RIT. We have we got a lot of our engineers from RIT. We have a relationship with them. Interns come from there during the summertime, and then we've actually had opportunity to retain a couple of them for in our engineering division over at Water. We also have a partnership with BOCES that we're doing now for CDL training, which has been very helpful. We've gotten a couple of employees in our refuse division through that program. I understand that Councilman Lightfoot also has his CDL. We're still waiting for him to come join us at some point. We do have a partnership with MCC for in our equipment services for fleet mechanics also. And then also we have a partnership with, what's it called? ROC. They help us also for our equipment services.
That's great. Yeah. Thank you.
Last question here, Councilmember Luby, then we're going to keep it moving. We're going to go bureau by bureau. We got a lot to cover still.
Okay. So with aging workforce throughout the city, does DES have a succession plan for taking over for those positions?
Yeah, I appreciate that question. We do. We, overall, we have mid-level managers in place to take upon all the. We have a couple of managers that at some point will be retiring soon. So our budget really has positions that are adequate and adequately staffed to take on those that will be leaving. We have a couple of retirements, due to aging, and so yeah, I think in this budget you'll see that a lot of positions are covered. We also have been very successful in the last couple of months in recruitment. We use every tool that's really available to us. We have periodicals, APAW, which is one of the periodicals that we use for Public Works. Also, our managers are terrific in recruiting. Right, they have contact within the community that they've just been pulling people for. We've been challenged to have to get engineers, for example. So Holly's been really great at actually she has connections with some consultant firms, reaching out individually. People are reaching out to us to come work for the city. So I think so. For this budget, we're very well positioned to have a succession plan for most of our top level positions. Our staff line positions, we are very well adequately staffed. We use our seasonal employees. Those are very important to us. They come for snow cleanup and for winter for leaves cleanup. Those provide us an opportunity to recruit for that staff to succeed those that may be leaving our ranks. So yeah, I think we have a very good plan in place for to succeed a lot of our retirees.
Thank you. And you can just answer this in writing if we have issues recruiting for those seasonal positions due to not having fringe benefits and maybe not as stable, and how you plan to address that in the future.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
I'm going to ask people to stay within the bureau. A lot of those questions were not in the bureau of the Office of the Commissioner. This is environmental quality and security.
Yes, sir.
So whenever we'll get a chance, but let's stick there right now. Councilmember Lightfoot.
Is it due to, thank you, Chairman Gruber, and congratulations, Commissioner Okensei.
Thank you.
Appreciate you and your team and your staff. You have been already very responsive to any calls or constituent information that I may have sent over to you. You've been extremely, and your team have been extremely responsive. So I wanted to thank you and highlight that in your team for the work that you guys do every day. I'm going to ask this question. Mr. Chairman, only because my question can be done in writing, and I'll be done. This question actually came from the highlights. It's from the
Go for it.
Okay. In the highlights, Commissioner, it is mentioned about continuing the Interloop work with the Interloop transformation.
Yeah.
And I just would like for us to get, we had an extensive conversation about this earlier in our day one of our hearings, and I just would like to get an update in regards to, from your perspective, from environmental services, because I know you probably handle a lot of that work with the Interloop North project in regards to, and we know that the overlapping federal situation could change, but right now things have been allocated, work's being done, you guys moving forward. It'd be nice in writing if you can get to us what's going on for 2025, 2026 with the Interloop North project.
Yeah, we can absolutely supply you that. We can get you that in writing. I know that council presidents also reached out. We can do a work session, if we will say, for Interloop at some point this summer. So that's also in the works. So, but we'll supply you a paper written response.
Thank you.
And that's a work session we'll get scheduled soon. Vice President Harris.
Thank you. Hi. Thank you so much for all the work that you and your team have done. And I echo the remarks of Councilmember Lightfoot, where you guys have been totally responsive and very transparent in everything that you guys do. I also like to add that you guys provide a lot of the vital amenities to our city, including that vital thing called drinking water. So I appreciate all of the things that you guys do. I would like to take us to page, let's see, page 10. I'm looking at your KPI, where you have increased the participation of eligible residents and businesses to the Rochester Community Power Community Choice Aggregation Program. Can you talk to us about that KPI and how that's addressed in this budget?
Yes. So I'll start, and I'll let Ann chime in also. So I think we have about 75% rate right now of those that are eligible are participating in that program. That has been a steadfast initiative that was initiated by, that again, the funding from was it DEC? Yeah. Oh, Public Service Commission, yeah. So that program has worked very well. We are currently, my understanding is that Public PSC is actually there may be a pause to that program, and we're not sure when that pause is going to occur, and that by some point it may come back up. But as a city, we signed legislation to become a CCA city, so that whenever it comes back up, we're positioned to enter back into the program.
So I guess I gotta follow up. Does that mean 75% of our city residents are opted in?
Correct. Yeah, 75% who are eligible.
Eligible. Okay.
Yes.
So do you track who's participating, or how many of that 75% that's participating?
Yeah, I think we have that information.
If you can provide that to me in writing, if you could, that'd be great. And then, how do people opt out? What's the process?
And go ahead.
Thank you. Yes. So our CCA administrator, Jewel Community Power, they administer the program for us. There is a simple opt-out process that's clear on the website, and also is sent to every participant.
Can you provide that to us in writing?
Certainly.
And then also the rate is, even if they range, because I've had questions in my community about it, and I really didn't have a whole lot of answers. So I don't know if you would be able to provide that to us, because it would be helpful to us while we, answer questions about services.
Yeah.
Is there a report on CCA that's done annually or quarterly or something of that nature?
We've had a report prepared by Jewel, and we can ask them to prepare another one. I'll just add that the current electricity supply contract under CCA goes through the end of this year, And as the commissioner mentioned, the Public Service Commission is reevaluating the overall program, so there may be some changes moving forward.
Because I'm told, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I'm told that their rates went even higher than the other alternatives. So I'm just curious to know where the rates are, because if they're higher, people should know, how to opt out. So if they want to change, to make those adjustments.
Yes, and the rates are actually fixed throughout the term of the contract. So there's a rate for conventional electricity that's actually lower than the RG&E supply rate.
Okay.
And there's also a 50% renewable that actually right now is about on par with the RG&E supply rate. And then there's 100% renewable, which is a little higher. But yes, we can certainly provide that information to you.
And how do you, and finally, I apologize, how do you market it? Is it marketed every year? You can put it in writing if you need to. Is it marketed every year to the residents? Is there outreach to residents to let them know what this process is? Because honestly, I didn't see a whole lot myself. I'm a City of Rochester resident, so I'd just like to know how do they plan to do that going forward? Because I think that they should do more of that.
Yes, we can get that information to you.
Okay. Thank you. That concludes until you go to the next round.
And Director Spalding, will you also make sure, and we'll capture this, but as a follow-up, I think it'd be important to see what the PSC has specifically said about this program. Whatever the halt or reassessment is, I think it'd be good for us to see that actual language. There must be a memo or something like that that could be shared.
Yes, when we receive that, we'll get that to you.
Okay, thanks. So last question on this section is Councilmember Monroe, and then we'll move over to A&E. Oh, I skipped the president. I probably shouldn't do that. President Melendez.
All right, thank you. Well, I don't have a question, I just have a comment. I want to, since we're in the office of the commissioner, just commend Commissioner Okanse for his work so far, your customer service. I've seen the growth already in the limited time that you've been in the position. And you've been very responsive to council. In addition to that, I know sometimes things takes time, but we've had constituents' concerns that have come in around the River Gorge, and you've been able to move mountains to get things done related to cleanup around some of the issues we've heard from constituents. Had another constituent come with some questions around lighting and what our future plans were for their neighborhood, and you provided very thorough written responses. I'm sure your team is involved too, but I just want to commend you for directing and providing these responses to the constituents in our community, and we appreciate your work, sir.
I appreciate that, Council President. It's really meaningful to me. Karen, I really want to thank the operations team. Every time I get something from council or the mayor, I ping Karen, and right away it's done within minutes. So I really appreciate that comment.
I only skipped the president because Commissioner Okanse didn't need that kind of flattery. Councilor Monroe?
Thanks. As we look at the CCA program too, if we could just have a comparison then of the, I don't know if you'd have to average out RG&E since it's a variable rate, but compare it to the flat rate so we can see the savings customers are having. And I'm looking forward to that because I think that at the start of CCA, perhaps there wasn't as much information out there about it. So I'm hoping that we find that the rates are a little bit lower and that we can really push people into that direction.
Yeah, we can get you that information.
Thanks. Overall, DES is the second largest department in the city. And I want to thank everybody for what they do. When people look at their taxes, I think that people fail to recognize sometimes that the way that they're living, the infrastructure they're actually using every single day, from turning on their water to a street light coming on to going down the street to having sidewalks to having plows. All of those things are part of what go into our taxes. And, if you choose to live outside of the city, you're probably going to have to find your own contract for your waste pickup. You may not have recycling at the door, and certainly not getting the kinds of services we get with snow removal and things like that. So I just want to applaud the entire organization. And, we have so many people who have dedicated their careers to DES. I had worked for the city for almost 20 years, and I see so many of the same people here as I was working with then. So I just want to put out that shout out and let people know that Rochester is really does an incredible job with their infrastructure. And with that, I want to talk, or maybe we don't need to right here, but just the excitement of the High Falls State Park, that program's coming up, and I believe that will be the first state park, an urban-based state park. And a great thing about that, too, is that then we have state funding that's taking care of that. So while we're going to benefit amazingly, it's not something that is necessarily going to be a direct, outlay of cost from just city taxpayers. Could you talk a little bit about the Climate Action Plan and how we're making strides in that?
Yeah, again, I'll start, and then Ann, you can chime in. So right now, it is actually, we have a draft that's out on the city website for it's a survey for folks to chime in on. I think we push it out on the city website and other city sites. Is it? Oh, it's organic. Oh, climate action. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, climate action. So that is actually we're about to do an update to that coming up. We should be issuing an RFP out later on this summer to update that. There's metrics that we can get to you that from what we've had so far. Those we can get to you in writing.
Thank you. Another piece I just want to put out there is that we've been very progressive with moving forward with climate action pieces, including working with NBD to look about adding solar to people's houses. NYSERDA has a number of programs that will allow people to upgrade their heating at a very low cost. I know when I went for a high efficiency heater about 10 years ago, while it was expensive, the amazing thing was I have a loan that's over, I think it's 20 years. I'm only paying $49 a month for a system that was close to $10,000. So those are the kinds of things that I really want people to be aware of, that there's funding out there to be able to upgrade your house and really be able to make it affordable. And also just wanted to give a shout out with some of the other pieces, like looking at Rochester Heating Cooperative with the Interloop. And I think all of this kind of funding and putting our concentration in renewables that are in our hands just makes so much sense, and keeps things in the realm of city governance and the types of things that we can have control over. So I want to thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, again, we can get you the metrics for the climate action plan that we have to you in writing. Thank you.
Yeah, I would note, Commissioner, we actually had a work session plan for the climate action plan probably 3 or 4 months ago, and there was one attendee, so it got canceled. But if you guys made some slides for that, it would probably be great to send them over. And if we're redoing the climate action plan, it would be great to understand what that RFP, or if we're updating it, it'd be great to see what that RFP, at least what the deliverables are going to look like.
Yeah, so we'll be coming to council later on this summer with the RFP, but it'll be an update. Yes.
Great. All right, Councilman Martin, you have a question on environmental quality or security?
Yes. Echoing what all the other council members have said, thank you for the services you and your department provide to our city. Focusing on security, I just want to clarify, they do incredible work. Our security guards, while unarmed, provide quality opportunities for safety. They're kind, they're helpful. So I just want to clarify their pay. Are they weekly and hourly or salaried?
So we have full-time who are paid biweekly, and then we have part-time staff, and we also have seasonals.
Okay, that's helpful. And they start at a bracket 59?
Yeah, I believe so.
How is there any opportunity to which is would be $20.32 an hour based on?
I appreciate the question. We just did actually last 2 budgets ago, we did a comparable study with other municipalities and sort of where we are with in terms of our pay for all our security guards, and so the pay is really comparable to what we see out in other municipalities. Are you looking specifically at the part-time rate?
Yeah, I'm really interested in having a conversation about how we increase investments in our security guards. We know many of them are Black and brown folks who really invest their time in providing safety to the city, and looking at the pay, their pay versus maybe RPD or other departments that also work on providing some level of safety. The large discrepancy is a bit worrying for me. In this economy, I think it's hard to really thrive on that salary. So
yeah, I'm willing to have that conversation with you. Absolutely. Again, yeah, we can have.
Yeah. And we also saw, like with lifeguards and in other positions, there has been an interest in raising their wages. So I think this is something I've raised before, making sure we're adequately paying folks who are doing really important work.
Absolutely. So again, we did the comparison about 2 years ago. We're always evaluating. Again, maybe time again to reevaluate to see how we're comparable to other
Absolutely.
So thank you for that.
Of course. Yeah. And another thing I've heard is an interest in possibly providing bulletproof vests to security in some situations. I know that when shootings happen, in addition to RPD, security guards are also deployed there. Yeah. And I personally have a concern about safety around that. So I'm wondering how those conversations are going. Is there an openness from the administration to provide bulletproof vests in certain situations?
You're saying that securities are deployed to
shooting? Following shootings in the city at different locations, security guards have been sent there after.
Yeah, they're not, our security guards are armed with radios. So sometimes they're not necessarily sent there. They may be the first, and they may be the first to arrive at the scene, and then, certainly work with RPD. They provide just a security, a safe haven in terms of have a presence there. Yeah. They're not necessarily deployed there, but they may be in the vicinity, so they'll actually react to hearing that on their radios. And but yes, that we do have funding available in this budget for wearing apparel for our guards. So that's something we can certainly
Superintendent McIntyre says he's going to look into it earlier.
Yeah.
Okay. Amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate the openness to being willing to provide that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, we're going to move on to A&E, which is on page 13 through 18. And I'll start with just a couple of things. I will just remind folks we have the vast majority of the afternoon is reserved for CIP, so a lot of these questions may kind of blend into CIP questions. I do think that just as a note for the budget book moving forward, particularly in this section when it's basically a laundry list of really excellent projects that are being done, it'd be great to just have a little bit more of a timeline, maybe an attachment that is kind of connected, because I think that's going to be one of the major questions is like understanding for all these ones that's just say ongoing, understanding like what the timeline looks like is probably a big question for folks. Also, as just a note, I really like to, and I talked to Commissioner Conce about this a little bit, and partially my fault as the co-chair of the Vision Zero task force and not having a KPI, but I think we really should ensure that moving forward we have Vision Zero KPIs, probably multiple of them.
That is absolutely our intention. As you are aware, and I'm sure I just want to update other council members, we do have a consultant that we're engaged with that actually that's part of the scope of that consultant's work is to actually help us identify what KPIs we should include as part of the tracking mechanism for Vision Zero. So yes, and we should have the results of that consultant study by this fall. So it's my full intention to include KPIs for Vision Zero in the upcoming budget, next year's budget.
Great, thanks. And then one specific question that I'll pass to President Melendez. So the last couple of weeks we saw some new work done on protecting bike lanes on West Main Street, that with the kind of lower profile concrete barrier, I think I drive down West Main Street every day. I think they look very safe for bicyclists, and it looks like it was install was certainly a lot cheaper and quicker than doing something like we did over on Goodman or East Main and Goodman. So I'm just wondering, from your vantage point, city engineer, what do you think about the way that worked and how much it cost, et cetera?
Thank you. That's a great question. That is sort of a pilot that we're doing at that area. We're very excited about looking at those options for exactly the reasons that you stated. Low-cost options that are very effective. We're going to evaluate how that holds up over the year and during different weather events. And depending on the success of that, we're looking to implement that on other projects as well.
Could you give a sense of what it cost to do that?
I can supply that in writing to you.
Okay, thanks. President Melendez?
Yes, thank you. So just two questions, and these both can actually be in writing. Could you give us a timeline on both the Civil Rights Park, the design work on that park, and then, or the anticipated design work, and then the improvements at 57 St. Paul related to the PAB move? Thank you.
Yes, we can supply those.
Councilor Berlubian?
Yes. For Vision Zero, how does this budget advance Vision Zero in the transportation plan? And for the investments in Vision Zero, can you break it down by education, infrastructure, and enforcement?
Yeah, can we supply that to you in writing?
Yeah, thank you.
Absolutely.
So this is the department where we can, like, snow plows. Yeah.
That's next. Operations.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
It's still the same department. It's still the same department.
Okay. Well, I'll wait. Thanks.
Any other questions on A&E?
Yes.
Councilor Monroe, followed by Councilor Martin, and sorry, Vice President Harris too. Councilor Monroe.
Yes, thank you. Could you speak to the bus rapid transit and what that is, and kind of, I don't know if we have timelines at this point for Lake Avenue, as we know that is a very dangerous street.
Yeah.
So please.
Yeah, thank you. So that our consultant I just spoke about, it's actually something, it's part of their charge, is to look into the bus rapid transit, exactly how we can sort of give us a better understanding of what it is. We're still gathering information ourselves about it. It's something that we're certainly looking into. I know that Senator Cooney is very much interested, and there's actually some. He's had conversation with RTS on that. So once we get the results of the study, I'm happy to share that with the council.
So for the folks at home, are all bus rapid transits set such that the bus is going through the center there and then to calm the traffic, and then you have the lanes on either side?
That's something that we are going to research. So depending on the feasibility of a center track versus ones on either side, that's part of what we need to look at as a part of just the geometry and costs.
Not all BRT is center lane.
Yes.
There's lots of different ways to do it.
Great. Thank you.
Yes.
Councilmember Martin?
Yes. Is there, on the city website, is there a list of all EV charging stations available? Or is there somewhere folks can find
I
that?
don't know if it's on the city website. I'm happy to provide that to you in writing.
Sounds good.
Yeah, okay.
We do have on the city website a listing of all the publicly available EV charging stations that the city owns and operates.
Amazing. Thank you. Also, one of the issues we've heard about pretty consistently over the last 3.5 years, possibly more, is about public bathrooms. And I attended a press conference where the mayor mentioned that he was working on adding one close to Parcel 5. Yeah. So I just wanted to hear an update on public restrooms and where
Yeah,
we
so
at?
there is one at Parcel 5. I think we added staff to it in our budget 2 years ago. I think people just didn't know. We put signs over there now.
Nice.
Very bold, loud signs at various locations. So there's a bathroom there that people have access to. Overall, there's actually we're constantly evaluating where we can locate bathrooms where there's access. I know Councilman Monroe has asked about the bathrooms over at Maplewood Rose Garden. There was a bathroom there. There's some issues there. We actually installed porta potties as a solution there. So we're constantly evaluating where the best locations to put them. But generally, we do have them. It's just I don't think people just are aware, and so we have to do a better job of sort of making sure that there's markers so that people are aware.
Absolutely. I think the communications department does a good job with raising awareness around different things, so this could be something collaborated on this coming year. Is there a plan to increase the amount in this budget? Or just the one in Maplewood and the one at Parcel 5?
Yeah, again, there's no direct investment shown in the budget, but we're constantly evaluating. If there's a particular location that you've identified, we're more willing to look
Absolutely.
at it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
Vice President Harris.
Thank you. I'd like to ask a question about, can you give me an update on the skate park, where we are? You have in here the skate park phase 2?
Yes, we've completed the design. We did bid it. We didn't receive bids. However, we did get with the contractors. We're feeling very optimistic, and we're going to rebid it later this summer with some slight adjustments to the contracts.
Thank you. So when do you think that the final phase will be done, an estimated time?
The estimated time is ideally we would bid it this fall, or this summer, fall. Do shop drawings for the winter, break ground early spring, and then do construction through next summer.
Okay, thank you. So then I have, you have here also complete construction of the Broadband Island Firehouse. Can you talk a little bit about that, or does that more like CIP? Okay.
Yeah, I can answer that now.
Okay.
Yeah, both Broadband Island Firehouse and the Genesee Firehouse are under construction currently as a part of our ARPA funding. As you can imagine, with buildings that are as old as these, and them being multi-million-dollar renovations, we have run into some challenges. Most commonly, and certainly here, is abatement that we were not aware of. Once you start taking apart the finishes, you find all sorts of fun things. But with that said, we really appreciate the patience of the fire department as we've navigated these issues. We have had a little bit of an extension of our timelines. So originally we were focusing on trying to get them both done by the end of 2025. We're working on recovery schedules to get them as soon as we can at the end of the year or early next. But all in all, I would say the projects are going very well, and we are on track to have some really nice newly renovated facilities.
Great. So just for the folks who's watching at home, these facilities are upgraded to include what amenities?
The primary focus is to include amenities for all genders.
Good. Good. And then it's going to be amazing, at least for me. I don't know about Councilmember Life, a former firefighter here, to see what you guys do in such a landlocked location. Either how you're going to expand out and up, or a combination of thereof. But I'm just interested to see the final project.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think that pretty much concludes until the next section. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. One last question on A&E from me, and this is actually on the, and it might be for Holly, it might be for Louis, I'm not entirely sure, but in the revenue page, we have a projection of $160,000 of additional revenue for street opening permits. And maybe it's a Suzanne question, I'm not sure, but I'm just wondering, like, what is the, and if you want the page number, it's in the revenue and expenditure summary, page 16. There's a $160,000 variance positively for street opening permits. Just wondering what that's generated by.
we looked at what the revenue was year to date, what we expect for next year, and increase that revenue to account for. There's a lot of street projects going on. I'm sure everybody gets stuck in traffic on their way into City Hall, but if there's lots of work going on, lots of construction work.
And these fees are to charge telecommunications or other companies?
No, correct. This is just to open up the street to do any sort of work.
So who pays for those permits then? It's not the telecommunications companies?
No, developers.
Got it. So this is folks who are doing big construction projects who need to open up the streets, and we're just seeing, because lots of building going on, hopefully some more revenue coming in.
Correct.
Okay. Cool. All right, we're going to move over to operations now. Operations is on page 6, whatever the tab is, 719, all the way through 26. And I'll just open by saying I think this was the first very challenging winter we've had in many. It was cold, it was snowy, and there was no real break from it for a while. So I'm just wondering, in situations, since we haven't had a winter like this in a while, what was the kind of post-mortem like? I mean, I'm sure that there's a lot of different things to look at and hopefully try to adjust on, including, I mean, I'll just be very transparent. I was a little bit frustrated with some of the subcontractors that I know we're using, that especially ones who are doing sidewalks and residential streets, where even when I saw the plows go out, I didn't see them actually plowing, right? Oftentimes it was some of the old farm tractors seem to be packing the snow down more than picking it up. So I'm sure there's a post-mortem about who the good subcontractors are, what we need to change. Can you just comment on that?
Yeah, I appreciate that question. It was certainly a challenging winter. Karen can actually tell you exactly how many days we didn't get above freezing, which it was really evident. It was over a month or so that we didn't get above freezing. So the challenge with that is that it wasn't actually snowfall. It was actually just cold and icy, and so there was we had to put a lot of salt down, right? So and as you guys know, there was a lot of challenges in terms of getting salt from our vendor. We didn't have that issue because we had we have a guarantee for pricing, but we also made sure that we have resources, that resource available to us in terms of working with American Salt is where most of folks get their salt. Once they started getting the supplies became diminishing, they were pretty much allowing municipalities just to come and get maybe 2 truckloads at a time. So we made sure on a daily basis that we were getting our fair share on making sure that we're well stocked. So we didn't really have an issue for us in terms of our salt supply. Even if we did, we have a backup opportunity through the OGS contract to get additional salt using other vendors. So salting was not really an issue. I appreciate the question about the contractors because, yes, it's been a challenge with us, and Karen can speak a little bit more to it, that a lot of these contractors are, they provide the service for us during the winter time, but they also have, a lot of them do roadway work. A lot of them also do, they're farmers also. What's happening is that some of them have been in the business for so long, the families are getting out of the contracted, the snow plowing business. So that's only left us a few contractors. Karen's been very good. We're working with some of our bigger roadway companies, such as Villager, to get us additional resources. So that's an avenue she's been sort of doing that outreach, and that's on her own that she's done that. But overall, yeah, I appreciate that. It's been a challenge for us to maintain the level of service based on that we don't have as many contractors, and then the ones that we do are certainly the pricing is increased over the years. So to that, I don't know if there's more to that, Karen.
You spoke to that really well. Really, it was the cold this year. It really was not the snow. The team that takes care of snow at operations is bar none. They know the expectation. They are out there and they actually really enjoy plowing and getting people's way to work or way to wherever they're going safe. So we're out 24/7 on all the main roads. 3 inches of snow, we bring in the contractors. Our roadway contractors have changed over the years. We've done much more loader work, which is a much better process. You get a much better quality of plowing. The sidewalk plows, even the older farmers are now talking to us about what do we use, because we actually plow 10 of our sidewalk routes, and they're looking for what we use because ours is doing a better job. So we work on that, and we do go over every snow event. We regroup and say the good, the bad, the ugly.
Great. Thank you. Vice President Harris, and then I think everyone all the way to President Melendez has questions.
Thank you, Chair Gruber. Yeah, I would like to say, yeah, you guys do an excellent job in plowing. But I would like to add, and this is a consideration, and maybe you guys are already thought about that, because you guys are definitely the big thinkers of our city here. As we embark on the Vision Zero and adding these different things, or the bike lanes, we have to also think about plowing those too. And how do we make the adjustments to the roads so the plows can fit and all that? So I'm sure you guys got that under control, but those are some of the things I'm curious about how you're going to handle it.
So we're certainly not a one-size-fits-all with plowing equipment. So we change as the roadways change, as our needs. We find a way. We find a different plow. We find another attachment. And,
okay. That's good to know, because this, and I don't know if you got that feedback, but I did get feedback in my district where you did make the Vision Zero changes. The access to the ramps, the wheelchair ramps, or the ability, they weren't plowed very well. Can you make those adjustments? And, I did get a lot of feedback about the potholes after the melt. I mean, there was a lot of feedback. Yeah. I didn't know putting up a video would cause that when I saw you guys doing the whole, I saw you guys put out, your guys were out there working on the street, and I was on my way to the school district. So I took a nice video of it or a picture of it and posted it. And I was like, oh, goodness, people are very interested in potholes. So can you talk about that?
Just going back to snow removal as it relates to our traffic calming measures, we definitely work closely with operations during design as well, just to make sure that we are creating something that is maintainable. But the other exciting thing that we're doing through Vision Zero is we actually have a study that we're going to be doing on the feasibility of expanded snow and ice removal in relation to all of our traffic calming measures. Everything from, even looking at our trail systems and just enhanced removals at the islands and intersections and some of those things that are always so challenging for us, and really putting together what it would take in terms of resources and costs, and potentially looking at even a long-term implementation plan to improve those areas.
Yes, potholes. There was a lot of them this year, and I appreciate you posting that. Yes, you got a lot of hits, and we certainly did too. It was certainly an issue because of the harsh winter. Our blades were down, and that created some appurtenances in our roads. But we responded. Karen's team, we always start with 2 crews, but in terms of the amount of in-calls that we started receiving, we added a 3rd crew, right?
Awesome. And
that really helped. And well, we can provide the metrics of what actually happened, but within 48 hours, it's actually, we say 48 hours, but within 24 hours, we had most of those potholes covered. What happened this year is that I think there's a new app available to folks online, so they can just sit there and sort of click and where the potholes are, and we usually generally have them already through 311. So now the folks are sending it through their app or from home. We have to be diligent to sort of go through what 301 has, so we're not sending folks out to the same location twice.
Right.
So it took us a little bit of time, but we do that every morning, just to vet through. And again, within 24 hours, most of those potholes are gone, and It was helpful that the mayor did that PSA that
Absolutely.
showed him doing. He was actually out there doing some pothole coverage, so that really helped too.
So in my last question to that, and you mentioned a little bit about this, and I think you guys mentioned about this before, when you guys go and make our roads all nice and pretty,
Yeah.
and then you use all the top materials, and then you have a developer or utility company come in and they break ground to do whatever they're doing, then they have to put it back. So when they put it back, do they have to use our preferred contractors, or can they just use anybody? Because I'm thinking to myself, is that how we get all this problems with our streets consistently?
That's a great question.
So the means and methods for these various folks breaking into our roadway are beyond our control. However, we have very robustly increased our expectations within our right-of-way permit process for the level and quality of the restoration, including all of the different layers of what they need to put back. And I will add that we are also increasing our enforcement when it comes to utility appurtenances in the right-of-way that are causing potholes. So I think you'll see in a lot of instances where there is a hole, there is a manhole or some related utility that often is.
So that means you guys go back and inspect too?
Yeah, so we always have eyes on the street.
Okay.
We're always looking around, and when we see utilities and manholes and things that are falling apart, we contact those utility companies and tell them that they need to go out and address that. You'll see that they come out, they put the concrete collars around a lot of the manholes now. That's a change we've made over the last 10 years that's just really had a very positive impact.
Yeah.
So
that's cool. Because I mean, and then so when that happens, they close it back up, and then there's a final inspection, and then that should be back to the level that we should have it.
Yes, that is always the ideal outcome.
Okay, thank you. I'm all set.
Councilmember Lightfoot.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, I want to echo the sentiments of our council chairman and vice president about the work and you guys do around snow plowing and plowing. You guys do a tremendous job, I think, and we do know that there is some issues sometimes with the subcontractors. My comment really is in consideration of customer service and my 8 years on city council, and I don't know if my colleagues have the same experience. Being at-large member, of course, with the whole city, probably the #1 constituent calls or connections that I receive is about garbage pickup, right? Or recycling, garbage or recycling pickup. My garbage didn't get picked up. My recycling didn't get picked up. This, that type of thing. And also leaf pickups and when does that happen and all of these types of things. And they're quality of life issues that may be very small to some, but they're a big deal to our residents. Like that's a big deal to them, right? And so I think even on this week, there's an issue this week. When I went out to pull out my garbage cans this week, half the street, and I live on Trafalgar Street, half the street had their garbage cans out, half of them did not, right? So there's a disconnect, I think, between community, and I'm just trying to figure out ways so we can always improve on how we're informing our community on what's going on. So in the conversation with that, it came up, I remember years ago, and I don't know if you guys are still doing this or not, but it used to be years ago where you used to get like, instead of the notices that come in the mail with leaf pickup, and those are great, but oftentimes those things get tossed in the garbage, right, with all the other mail. There's a thing,
service guy.
Yeah, there's a thing you used to be able to put on your refrigerator.
Yeah.
And a magnet they put on your refrigerator. It tells you, days when garbage pickup, will change or will alternate. It won't be, your normal day. And then also leaf pickup. So I just offer for consideration that we think about some of those and the PSA thing that the mayor did of me being more consistent with some of those things throughout the year that are very, very, it may seem like small things, but look in this conversation we're just having now, how big that was for our residents, how impacted that was for these things to be happening, but being consistent about them and creating avenues for them to be able to know these quality of life things that really people pay attention to. So I would just offer that for consideration in future seasons to figure out like the magnet thing, something that people can actually, they can sustain and have throughout the season as opposed to, and then and also regarding the digital divide that we talked about earlier in other hearings. Everybody doesn't have access to internet. Everybody doesn't, you know what I'm saying? So just to say, go to the website, and you can track this and that, realizing that they're part of our residents that don't have that ability. So, making sure that we're reaching those individuals as well with this information that doesn't just get tossed away, that they can actually access throughout the season.
Yeah, I appreciate
Thank you, Mr.
that.
Chairman.
It certainly provides an opportunity. The ad your service guide, we usually come out with that in the fall, and again, that's coincides with leaf season. So, but it has a lot of good information. You're right, absolutely, and it has information about the winter. I'm like you. Some people, you get it, you have it in your fridge for a little bit, and after a while, you toss out. So I appreciate that. We can certainly work with our communications department to, maybe do something, another PSA, or alert people to where they can see the information online. Not everybody has access to online, so we have opportunities to maybe put something in our mailers for when we do water bills and stuff. So just to keep making sure that people are consistently have an area to see that information. You speak to us having an opportunity to just do that. So it's something we'll consider, and I'll certainly bring that.
Or even just like I'm saying about the magnet thing, because that's something everybody's got a refrigerator.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So the magnet thing is, could be a way of, here, it's there, it's done, they got it for the whole season, and they can reference it throughout the season with information. And it may even be numbers that you can call in the event that you have, the pothole, just different things of that nature, but, coordinated in such a way, but thinking about that idea of really allowing to the citizen to have that information and not, be worrying about, well, we did send it out. We sent it out in January, but by the time they need it, it's tossed away. So that's all. I'm just thinking about something. I know that used to happen in the past.
Yeah.
Maybe that's something we got away from or whatever, but I think it's very helpful.
Yeah.
And it's a small little quality of life thing that could really help a lot of our citizens.
Noted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Councilmember Lupien?
I think as a district council person, I get a lot of these too, as you know. People's recycling or garbage isn't getting picked up. But a lot of these calls that I get, they've already gone through 311 several times.
Yeah.
What is the disconnect? And I've actually had it myself where my garbage didn't get picked up, and I went through the process, and I was, I was said, yes, it'll be picked up, then it wasn't, and then to a supervisor, and then it kept going up to these levels, but it still didn't get assigned somehow. So it seems like there's something between 311 and the department that isn't quite connecting.
Yeah, generally we have a meeting with our 301 team every morning to make sure that we have that they're sharing the information with us that they're receiving, and so we're have that connection. I sense a sense of frustration in terms of that. Where it's a they have a new system that they implemented, that variant system that they're transitioning. They've been transitioning through. And I don't know. I do understand that there has been some times where there's just folks have said that they've called a couple times and their garbage pickup has still not been had. Right. So.
And I know as soon as I reach out to you, the next day it's picked up.
Which is great. Which is fine. But in terms of the process, Karen, can you talk a little bit about that?
So I can, and we certainly hear this also. And there is, probably the largest volume of calls that go through 311, I believe, are refuse calls.
Mm-hmm.
So, we have gone to some technology, which is great. And it is definitely improving service. We're being able to see real time what's happening. And there might be a delay, and we try to coordinate with 311 as much as possible. Service is not service for some reason. The address is not service. So they have that information also, and we're always working to try to get that communication. But I do understand what you're saying. I do hear that myself. So, we just continue to work, continue to use our technology to be able to get real-time information.
Do you have an idea of what could be done to improve the process?
Yes, part of this is the system that's used is an intake system.
Mm-hmm.
Parent is an intake system.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a work order system, although we get a request that way.
Right.
But there's a lot of manual things that go on behind the scenes to try to make all this happen. And I think partially, once we can connect the two technologies together, we'll have much better information, because the 311 caller will have it right there.
What is the system that you use for work orders? Well, you said you connect the two systems. What's the second system?
The technology in the truck, the routeware that we're using, to the Variant system, what the 311 is called.
Is that something that is in the works?
It's certainly, yes. You know, we've started in infancy stages with the technology in the trucks. It's worked wonderfully. It's really, really had a positive impact.
Yeah.
We've been able to do all kinds of things with it. So we have to tighten that up first to be able to make sure that it all talks to each other.
That's good news. Do you have a timeline for maybe when that would be implemented?
Yeah, we don't.
Writing.
Yeah, we don't have
what
it.
We're doing.
We get
Yeah,
that,
writing is
right,
fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate that. That's good news. And I wonder too, I'm not sure anybody's here from that department, but to what extent it would be integrated into this new constituent relationship management system that we've been talking about.
Hope that's the goal. That
Yeah.
we all wind up in that same environment. So.
Okay. Yeah, I'm looking at you, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, points well taken. I think we want 311 to work well. We want all that communication to flow naturally so that folks are getting responses in real time. So,
Is that part of the scope of the planned constituent relationship management?
I would say as that project is scoped out, that's certainly something that will be an integral
Great.
consideration.
Good to hear it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Back to my question about the fleet. What is the current size and composition of our fleet in writing? Types of vehicles, age, condition, and then I want the specificity of, I'm not sure exactly what to call it, in office, like security versus solid waste. So not the bureau, but the specificity of which office?
So we have a securities division, and then
Division.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's the word I was looking for. So, and what division it is assigned to.
Okay.
Thank you. And in terms of, I know this is supply chain has maybe been an issue here, but in terms of phasing out some of the gas-powered vehicles to electric ones, can you give an update on where we're at with that?
Yeah. I'll let our fleet manager speak to that. Scott?
So, our KPI is increasing slightly. I think we're at like 6.5% of our fleet. But as new electric and alternative fuel vehicles come in, old ones are going out at the same time. I can tell you that as we look at new equipment, we consider alternative fueled and electric vehicles in every case. A lot of times cost, duty cycle, infrastructure, things like that don't allow it. We've put out to bid for hybrid vehicles and got no bids back. So we are definitely working hard to try to increase that number. We have even, so we've included some electric vehicles and hybrid vehicles in our carpool, including small equipment too. We have an electric zero-turn mower, and that's just to try to get some of these out there, get the exposure, get people at least have used it once to say, yes, it can work, or no, it can't work, based on, what they have in front of them. So we're definitely pushing it out as much as we can in the circumstances.
I have the idea that they are less costly to maintain. Is that accurate? The electric vehicles?
Well, there's no oil changes, that kind of
Right.
stuff anymore. So yes,
Unless maybe parts that
there
would
is
break.
some lower maintenance. I'm not sure if that offsets the cost, the increased cost, capital cost.
I'm curious about that.
But as we implement new vehicles, these are things that we're going to be looking at to see what makes the most sense, cost per mile, total vehicle ownership kind of analysis to see what makes the most sense. One of the biggest challenges I do think, though, is almost everything in the fleet, or a big portion of what the fleet does, is emergency response. We're out there, the garbage has to come off the road every day, 5 days a week. They've got to go. Police vehicles, emergency response, plow trucks. So we really have to look hard in the areas that we can use them. Some SUV, sedan type, administrative type areas are generally where we can look. We've been looking at small equipment as well, trying to go from gas-powered weed eaters, trying out some battery pack type stuff. We've worked with DEQ to get some grants to assist with that, as well as some electric vehicles that we've been able to put in this year.
Thank you. I do know there are cities that are using electric cars for the police force, and I don't know if DES handles fleet for the police. Have we looked into those models? Because I think maybe we talked about this a couple of years ago about thinking that there was a barrier for electric vehicles being able to meet the speed needs for a car, but I have seen them evolve over the years.
So there is a Mach-E in the police department now that they're working on, but I don't believe there is a pursuit rated electric vehicle out there now. If there is, it's very early stages of it. So, again, we are looking for the places that we can put them, and not trying to put a square peg in a round hole so much. But that's what I know about that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, all those questions were actually in equipment services. So because of that, I think I'll probably just open it up for all the sections, since we don't have that much time before lunch anyways. So President Melendez, I will leave it to you, and I'm going to give everyone a chance to ask questions now of the final 3 sections we have. We'll probably end up having to take a bit of a late lunch, but the good thing is that this is the crew that will come back for CIP, so we can all make sure we have an hour break together regardless of when we end. Council President.
Yes, thank you. I do want to follow up one more time on the pothole questions. So I appreciate the expediency that those get filled once the city is made aware of them. My question is around, do we have any proactive work that also is done within the department? I know we have a lot of miles of road in the city of Rochester, but just could you speak to what we do in a proactive manner as well?
We do. Proactively within operations, we travel all of our routes, for whether they be street sweeping, snow plowing, and actually proactively mark those so we can combine them with what the residents have turned into us. And we have that done all season long. We start in the beginning of the season, and we go right through the season, always capturing whatever we see.
Got it. So in terms of the potential for, and some of my colleagues already said this, but for a media campaign around this, I just wonder if it would be helpful for us to try to do that earlier in the season before the snow fully starts to melt, to say, hey, pothole season is upon us in a couple weeks. Make sure that you call these in to 311, because I think there was a lot of, while we annually educate people as it happens, I think there's a lot of opportunity for us to try to, in addition to the proactive work that our crews are doing, think about what is our proactive marketing that we can try to get ahead of as best we can. And it's not going to be perfect, but I do think that there was a lot of uproar about potholes this season specifically, largely because of the winter we had and the amount of plowing we had to do. But I think we can, I offer for consideration that we try to start that a little earlier if we can. So I'm going to move to, since we're opened up, I'm going to go to building services. Let me just get to the... so, Convention Center. As a board member of the Convention Center, and to my colleagues' benefit, I would like to have in writing, if we could, just an update on how things are going overall in terms of the finances and the recovery of the Convention Center, which as a board member I'm aware of those things, but it'll be helpful for my colleagues to understand that. An overview of what the economic impact is in the city when the Convention Center does well. What does that mean for the economy locally? And the number of jobs, if you could, Mr. Brown, that the Convention Center does provide internally to constituents in the region.
Okay, that's fine. I could do that in writing, or I could give you a high-level response now if you wanted to.
High level now, and then detail in writing.
Okay, great. First, if we could put in the record that I wasn't able to turn on my mic to refute Commissioner O'Kanzi's statement about me sticking around longer, but anything's possible. But in all seriousness to your question, the Convention Center is doing quite well. This year, you'll see in the budget, we are projecting a better year than last year. We are now nearing pre-pandemic levels of business, so we're very excited about that. Obviously, we've got some challenges still in regards to our hotel capacity, a number of keys that are available for convention groups. We are using upwards of 15 hotels to do a single large convention now, which sounds great, right? You're using a lot of convention or a lot of hotels, but that means that meeting planners have to contract with 15 hotels, provide transportation, get into room block agreements, attrition clauses. So it's really not conducive to what meeting planners are looking at. So when we talk about the Riverside Hotel site next door, still a very important component, regardless if I'm here or not, for the future, that something needs to happen with that, and we know there's work in progress. We just wish it was sooner. In terms of the job creation, we provide about $20 million a year in economic impact through our result of our activities. So that's not strictly for the center. That's obviously where we have our impact, is putting heads in beds, people eating in restaurants, flying into town, renting cars, spending money at the gas station. It's a true trickle-down effect is where our impacts are. It's not always the financial results of the center that we need to look at. It's what it's doing for the community. So we're doing typically $20 to $30 million a year in economic impact. And then your last question was jobs. So we employ about 30 full-time and about 200 part-time. Again, when you think about what that creates for other organizations that we do business with, it's more in the neighborhood of 700. So a good example is you have a big convention come to town like NYSIT did a couple weeks ago, 2,000 delegates, 15 hotels. Just think about staffing for the properties. Airlines are busier. We're busier. Our vendors are busier. We're buying more food. We're buying more linens. We're renting more things. It really does have a larger impact to the community.
Thank you, sir. Could you also speak to, at a high level, the upcoming, I know we're early in the process, we just got a large award for the convention center, but what that will mean for the convention center, and at a very high level, what types of improvements can we expect?
Yeah, that's a great question. So this is unbelievably great news. This is something we had been working on for a number of years. If you recall, at one point we were trying to expand the center pre-pandemic, and obviously things have changed in that regard. But regardless, the building is now almost 40 years old, and although it's well managed, I'd like to think, and clean, it is pretty well dated. Most of these venues were built in the 70s and the 80s, and it's just that time when you have to decide whether you're going to continue to put money into these, keep them relevant, keep them competitive, and so we are blessed to know that the state is going to put upwards of $60 million into the center. The state built the building in 1985 for $40 million. So it's not unusual that these buildings will need this kind of infrastructure improvements. And it's a full modernization, so it's soup to nuts kind of thing. So it's not only boilers and AC units, it's the finishes, it's meeting spaces, carpet, wall covering, lighting, FF&E, all the things that are really important, obviously, to make a venue competitive. And I would also add that it gives a great opportunity to take some of the burden off the city of Rochester and council for continued CIP investments, because most of this we're going to address in this modernization program.
Thank you. And Commissioner Conce, I think I heard that he wants to stay a little longer.
I heard that too.
Okay.
You're breaking up.
I heard it as I heard it as well.
All right. So I do want to move to the Blue Cross Arena. I know that we have a new operator this year in terms of our agreement, and maybe at a very high level, we'll probably get into some of this in CIP too, but just some of the upcoming budget-related items that are expected, and what does the new agreement mean for the future of Blue Cross Arena from your perspective?
Can I just back up? Will you reintroduce yourself again?
Yes, absolutely. My name is Colin Holman. I'm with VenueWorks.
Thank you.
Also acknowledge H.R. Cook from VenueWorks Corporate, our regional vice presidents here. And the last 30 days, we've been in town with our contract with the city, and everything's been going very well. City has welcomed us. We've had a great relationship with Mr. Bryan and his staff there with the transitional period there. We're on final discussions and with contract extension with the Amherst to keep them in the city, to keep playing their hockey games at the Blue Cross Arena. We've had some great discussions with all of our collective bargaining agreements, all of our union groups, to continue those relationships at the Blue Cross Arena. And kind of now our main focus now is to increase programming and bring in more events. I think over the last 30 days we've added 4 to 5 shows. In the next couple of weeks we're going to announce 2 or 3 more events at the Blue Cross Arena for this year and into the first quarter of next year, and continue to bring more people, diverse events into the downtown area, into the arena. And you know, we're on great pace, and you know, it's kind of the summer of renewal and refreshing, and we're going to continue to clean up and look for new opportunities to grow those revenues and be good community partners.
Yes, thank you for that, and we're excited to have you. Welcome to Rochester as an official partner to the work that we're doing. I do want to ask, in terms of specifically to budget, what are some of the proposed, well, actually I'm going to ask the administration if they can schedule a work session between us and the Blue Cross Arena to talk about the future of the venue and opportunities that may arise, that we can further discuss what types of entertainment, what types of opportunities will be coming in the future.
Yep, duly noted, and I might suggest that we do that late summer, very early fall, just to give Colin and his team a little bit of time to get their sea legs under them, but certainly excited to have the opportunity to do that.
Thank you. Appreciate that. I'll yield the floor for now.
Great. Let me build on that for a second. In terms of, there's a significant amount of investment in Blue Cross in the CIP this year. And we'll talk about that later today, but I just want to ask for a reminder, maybe this is for you, Deputy Mayor Burns, or maybe it's for Brian or Commissioner Oconce. With the agreement with VenueWorks, there was a significant amount of capital being put into the building, but a decent amount of it was work that VenueWorks committed to doing to bring the building up to a place they wanted to operate. So can you help us understand who is responsible for what at this immediate phase?
So happy to put that in writing, just because I want to get it 100% right.
Okay, fine by me. An additional question in the Parks and Buildings section. I notice here that we are spending almost $300,000 on utilities and HVAC expenses for schools 20 and 29. Is this an indication that the schools were surrendered to us in deplorable condition? Unusable condition?
Not from the utility perspective. We have to keep the lights, the heat on, make sure the pipes don't freeze. So those are expenses we have to take over. But the one school does have some significant capital issues that we'll have to figure out what to do with.
Can you just give a high level of what the issues were?
Yeah, Brian can chime in. I know that the boilers were very much outdated. We made
I think the security cameras, we found that those worked efficiently, so we've been able to tap into those. But I think it's mainly the boilers that create sort of the HVAC issues. Brian?
Yeah, that's correct. Mostly it's outdated, old mechanical equipment, the boilers, HVAC units, things like that. So we have to keep those things running so that we keep the lights on, that keep the heat running, just as Suzanne said, so that pipes aren't freezing during the winter. So there's some additional money for those two schools in this year's budget to keep those two facilities running until they can be put up for sale through an RFP.
Thank you. So we have to spend $300,000 just to keep the buildings active so that we can eventually give them a different use.
Yeah, so I'm going to ask that we have the opportunity to put kind of a summary in writing with regard to both buildings to kind of, give you all an indication as to what costs have been incurred to, address interim measures while we reclaim the buildings, and then any costs incurred to get those ready so that they're in a saleable condition.
Yeah, I'd really appreciate that. I just want to, I know you all know this already, but obviously we are fairly blind to things like what the condition of the schools at 20 and 29 were. We have budget hearings with the school district. We are trying to get them to move and act on bus arm cameras. There's a whole lot of things that it feels like we're a little bit stuck. They have brand new leadership at the legislative level. They're about to have brand new leadership at the executive level. And we really need the tools to be able to push. But the idea that that school district, which is sitting on a $285 billion fund balance, is going to give us buildings that we have to spend $300,000 of our very tight budget, half the size of theirs, is something that I would like to be able to say to them in the budget hearing that we had with them a month ago. So the more information you can give us, the better. And hopefully we get to a point with the school district where we're really working in one accord with each other, especially on things like real estate.
Yeah, duly noted. One of those buildings recaptured at the end of March. The other just recaptured at the end of May. So, the condition assessment continues to evolve, but absolutely appreciate the request and the importance of having that in writing so that you've got a full picture on both.
Great, thank you. And just one last question for me, for at least for right now, is just related to parks and all the work that we're doing in terms of bringing parks, continuing to increase our services of parks. A couple years ago, we added increments. I just wanted to see where we are with that in terms of a staffing perspective.
Yeah, Star, I appreciate that question. Yeah, we added, was it 2 years ago? A year ago? 2 years ago. We added 4 full-time positions for the cemeteries and some seasonal positions also at the cemeteries. It took us a little bit to get up to speed, but we're there. Those positions are all filled. We also had some other positions over in our parks specifically, and we're filled on those also. So yes, it took us a little bit of time, but we've gotten there. And again, those are part-time, seasonal, and also full-time positions. But yes, we're there. I appreciate that.
That's great news. All right, everyone's going to get one more swing at some questions, and we're done. We'll take an hour break. So Councilmember Martin, and then Monroe, and then back to the end.
Yes. So when car accidents happen or someone is harmed, like a cyclist, someone walking, any of those instances, what role does DES play in analyzing maybe the causes, what happened, and maybe evaluating things like street design, speed limits to be able to address some of those issues we're seeing?
For significant accidents, and certainly with fatalities, the first thing that happens is the Monroe County, as our traffic engineers, does an evaluation. So they look at all the conditions, they get the police report, and then they come back with a letter of any potential recommendations for modifications.
That's helpful. Is that document or that report available to council? Could we review it and analyze it?
I need to get back to you on that. Some of those documents take a while to get here. Some of them are in draft form. So we would just need to work with our law department on what we can disseminate publicly and what needs to be qualified in some other way.
Absolutely. So So while that's happening, do you have maybe some aggregate data of the areas where fatal or significant accidents have happened, outcomes, what's been done, just a large overview, and you could of course send that in writing.
Absolutely. We've done a lot of studies around that. A lot of that is where our active transportation plan and Vision Zero is focused, is on a lot of those studies and the data behind that. So we can put a summary together for you and some links to some of those studies.
That would be so incredible. And with street design and implementing changes around safety, how many staffers are responsible for doing that?
In DES A&E alone, I mean, we have over 60 individuals, but so much of what we do is interconnected throughout the whole department. Whether it's landscape architecture and what they do on our right-of-way, our transportation planners, our street design folks, certainly working with operations. It's tremendously interconnected. But we're all very on board with making improvements and modernizing our entire right-of-way with a whole new line of thinking of who uses it and how to make it the best it can be.
Amazing, thank you. And last thing, I saw that there were now separated bike lanes on Main Street. I just want to congratulate you all. That's a huge change that will protect bikers, pedestrians, and I hope to see more of that in the city, but that's a huge undertaking, and you all have done an incredible job there.
Thank you.
Councilor Monroe.
I was wondering if there is a plan or a process by which to get more pedestrian lighting on some of the residential streets. I've certainly noticed in my district that there are areas where they just have the large headlights and they don't have a good level of the pedestrian lighting. I wasn't sure if that's in a regular plan like we do the streets.
That very much would be focused on a street-by-street basis request. Every single street is evaluated separately. There might be upcoming projects related to that. As we upgrade all of our lighting to LED, in some locations we're putting in new poles and fixtures and LED lighting. In other locations we're only doing the heads right now. So if there's specific locations you'd like us to look at, we would be happy to do so. If you could submit that in writing, we'll get all over it.
Yes, actually, I had a great meeting with the commissioner, and he is working on that. I just, at that time, I didn't ask if there was all the methods of how that happens. So I think I've got it covered. Thank you. The other question I have is about forestry and trees. How I know we're on track to get that additional 6,000 trees and do some more tree equity in our neighborhoods. What is our success rate for, and how do we measure it? How far in for the majority of the trees are we able to see their, the success rate of taking and being able to survive?
So we are into the third year of the initiative. We have 4,000 trees planted out of the 6,000. We are currently working on the 5,000 trees this spring, with the last 1,000 trees going in this coming fall. So we will be complete by the end of 2025. With that project, forestry will have some staff and some interns to go out and look at that first year of plantings to see the survivability rate of those trees, and we have some plans to replace anything that didn't quite make it. There's always, in any tree planting replacement program, there's always some bit of mortality along with any tree planting program. So we'll be evaluating that, and we can share some numbers once we have them.
And could you comment on gator bags and how residents near the trees, how they can help in caring for newly planted trees?
Yeah, at least with our in-house tree planting that we do, we put gator bags. And for those who don't know what a tree gator bag is, it's a bag that goes around the base of a tree that is filled with water and slowly irrigates that tree over time. So we have a water truck that we go out with our staff that fills those, but homeowners are encouraged to fill those up as needed. When we do our tree planting in front of a resident's house, we leave a little door hanger with some basic tree care instructions on it, with those watering instructions.
And just so people can know, how do you go about requesting a tree?
Very easy. Just call 311, provide your address. Our forestry staff would be happy to work with a resident on selecting an appropriate type of tree for in front of their house.
Thanks. And I just want to put another plug in for trees that, the National Arbor Day Foundation does have information about the fact that, having trees is something that increases the real estate value of your homes. I mean, on top of obviously the environmental pieces, but keeping homes cooler as well in the summer. I think it's a tremendous investment, and another thing that makes Rochester stand out. Most cities don't have the beautiful canopy we have, so thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Vice President Harris.
Yes, I'd like to go back to a little bit about operations. I noticed every year leaf pickup is in the 19th Ward first, or in the South District first. And I was wondering if you guys can consider rotating that, because just a consideration.
Yeah, absolutely. We can. And generally we come to you first, and then we hopefully try to get back if the weather permits. But I understand the request, because sometimes the leaves are not all down at that time.
Absolutely.
Right? I understand.
We have very large trees in our district.
Understood.
And then my other question is, I was looking through the book and didn't notice the Plex Park project in here. Is it in the CIP, or can you kind of direct me where would that be reflected in this budget, or if it's not reflected?
Yeah, I'll start. So we're actually doing the site we're doing the site remediation at this point. For the actual construction, we haven't proposed, I think, in an out year in the CIP. It may not be shown in the CIP, but I think that's,
So we're finishing up the site work, which was the initial project.
Okay.
So I'm pleased to say we actually just paved the trails that go with that, and we're starting to look at putting in our furnishings, some benches and that. And we're continuing to pursue funding for the next phases.
Okay, so we're just finishing up the first phase.
Yep. Correct.
So we'll just be working on funding. So the first phase, what is the estimated time when that will be completed?
We are pretty much almost done.
Good. That's great. That's great.
So just within the next few months, really just, doing little things at the end here to clean it all up.
Yeah.
So could you put it in the CIP so we can make sure we kind of get funding, or is that just not the process?
Yeah.
What's the process?
We will. Something we would certainly look at. We're looking at any grant opportunities to help us move forward. So I think I would want to put it as potential New York State if we're looking to try to see if we can use the CFA process to identify funding for that.
I just don't want us to lose sight of it.
Understood.
Okay.
No, we won't.
All right. Thank you. That concludes. Thank you.
Councilmember Lightfoot.
Thank you, Chairman Gruber. And just a couple of quick, want to go back to Executive Director Brown from the Convention Center and/or our commissioner here. We've heard a lot about the importance of the Riverside Hotel in regards to the overall success of the Convention Center and future success of it. In past, we've had more understanding kind of what that looked like. Can I get in writing of where or can we get in writing of where are we in conjunction of development with that particular space, and what is the plan? Because it seems like it's changed over time.
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, I'll answer that. Happy to provide in writing.
Yeah. Thank you. And then part two is, I think I heard you say, Commissioner, that there were positions that were filled in the cemetery.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm so glad to hear that, and just it brought me to my remembrance of, in my other hat that I wear as pastor. Unfortunately, I have to do a lot of, or been doing a lot of funerals, and I was recently at Riverside, that's the one on Lake Avenue, correct? Riverside,
yes.
Riverside Cemetery, and be honest with you, it was kind of embarrassing, the condition of watching this family have to try to remove the body out of the hearse to the spot where they were put the plot at because of the mud. It was a rainy day, and you know, of course, people coming from church are wearing hard bottom shoes, and you know, and I was so prayerful that nobody got. It was very unsafe. Situation. Matter of fact, the family, half the family couldn't even view the ceremony because they couldn't make it through the mud. And I just want us to be cognizant of, you know, safety should be primary concern in any of our facilities, especially, you know, knowing that, you know, this is like, these situations are scheduled, so it's not like they didn't know that they were going to have these families coming out there this day to bury their loved ones. And for us, you know, and of course, people knowing I'm a council member, they looking at me like, why is this like this? You know what I'm saying? And then I'm officiating the service on top of it, right? So, you know, I just wanted to draw our attention to the condition of, and I haven't seen this in my Hope, but Riverside, where they're doing a lot of the plots, it's very undeveloped, and especially on like a rainy day. And this was a very rainy day, and some rocks, something should have been put down to allow it to be safe. So I'm glad to hear that you got more staff in there, and I would offer consideration to look at Riverside's condition of its area, because it was very unsafe.
Yeah, I appreciate you making me aware. That's very unfortunate. I apologize for that.
Councilor Lupien?
I'd like these in writing, and an update on our efforts to replace lead lines. You know, what we've done, what's left. The same with the LED streetlights and our bike lane plan, as well as in addition to Councilmember Lightfoot's request for what are the current plans for the convention center, how much money have we allocated versus spent, and how much more remains, and the same for the Blue Cross Arena.
Will do.
And the aqueduct.
Oh. Will do.
President Melendez?
Yes, just a comment. I want to thank everyone. First, thank everyone on the team for your time today and answering our questions. But then, specifically, since we didn't dive too deep into water, just say that we have the best drinking water, not only in the state, maybe in the country. We have a robust system. All of council have had an opportunity to tour Hemlock Lake and see the various systems that we use. And I just want to appreciate the fact that, you know, while other cities continue to have issues with their water lines, and, you know, certainly we have our own challenges here and there, but we are really ahead of the game in terms of our systems and keeping healthy, clean water here for our residents, and we appreciate all of the work of the Water Bureau. Thank you.
Appreciate that, Council President. We definitely do a PSA with you, because you're certainly a champion of DES. And I do really want to give kudos to Dave Rowley, our Director of Water, Nick. I know there's not a lot of questions on that, but we really do take pride in our water and our infrastructure and the tremendous work that we invite you to come back down to Hemlock. This time we won't get you stuck on the boat. We promise, promise. But, you know, the work the folks do down there, it is tremendous. And I you know, we're doing a summer cookout later on this summer. We invite you for that. We really take pride in the infrastructure we have in our water system. I know the public sees the water main breaks and whatnot, but if you knew the amount of investment and time our staff put into it, it is tremendous. We have very old pipes. We know that, but we're working towards, you know, replacement, and it's credit to the administration, OMB, to give us that funding, and we keep plugging away as we can. So thank you for that.
No further questions? Okay, I got a couple to close with. I'll make them fairly quick. Number one, I'm okay with a yes or no here. Are we continuing to fluoridate our water at the same rate that we always have?
Nick, I'll let Nick
Nick nodded his head, but I'll take
yes, we are continuing to fluoridate water at the recommended levels of New York State.
That's great. People should know that There are major issues with fluoridation, not just in Florida, which banned it, but in Albany and Buffalo. And the fact that we have been doing it the right way for a long time is very important. I'll also say on water, I mentioned this to Commissioner Okanse months ago, but there is a tap water taste competition, a national one. We do it locally, and everyone knows our water tastes good, but we should be putting money in a budget in the coming years to send some people to compete in the national tap water contest. A couple other things. Just want to understand where we are with the reservoir, with the LT2 study in terms of a timeline of when the current study is going to be completed.
We can speak a little bit to that. Nick, go ahead. We'll get you more information in writing too.
Will it be completed this year, I guess, is the question I want to know.
So later on this summer and fall, we will be having some public advisory committee meetings as well as public input sessions. In the meetings in the fall, we plan on presenting the alternatives that have passed through our feasibility analysis and present those to the public. So that will be the initial stage. Once we review that with the public, we would then make a final determination and set a schedule for construction, but ultimately we will be in compliance by 2035.
Got it. I will be a broken record on this. I will continue to ask that council members, the council as a body is included in conversations with the consultants, and I would recommend that prior to going out to the public to share the results of the study, that there's a work session with council. This is going to be, regardless of what the decision is, it is going to be a very big deal, and it's important for us to all be on the same page.
Absolutely.
Final two questions related to budget. One, in equipment services, there's a pretty significant projection of fuel decrease. What's the, which is great, but what's the reason for that?
Yeah. And I'll start, and Scott, you can certainly chime in. You know, we have a data analyst in our equipment services that it calculates and looks at trends, and we based on the trends that we're seeing, we did a projection to reduce we did that the current year budget, and we're right on line with what we projected. So I think there was an opportunity here to, as an efficiency measure, to reduce it. So that's really what you're seeing there.
Okay,
yeah.
So this is just in line with actuals, basically.
Fuel prices are down, and that translates into less sales tax as well.
Great. And then the other budget question is, there is a decrease in refuse code enforcement by $100,000. I'm just curious, and this based on Karen's reaction, that may be a budgetary thing and not a programmatic thing. But that's on page 30 in the revenues. I'm just wondering what generated that.
So it is based on more education and actual cost.
Okay, I love the concept, Director St. Aubin. I would argue that we still have a lot of people who do a lot of dumping, and I'm not particularly interested in. I'll say not a negative. I want us to make sure that we are finding people who are using public spaces as dumpsters, and we see that happening all the time. And I'd very much like to make sure that we are not decreasing our refuse code enforcement work. If education is leading to less fines, great, but just wanted to make that point. Anything you wanted to add on that, Director St. Aubin?
I agree.
Okay. We are going to break for lunch and be back at 1:20. Okay, we're gonna get started in just about a minute. You can get situated though. So if any council members are here and listening, feel free to join and take your seats. So we have the next about 2 hours. I'll tell council members now, if we go past 3:30, all we got is ourselves afterwards. We can let the whole administration go, not hold them up for the weekend, and do our own council and clerk. Hazel, sorry, we're going to have to hold you too. but everyone else will get a chance to go. But hopefully we'll finish this at 3:30. And obviously there'll be lots and lots of follow-ups between council and the administration in advance of our council meeting. I should say that for the record too. We have, for those of you listening at home, we have our official council meeting on the night of June 17th, when we'll vote on the budget, and we have public hearings for both this budget and the school RCSD budget the night of June 12th, and all that will be forthcoming on our social media as well. Mayor, do you have any introductory remarks to the capital improvement plan?
Other than to say that, we had to pare this back a little bit because of some financial items, and always putting this together is a lot of work and prioritization. But we look forward to having conversations as it relates to this. But I think that this is one of the most important things that council does every year in addition to the budget, because oftentimes what you hear, people who might sometimes miss the capital improvement plan, they aren't aware that we're making these investments when we vote on the budget. And then halfway through the year, they're saying, oh, we should do, or we should, and they don't realize that we did it as part of the capital improvement plan. So I really do appreciate the council members that take the time to go through each and every one of the things related to the capital improvement plan, because it really sets us on a trajectory for years to come, and it allows you to know exactly what's happening, not just this year, but throughout out years as well. So
correct.
The time you put on this. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you to your whole team for putting this together. I'd also just make a note that not only does the capital improvement plan tell us a lot about what we're going to be doing for the upcoming year, there also seems to be a number of misunderstandings about how capital dollars work. And I think it's worth noting to folks that a lot of the dollars in our CIP budget are dollars that we actually borrow for, and we only have the ability to borrow money for specific set purposes, and that's really a large portion of what you're going to find in the capital improvement project budget. Not all forms of funding allow us to do the same things, so it's important for us all as a council and for the community to understand what is included in CIP, what it means, how it works, and we'll do our best over the course of the next couple of hours here in going through that. I will also note, and Suzanne, maybe I'll just start with you. Just this, so the CIP budget book looks different this year, and I assume that's an Open Gov functionality.
Correct. It looks similar to what the past 2 years are. There is a new section this year that is the major projects in need of funding.
Love it. It's a great section.
Oh, good.
I just wanted to ask, is this how we see this book? Is this how people accessing the budget online see it as well?
That's correct.
Okay.
But in addition, online, there's a map that you can see the projects mapped out as well.
Perfect. So I really like the section at the beginning of the budget, so I would instruct council to look at starting at page 24. This is a description of major projects that are not in the CIP that we recognize are important, or maybe some of them are in out years. Is that right?
There may be pieces, but I think what we heard from you last year during the council meeting, especially council president, was you were concerned about large projects that we may have removed from the CIP only because we could not afford them. Yes. We could not afford to keep them and fund them with city dollars. And understanding that some of these larger projects could ultimately consume an entire year of cash capital and or debt together, based on the city's policy on not borrowing any more than we repay back in one particular year. So we decided, how about we do this section where we're indicating these larger projects. We know we maybe can't fund them on our own. They are things that we want. A lot of them mirror projects that are located in the county, city, joint New York State request booklet. And I'm happy to say, as we talked about during the DES hearing, that one of these projects was funded this year. So hopefully we can maybe just whittle these away 1 year at a time.
Right. Yeah, it's a very, very helpful section. So I'm not going to hold part of this hearing for these sections because they're in fact not things that are in the budget. But if people want to come back and ask questions about them, they're welcome to. This is on page 24 all the way through 33. So we're going to start on page 34 with the first section, which is arts and culture. And I will open it up to council members for any questions they have about arts and culture. We did have, because this is the shortest section, I'll just say we did have an opportunity to hear from Director Kevin Kelly 2 days ago now, Director of Planning, about the percent for the arts, which is really the entirety of this CIP portion of the public arts section. Kevin, is there anything you want to add that you didn't get to say the other day?
Nothing to add, but happy to answer any specific questions.
President Melendez.
Just one question. I see that the standard appears to be 271,000, but this year we have a reduction of 60,000. And is there a reason for that specific to this year?
So if you read the paragraph above where the amount is mentioned, it indicates what the total amount is dedicated to percent for arts. So based on that amount, which is $311,000, that means we put $211,000 in cash capital. The remaining $100,000 is in the operating budget in the planning portion of the mayor's office.
Got it. Thank you so much.
Any further questions on arts and culture? Okay, we'll move on to economic development, which is page 36 through 43. And rather than going page by page, I'll just ask folks to keep their questions anywhere from those pages and just call out what you're asking questions about. President Melendez.
Yes, I'm on page 37, downtown development, DRI. Looks like we have allocations for this year and then specifically in implementation next year. Have we heard from the state that we are receiving all of the dollars that are supplemental to this, or where are we in that process?
Holly, did you want to speak to that?
So DES and MBD are working with ESD to explore other potential funding opportunities to make the project whole, and continuing to have conversations. So we have nothing concrete to report at this time, but continue to promote it as a very important initiative.
And for, I guess for clarification's sake too, so there's, I know we already had one set of DRI funds that came for the Main and Clinton section of the community downtown. This would really be closer to State Street. Is that accurate? West side of downtown. Thank you.
Vice President Harris.
Thank you. Can you provide an explanation? How does these investments lead to potential job opportunities for our residents?
Not only do they create construction jobs related to the project itself, but anticipating that things such as downtown development, you're looking at new shops opening, potential restaurants, giving jobs, important things like what happened with the commissary. Purchasing leads to more sales tax dollars, more hotel investment, as we talked about earlier today, investment in the convention center, driving those people into downtown, more parking dollars.
Are you guys able to give us an estimated economic impact that it would be based on the revitalization? Have you guys already mapped that out, and can you share that with us?
I believe DES uses a formula for the majority of the construction projects as to what that creates in terms of jobs. It's a huge formula. Based on what's going on in the economy at any given time. I don't know if I could give you an answer that would entirely be accurate. We can make some guesses.
An estimation would be fine. If
Okay.
you put that in writing, I
Okay.
appreciate that.
Sure.
And even the formula.
Okay.
That'd be great.
Okay.
Thank you. I think that I know that at least for my district, we are definitely interested in the vacuum oil refinery cleanup in the West Wall River brownfield opportunity. If you could just go over that high level, that'd be great.
DES, can you?
Sure, thank you. I can talk about the vacuum oil cleanup aspect of it. So as we mentioned earlier, we completed investigation work there. We anticipate beginning the remediation work at the vacuum oil site later this summer. We're pleased that we were able to enter into an agreement with ExxonMobil for them to actually fund the cleanup. So they'll be paying for the cleanup, which is particularly important as they're the responsible party for the contamination. So we'll be working closely with them and also with the New York State DEC on that project.
I thought, if I'm not mistaken, I thought I saw like a bridge. There's a bridge that's there. Can you talk more about that work that's coming? Or actually, okay, maybe I'm looking at something different. I'll come back to that question later then.
Okay, I'm going to turn us to page 40. The homebuyer assistance program is zeroed out for this year. I presume that's because we're already sitting on some other dollars. We don't tend to zero these out. Can you give a sense of what we have available?
Yes, I'd be happy to. You're absolutely correct. We have a balance that's been built up due to the challenges in the housing market. I believe we have roughly a balance of around $270,000 available, which is more than enough to get us through the coming fiscal year.
And do we still require an inspection for anyone who uses that program?
Yes, we're required to do so.
We're required by whom?
The funds come through. So our overall program, because remember that these funds supplement our home dollars for home buyer assistance, and so we have HUD requirements that we have to meet.
Does anyone get their home inspected anymore when they're buying a home? I don't think the market allows for that, so I'm wondering if these dollars are even are getting spent at all given that requirement. Could we at least do a little bit of research to understand how other cities who maybe are using similar kind of programs through the same pots of money are maybe getting around that requirement?
Yeah, absolutely. We'll work with our housing division to look at what we're doing today and provide an update on peer cities as well.
Thanks, I appreciate that. And then the roof rehab program, we have seen increase in 25-26 versus the out years. Is that because of maybe a surplus of ARPA dollars that we're spending there, or what's the rationale there? Page 40, 25-26 has 700,000 every other year. After that has about 500.
Yeah. We still do have active ARPA contracts, but those were all projects that would have been encumbered by December 31st. The department actually asked for more money in this allocation, and we cut it back. I think it was from 1.4 million down to 700,000. We felt it was important to fund this.
Got it. So this is in addition to the ARPA dollars that are funding roof repair.
Correct.
And just a question for Commissioner Miller, Deputy Commissioner Frisch. I know one of the bottlenecks to roof repairs has just been about finding vendors and contractors to do the work. Is that concern still the same, or has there been any daylight there?
It is still a concern. It is something that we continue to work with, keeping in mind two things: the limited number of contractors and the fact that much of this work is weather dependent. So we have a limited season that we can do the work, and also a limited number of contractors.
But given the fact that we have some ARPA dollars to spend down on roof repair and the $700,000, you're confident that that these dollars will get spent this year?
Yeah. Yes. The money is encumbered. It has to be spent by the end of 26. So that's our deadline.
Great. And my last question on this section, then I'll look to other folks if they have any further ones, is just about the Market View Heights revitalization plan. Any big picture information about that would be helpful. I'm also curious why this first year is funded by debt and then moving forward as cash capital. This is page 42.
As an update on the first part of your question,
sure.
An update on the Market View Heights plan implementation. As you may recall, in 2023, there was an amendment to redirect this to focus on affordable home ownership. We're focusing on one particular block in the neighborhood, the block of Lewis Street, where we are in the process of acquiring properties and ultimately doing a demolition resulting in a new single-family affordable homeownership project on Lewis Street. So that is in the works. We're engaged with a consultant who is assisting us with that process. The funds that are identified that have been previously approved are going towards that project, and then funds that are or towards the acquisition of properties, and then funds that are identified over the course of this CIP will continue to invest in that initiative.
And is this a project that would be similar to the Cities by the Block program, or similar to the First Genesis program in terms of having a third party do the work?
That I think remains to be seen, but I would imagine that we would seek a partner through a competitive process.
And do you expect that to happen this year? The competitive, like figuring out who's going to do the work?
Not at this point. We still have to get through the acquisition
Got it.
component.
Okay. Further questions from folks on economic development? Councilmember Monroe?
If I could just get an average of the cost to demolish a house, you know, your basic residential house, not any of the large buildings.
Yes, the average currently for a regular garden variety residential home is about $35,000 to demolish.
And that's from start to finish, filling in and putting in the grass and everything else?
Yes, demolition of the property, all of the materials being collected, they have to be trucked to a landfill, and then the remaining hole is filled, and we plant grass and put bollards up in front of it.
I think that was one question I had forgotten to ask when NVD was in front of us, and a lot of the questions have been answered. Could we talk a little bit about the Edgerton Rec Center and what we think going forward, how we can get that funding? I know it's not in there anymore.
Yes, that's in the major projects in need of funding. Very large cost associated with that facility. I know we talked about it, I think, during the Recreation and Human Services hearing. I don't know if the city engineer can add any information about the needs related to that building and why it would be so expensive.
Sure, I can speak a little to that. It's a very large building, and of course it is historic in nature. And with renovations, especially on a building as antiquated as that, once you start touching it, you have to bring the whole thing up to current New York State building codes. So in that challenge, we do see exponential increases in costs related to all the different building systems that are touched. Another part of that large initiative is also looking at the site around the building itself and the highest and best uses of the site for all of the current needs that everyone has.
And I know that site also part of the Parks Master Plan, so I look forward to when all of that gets to be able to be done. Thanks.
All right. Well, before we get to equipment and technology, I think obviously there's a number of significant reductions from previous years in this section, in part because of the uncertainty of the federal budget, the need to offer a balanced budget. But I guess, Mayor, I'm curious from your perspective, if there was a magic wand and dollars did come back to us, is there a particular location within the economic development bucket you'd put it into?
I would say, any of the things that I always prioritize these things by whenever I get the request and I look at the departments. Must do, should do, and like nice to do. So I would say, any of the should or nice to do things that we have proposed that we can't do because of the uncertainty, I would say we would go back and look, we would go back and look at that. One of the other things that we will continue to do overall, though, is to look for state funding outside of the budget process, in particular capital dollars that come from the state. We were able to do that with the convention center. We were able to do that with the DRI. We were able to do that with the Rochester Revitalization Partnership, and we're also able to do that with even some of the other grants and member items that individual legislators have. So that's kind of our approach to this, being that we know that, as you said earlier, with a lot of this stuff, we don't have the dollars for it, and we've been able to get outside sources. The convention center is a prime example of that, and although it didn't flow through us, I think Red Wing Stadium, from the county perspective, they were able to do that. The zoo on the county side, so we'll continue to try to look for outside capital dollars to be able to supplement what we weren't able to do here. So stay tuned for that, and I think that this is why I think this year the capital budget, and I'm glad you guys are paying attention to this and we're going through it. It's important every year, but I think it's more important this year than ever before, because we're going to have to look through here to say we had to make some hard choices here, but there's still a lot of things that we want to be able to do that we couldn't do but still want to do them. So how do we do a lot of this off budget? So you'll see us working very hard off budget to try to look for other sources for some of these dollars. I mean, the convention center is a prime example. There's no way we could have afforded that, right? We just couldn't do it. But we were able to go to another entity to help us with that. And that's going to be needed a lot. And even for some of the equipment type purchases. So we have member items that will be coming in from the federal level as well as the state level. We'll be working with our lobbyists and our chief of staff coordinating. Well, we'll even be asking for equipment that might not be in here that we'll ask for, and obviously that will come to council to accept the approval of it, that we couldn't get into this. So that's why our lobbying efforts, they're always important. They've paid off the last 2 years, but this year they're really, really going to be important for us.
You think they'll actually be federal member items?
Well, we've already put in some requests. The question is, it remains to be seen. I think we have to see what happens with this budget that's going to happen. Obviously, if you look at the current skinny budget that was released, which they say is just a starting point, probably not, right? But Congress, like City Council, holds the power of the purse. So we'll have to see what our legislators in Washington, D.C. decide to do. Because we have gotten some good member items in the past. That's what helped pay for our workforce development ban that we just launched, that Lachey Harris is so happy about, right? That's what helped pay for a lot of the police equipment that we got. Those were federal dollars that we were able to secure. Granted, it was a different landscape when we got those. But again, if Congress decides that that's something they still want to do, we already have our list of things that we're going to ask for. And some of them obviously are not in here, or it could be things that are in here that we don't want to have to bond for and save taxpayers money.
Got it.
From the bonding perspective.
Okay, let's move on to business equipment, starting on page 45. I'll start by just asking a little bit about the the Esports Gaming Lounge, and I'm particularly curious as to, Mayor, I know this has been something you're very interested in for a while. You don't need to explain your interests and your love of esports to me, but I am curious why Jackson, our center of all locations for it.
Just because I think North Clinton Avenue is a place where we always want to try to provide opportunity. There's a lot of, and I'll let Dr. Green weigh in as well, but there's just been a lot of great programming that we've had at Jackson, in addition to the boxing program and other things that we have there. So, and that's also where we hosted all of our esports tournaments that we have. So it has kind of been the destination for, so the Mayor's Madden tournament has been hosted there the last couple of years. Our Tekken tournament, any of these things for any of you guys that like gaming. Don't know if you do or not, but I do. So all those tournaments have kind of been at Jackson. So Jackson has kind of been a destination for a place for our gaming activities. Dr. Green, I don't know if there's anything else you want to add about Jackson and our logic and reasoning behind having our first esports at Jackson.
Good afternoon, council members. The other piece to add to what Mayor Evans has said is you need a certain amount of space to create the e-gaming lounge. And so on the second floor of Jackson was a large amount of space that we can use to set up that esports lounge.
So it'll be in that upstairs kind of bigger,
that whole left side, which used to be where Attain Lab and there was an art room.
Yes.
So that whole side will be where we are.
Okay. Well, I wish you luck in your Tekken competition, Mayor.
Madden, I can get him on. Tekken is a little harder, and college football is even harder.
I wish you luck on both of them, and I wish the young people much joy in playing them. Any other question? Well, any questions on business equipment?
Just a comment,
President.
All right, Mayor, I challenge you to a Madden game.
All right. Now you get your chance. We're gonna have one. But I will say, in all seriousness, the reason why we are doing this esports thing and why it's a priority, if anyone asks, is that it actually goes beyond fun and games. There's a team over that what's our team name over at the library? I forgot their name, but we actually have a team, and we have folks that have actually monetized them winning esports. So it's really a serious thing. We have actually the world Mario Kart champion is from Rochester, and he goes to the downtown library. So it is fun and games, but it also is a way that can be monetized and a way to teach kids a bunch of different skills. So it's more than just fun. It is, but it's also actually something that young people and all people can use as a way to not only make money but also gain other valuable skills.
Understood. I have additional questions on business equipment, but I want to give other people a chance. Anyone? Okay, I will turn to page 47 then. We talked a little bit in finance yesterday or 2 days ago, whenever it was, about parking meters. So we have $243,000 in parking meters projected each of the next 5 years, and I'm just curious. Who am I looking? Am I looking for? I see Sarah back there. I don't see Director Jones. So Sarah, I'll direct this question to you, I suppose. So 243 the annual amount of money that we need in order to? Is this annual maintenance, or is this getting our entire network of parking meters to where we want it to be? So by the end of this 5-year cycle of putting in this amount of money, every meter will be the new good flow bird meter that we like best.
Correct.
Okay, and roughly how many meters does the 243 buy us every year?
I'll have to get back to you on that one.
Okay, please do. We'll follow up in writing on that. My next question is also for finance. So maybe someone might have to get back to me on this, but pretty significant investment here in the traffic violation case management system. Just want to know what we're buying. What are we getting? Why is it? Tell me why it's worth it. Yes, if you'd like to, whoever would like to answer it, you're welcome to find a microphone.
Hi, I'm Shannon Jackson, Assistant Executive Director of Rochester Traffic. Dr. Leslie is out today. We're doing this for our Infor for the case management system. We're currently working on a 32-bit system, and we don't know how much longer Microsoft will provide services or IT for the city for this program. They're now working on a 64-bit. Everything we do with this program is currently manually, so we're trying to get into Infor so that we can move along and be on the same resources as the city of Rochester.
Got it. That makes a lot of sense. Thank you. Thank you for stepping in for that. Can I just ask our IT director, Ms. Fisher, would you mind sharing, is there we talked a little bit yesterday about the kind of role of IT in these projects. Is that something that your team has already gotten involved in to make sure that we are being connective and et cetera?
So we're not involved in this particular project. It's being managed by the PMO. And so I'm not sure right now as far as roles and responsibilities for system administration support. I don't know if Kareem, you want to take that?
Oh, hi. I didn't see you back there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in regards to timeline, because this is probably something you're thinking of, this project will start early this coming fiscal year. So anywhere between July and August, we will kick off that project. Currently, we're reviewing the scope of work with the vendor. We have a selected vendor who's already implementing other Infor projects, project implementations for us. And so far, all look promising that we're on track to start the project and kick off according to the timeline I mentioned. Whether IT is involved or not, IT resources usually are involved to review the scope of work, make sure that we're considering all our IT policies before we kick off the project with the vendor. That's a typical process on every project. So we'll have members of IT join us in the coming weeks to review the scope of work, review the architecture, and make sure that everything is going according to our policies.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Just back to the where you were asking about IT's involvement, I assume, Council Member, you were talking about once it's live as far as our system administration support. So all of that will be defined during the project. So if they don't have someone in traffic violations to support the system going forward, then IT would step in.
Got it. Thank you. Two final notes on that. First, anyone who needs to talk, you're welcome to use the podium if there's no microphone made readily available. And second, is it fair to say that the reason why we're investing a substantial amount of money in this particular software solution in a tough year for capital is because this technology is on its way out the door, and if we don't do it now, we may be in some big trouble?
Correct.
Okay.
And it generates revenue.
Right. Okay. Any further questions on equipment and technology from folks? All right, then we're going to hop over to facilities. Facility starts at page 55 and stretches through stretches through 76. So I will turn it over to whoever would like to ask a question. Or while people get situated, I'll just reiterate, Deputy Mayor Burns, we talked a little bit in the last section, DES, about the investments at Blue Cross, and you talked about getting me an answer in writing, which is totally fine. I just want to note that in the budget book, it referenced a particular dollar amount for a subsidy for Blue Cross operating. What I'd appreciate just kind of understanding how that tracks to previous years, out years, et cetera, or projections for future years, et cetera.
I think if you go back to the operating budget, the actual property tax subsidy to the Blue Cross Arena, the War Memorial Fund, is the same year over year. But if you look at and we'll get back to you in writing on this, the individual detail behind the revenue and the expense. So we're anticipating that revenue will increase with the addition of new activities.
Right.
But we are considering the fact that there may be a financial subsidy needed in year one till we get to where we're breaking even or potentially even making money.
Yeah, I don't have it open, but if I recall, it was about 420,000. So just seeing kind of how where that comes from,
okay,
and if it's projected to be a one-time thing as things get situated and the construction is done, I'm happy to believe that. I just want to kind of see where it comes from.
Yes.
President Melendez, facilities.
Yes, thank you. So lots happening here out front at City Hall. I was a little disappointed to see the trees go, but I understand that there were some challenges. Could you give us a sense, though, of what are the ADA improvements that are going to be happening throughout City Hall, as well as the plan for the greenery around City Hall once the construction project is completed?
Sure, I can speak on that. Yeah, we are right in the middle of construction. It's pretty exciting. I have good news to report that we're putting in a whole bunch of new trees, a combination of serviceberry trees and honey locusts. We're also putting in our planting areas again. So you'll see them, not only what was there, but also something new and improved. And then all of the sidewalks will be fully ADA compliant, no more rocky rides for folks, nice smooth pedestrian way. And then within the building itself, we've already done a lot of ADA improvements recently, mostly around accessibility when it comes to the doors. So on all floors, many of the floors in the A building in particular, second, third, and fourth floor, we've been adding operators and actuators and mounted switch boxes so that doors open automatically. That's been a real big initiative this year in partnership with our building services department, and just doing some additional upgrades around the link area in terms of security and ADA access there as well.
Great, thank you. One of the changes that has been made over the years at City Hall here is some of the lifts at the handicap accessible doors. When you push the button, kind of opens a lot slower than it used to. So I would just wonder, is that something we're also looking at, is changing any of those out? It's not a real big issue. I just wondered if we're looking at those types of ADA compliant things as well.
Just for a question of clarity, for the elevators?
Sorry, not elevators, the automatic openers.
Oh, okay. Well, we have just installed many of them, so we can revisit that, especially if there's particular issues with certain locations.
Thank you.
Yes.
In addition to that, for the convention center, I see that we have furniture in the convention center. Generally speaking, could you speak to the life expectancy of furniture when we do that for the convention center?
Sure. So a lot of the furniture that you see in there is over 40 years old. Most furniture, typically the life expectancy is 10 to 15 years. So I will give compliments to the convention center for taking very good care of their...
Yeah, and here's a piece of trivia. The tables that you eat on at the convention center, those were there when the convention center first opened.
Yes.
Still there. Those tables that you eat on, those were there when the convention...
Technically antiques.
They are technically. And I'll add that the Jacob Javits Center, which opened at the same time as the convention center, has gotten state funds probably every other year since they've been open. Hence why our funding to the convention center was so important. But again, I won't get on my soapbox about the disparities that Rochester get. But that's an example of how we've been treated like, they used to say redheaded stepchild. But I don't know what you say now, but how we've been treated as a city.
Great. One final question for now, related to parking garages. Any of the parking garages that we are considering improvements for, are they potentially up for future sale?
I would say we're focused on the ones that we plan to keep.
Thank you.
So, question about the convention center. This budget was completed before we got word of that 60 million, and right now there's the 800,000 for elevator and furniture, is that going to be inclusive in the 60 million, or we're expected to still spend that ourselves?
So for the elevators, given the trajectory it'll take to actually design and build the larger renovation, the elevators are a more urgent situation that'll need to be rectified to keep everything operating. When it comes to things like furniture and other amenities, we look forward to working with our partners on the scope there and looking at that larger renovation to include much of the CIP work.
Okay. Vice President Harris.
Thank you. Just like to take you to the transportation infrastructure, and just want to talk a little bit about, what's the plan for the bridges and structures, and how does that relate to any funding that we maybe have challenges with.
We'll get to transportation later on. What page are you on here?
Oh, I was on 98, but we're still on.
We're on facilities still.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, then I'll revert to my public safety questions. I have a question about the public safety building. If you could also give me a breakdown about the floor replacement plan for the lobby floor.
Sure, we're entering into design for that now. It will be done in phases to be sure that the building remains in full use and is fully accessible.
So will you be shutting down the full lobby to get that done, or how will that work?
No, that's probably the most difficult part of the design, is how do we keep that really critical entrance open and operational. So we will be doing it in phases.
Got it. Thank you. So, and then I also noticed in here, and this is actually a couple of questions. I see that you have facilities in the police department. You have different locations. I see the K-9 tactical unit building renovation and the storage building. Are those two different buildings? Can you go into details of, what those renovations mean?
Sure. So Child Street is where they're housed currently. That's another one of our favorite historic structures. It's very old and out of date. So we, again, similar to what I mentioned earlier today about once we start touching items within the building, we have to bring things up to code. So we're looking to start that design to really help optimize the space, take good care of that building. And then we're looking at the separate storage building specifically to store variety of items that RPD has that are scattered about. We do have a leased location for some of the motorcycles and things right now that, as we had to move them out of Maplewood Park due to the Maplewood Nature Center renovation.
Oh, okay. So they'll be going to a different location.
The storage facility will be built adjacent.
Okay.
And at the same site as the Child Street building.
Understood.
Yes.
All right. Well, thank you.
Okay, we're still in facilities. So page 55 to 76 is where we are right now. I have a question. It's probably for Bree, but feel free to tell me if it's someone else. I'd love to just get a sense of where we are with all the work being done to Rundle. There's $1 million in here, and then it's zeroed out after that. So are we expecting to be done very soon? It seems like there's a lot of work happening all the time and a lot more to go. So any updates would be appreciated.
You offered the podium, so I'll use it.
Hi, Bree.
Hi. So the Rundle Masonry project, which is exterior masonry, the parapet, and window restorations of the west facade, the riverside front, is just past the halfway point. DGA and the contractors, subcontractors are doing very well. It is a bit disruptive to administrative staff at this current stage. However, that was anticipated, and all of the public areas of Rundle are currently accessible. So we are very grateful to DES and the team who have provided great guidance, and also we have a full-time resident project representative in La Chase, and that has been going very well. We have a couple of elevators that are currently in process for replacement. one through Coney Inc., and one that will be under design with Labella and Gannett Fleming, which is the sub-consultant, I believe, also working on the convention center. That is anticipated to go out to bid in fall with construction in early 2026. That is for the Rundle main public elevator. That is the beautiful brass door elevators.
That's the $1 million here.
No, yes, sorry. Yes, that is the debt allocation of $1 million.
Okay.
The current cash capital allocations have been for design and assessment of all of the Rundle elevators. We still do have a link elevator for staff and the link connection elevator for public that is down. The link connection elevator is under repair. The link staff elevator, which is again what connects all 5 floors, it's a tiny staff elevator in the tunnel that connects the 2 buildings, will require modernization, and we're working through that currently. We have an upcoming ventilation project that was a study that was done with Labella during COVID, because we still do not have fresh air exchange that comes through to the parts of the 2nd and 3rd floor of Rundle. That will be going out for rebid, and we anticipate bringing in fresh air exchange and additional ductwork to the 2nd and 3rd floors. I think the rebid is in August. First bids came in over budget. And Holly, what am I forgetting on Rundle? I feel like there's another one.
I think you're doing a pretty good job.
Okay. There's a lot.
So, but overall, you feel like it is safe to say that we are on time and on budget for Rundle overall.
With the exception of the ventilation, which we have scaled and still are able to achieve the immediate goals of the fresh air exchange, yes, on time, on budget, and pleased with our process so far.
Great. Any further questions for Bree while she's up here? Vice President Harris.
Thank you, Chair Gruber. I just would like to take us to page 72. I know I mentioned this a little bit yesterday. I just want to clarify more of a suggestion.
I think you're good, Bree. It's not a question for libraries. It's on page 72.
Oh, no.
Okay.
I thought you said.
No, you're good, but I just wanted to let Bree sit back down. Thank you. Go ahead, Vice President Harris.
Yeah, so I'd like to ask a question about the art centers. Just to put out a suggestion that we involve the youth in the art center renovations and replacements. That was something that was brought up in the Children Poverty Initiative feedback. So just wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
Councilmember Monroe.
Could I just have a list of, a total of the last 10 years total capital investment in our rec centers? And then also just the past 5 years. So if that could then also be split out by district.
Sure.
Thank you.
Speaking of rec centers, we have $200,000 in Adams Street this year, and I know that's a pretty significant project being done as part of RSMP with the school district. So why do we have to put any of our own money in at all?
So that is for construction oversight services. So the school district only does part construction oversight. So this is really having someone out there, especially looking at the work they're doing in relation to our centers, to assure that the work is at the quality that we need, and to just help them coordinate in general with DRIs and all the things that they do.
Got it. Okay. Any last questions on facilities? President Melendez?
Yes, thank you. First, I want to appreciate the administration for reopening the pools that we have at Avenue D, and I see that Avenue D has a couple replacement projects. For consideration in the future, I know that this is our center that community members really want to see more opportunities, potential expansion. I know it's very expensive for us to do expansion projects, and that site is very limited in terms of the size and the scope of the landscape over there. But I do wonder if there's any opportunity to look at the Avenue DR Center in the future. It doesn't have to be answered now, but maybe in writing and some conversations with community, we can talk more about what the long-term, and I'm probably talking really long-term, outlook might be for the Avenue DR Center. Thank you.
We do have funding in place to do a Avenue D master plan. So we'll be looking to put an RFP out on that this year.
Great news. I missed that, but I appreciate that. Thank you.
I do have two just final things on questions on facilities. Maplewood Nature Center, I see the dollars to here. This is an ARPA project. Holly, are you confident the work is going to be done and completed this year?
I'm confident that it will be done and completed by early 2026.
Great. Great news. And lastly, I see at the sports complex, we are planning to do some renovations of the suites. And just given I understand the need for it, but also given the challenging nature of this year, I'm wondering why is this a priority? What makes this a specific priority?
Let other folks weigh in, but I'll say one of the things that we're doing is trying to find things that will be able to generate revenue for us. So we've started to use the sports complex more so as a economic development tool. We're getting a covering for the floor so that way people can rent it out to host more concerts. There's a bunch of other events that we've rented that are going to be able to be there. Flower City Union plays there. So in addition to seeing this capital improvement plan as just us doing facility improvements, we've also tried to prioritize us being able to use city facilities to try to generate some revenue. So if we can get that sports complex, I mean, it's one of the best facilities in the county. And if we can get it rented out for other things, particularly concerts and other sporting events, I think that will pay dividends in terms of money that we will be able to collect and diversify our revenue stream, which is what we really need to be able to do going into the future. So I really want to see that sports complex become more of an economic development tool, in addition to a place where community members can use it. But it has the ability, as you know, it was built for that. It was originally a soccer stadium. It really has the ability to be able to allow us to derive some more revenue on it. And I believe that we've only scratched the surface in terms of the type of revenue and things that we can generate from that stadium.
No, that makes a lot of sense. I appreciate the answer. I would argue the same is true. One of the reasons why I want to, you'll hear more about this later, prioritize some of the work at the public market, which I also think is a venue that can be a real revenue generator for us.
I mean, the public market is another, and I know we'll get to that when we talk about that, is another huge example. I think the public market right now ranks either number 2 or 3 in terms of most visited sites in the region. After like Strong, I think Strong Museum might be 1, the zoo might be 2, and the public market might be 3. But whatever the number is, that's also always in the top 3, and that's another example of why we need to invest there. You know, as you know, we're doing a study there, going to do a study there, because that's another economic development
and
that can bring money to us.
You would be shocked at the number of phone calls I get personally to ask. I got married at the market, but when we still allowed it, before I was a council member, by the way. And the number of people who ask, it would be a wonderful venue to be able to bring in a whole lot of revenue. But it leads me to a question about that concept, along with the old soccer stadium. If the idea is let's create spaces that can attract events to bring in revenue, who owns that at the city level? Who is out soliciting events?
I mean, right now at the city level, a lot of it comes out of the mayor's office, but also Eric Rose and Dr. Green's team. So, for example, they remember just a couple of months ago, we met with a huge promoter right in the mayor's conference room who was interested in bringing a huge regional event to that stadium. But there's certain things that you have to have in order to make that happen. So in order for that to continue to be an evolving place, and if it's something that we're going to own, we got to make sure that we make the investments in order to make it attractive. And I think you'll start to see, as we continue to go on, you start to see big events there. There's a big event coming there in August that's never been there before, and you'll see that being announced soon. That's going to be there, and that's going to bring people from across the entire region. So it really has the ability to really help supplement a lot of the other venues that we have, but it's something that's within the city control where we can try to derive as much revenue as possible out of it.
And a bunch of the other kind of third-party entities, the Visit Rochesters, those places know that we want this on the map as a place to send events to?
We couldn't do that without Visit Rochester, as a matter of fact. I mean, we've been able to secure the Drum and Bugle Corps for several years in a row with the help of Visit Rochester, and guess where that is? That's at the soccer stadium.
Got it.
So we want more and more of that. We just got to be innovative in terms of trying to bring in revenue, not only from the sales tax and hotel motel tax perspective, but also in terms of any other revenue that we might be able to derive from renting that space out.
And just to put a cap on it, there's a requirement from some folks that they need to have better suite accommodations to be able to bring events
Yeah,
there.
I mean, if we're going to bring, I mean, I'm not saying this will ever happen, but if we were going to bring a high level performer, right, and we were going to be there, we would want to make sure we have those. But also, if we want to be able to continue to attract some other sports teams to play there, we also need that. We need that as well.
Okay, thanks. Very helpful. All right, let's move on to Parks and Open Space. This is page 77 through 88. I'll open it to the floor.
Yes, so I'll jump in. A couple things we consistently hear about. I think last couple years, we've talked about the pickleball courts. I keep getting emails about adding more pickleball courts throughout the city.
You know, you got a tennis player sitting next to you.
I'm not saying take away from tennis.
Please forward those emails to me.
I will forward those emails to you. So I just wonder the status overall of our plan to either expand and or figure out how we may jointly stripe these courts.
Let me tell you something. This is one of, I was at a bar. You guys know I don't drink, but I was at a bar, and I was in the middle between a pickleball player and a tennis player, and this was a topic of conversation for about 45 minutes. But I'll leave that to our athletic folks. You want to talk about
Mayor, if you don't mind, but I really do want to address the question first, because I've been pretty pushy about this stuff to the administration. I don't think it's fair for me to explain my stance. I'm pretty adamantly against striping these courts together. I think it's a scarcity mindset that a lot of other cities have and have to do because they don't have enough beautiful park space and athletic fields. We don't need to share these courts because ultimately pickleball players and tennis courts have different needs. And typically when pickleball players play on tennis courts, they end up harming a lot of the infrastructure. They bend the nets, they paint on the lines that you then can't unpaint. And so one of the reasons why this has been happening is because the city has not offered dedicated pickleball courts for anyone. So there's a feeling, why shouldn't we play pickleball where tennis courts are? And I worked very closely with the deputy mayor and the commissioner and her team and the DES team, and we are about to unveil the first dedicated pickleball courts that we have in the city of Rochester. I have been pushing, gently I would say, I've been pushing to try to have a communication about this because our council president doesn't know that we're having them, let alone the constituents out there. So I'd love for the administration to talk about where we are with those courts.
Yeah, let's take that about the court. Dr. Green, you want to take that?
So coming soon is the dedicated pickleball courts at Maplewood Park. You will be getting information from communication very shortly. The delay had to do with the weather. And then we are looking to do dedicated courts at Farmington. And the places where we will have joint courts are at recreation centers because we're teaching young people how to play pickleball as well. So you will see the joint courts at recreation centers, but there will be isolated pickleball courts coming very soon.
Thank you for that, and I think I appreciate that, Councilmember Gruber. I'm no expert on the best ways to implement this, but one of the things I did hear also is the desire for dedicated courts, so I'm pleased to hear that we're moving in that direction. And specifically, there's a request for us to evaluate whether or not we could do more at Genesee Valley Park. So that's something for consideration for the future that I'd like to just float out there.
Well, I know the constituent who talked to you about that, and we can both talk to him together. There is more than one. There is space for there to eventually be pickleball courts at GVP, and that would probably make sense at some point.
Not anytime soon. I don't want ball attack coming at me.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
All right. So another question pertaining to recreation and open spaces. So pleased to see that we're looking at a Genesee Valley Park fitness court as a new project. One of the things that I know is also being contemplated and has been talked about at length is what are we doing with our playgrounds long term? And my understanding is that we may have some connections going on with Kaboom, and I'd like to know what we're doing in relation to that, and if there's anything on the horizon in terms of us evaluating playgrounds.
I'm going to ask Sarah Scott to come to the mic, and she can speak about Kaboom and where we are with playgrounds moving forward. Sarah?
So yeah, great question. We have an ongoing partnership right now with Kaboom through their 25 and 5 Play Equity Initiative, working really closely with their team of technical consultants, as well as DES and a DRISE team. So we've currently gathered a bunch of data. They're calling it a PIPI score. It's looking at census data, economic status data. We have all of the use and conditions of all our playgrounds, both through the city's data as well as through the RCSD. And then we've ranked all of the play spaces in the city using those metrics. And now we are seeking grant funding as well as city funding to address the needs at those sites, working really closely with DES landscape team to look at what are the needs. Is it surface needs? Is it actually replacing the entire pieces of equipment? So currently we will have a couple playgrounds that'll be in the mix this summer. MLK Playground, Maplewood Playground. We're working on securing funding for Ryan Playground. So we've got a lot in the mix, and then we are also working closely with the Community Foundation and trying to get some local funders that can help us. We have a pretty big number that we're looking at, but we're trying to kind of meticulously work through that list.
So another question in the same vein, and it's kind of tied to RCSD. So when we have playgrounds on school grounds, is it, and it's probably case by case, but generally speaking, is it our responsibility, is it our playground, or is it the school district's playground? Who maintains and manages that?
Yeah, so yep, I can answer that question. Yes, we have a standing agreement with the school district. We work it out every couple of years. We look at it, we review it. That's around investment as well as maintenance of play spaces. Any play space in the city that's either city owned and operated or RCSD is open to the public. There should never be a locked gate, so if there ever is, let us know. I should mention that we currently are partnering with the RCSD. We have a great relationship. Jacob Scott is a great friend of ours and works really closely with us, so we're partnering with them on Verona Street, which is a park/School 5 schoolyard. The district is actually replacing the playground at that location, making it better, moving it closer to the school, so we'll have access to that space. We're currently working on a partnership at Lightfoot/School 19. So we've definitely been in a lot of communication with them around play spaces. We try to work really closely and have a good relationship around investment. It tends to be a joint effort. Sometimes it's our responsibility, sometimes it's their responsibility. And that's all laid out in an MOU document.
So one more clarifying question. So essentially every school playground should be open to the public?
Yes.
Okay. School number 50, lock gate. Thank you.
We'll get on that.
I will say they are mostly open. I'm a bit of a playground connoisseur these days myself. They're mostly open, but it's good to know. And I would just say, for the record, that I hope that somehow we can find a way to get some actual support from the Ralph Wilson Foundation, since their commitment to playability has been vocal, but I'm not sure that we've seen much of the money trickle away from Buffalo or Detroit. And I would just remind the Ralph Wilson Foundation that a huge percentage of Bills fans live in Rochester, as a matter of fact. Councilmember Monroe.
Can you speak some more to our waterfront, what we're doing up at the port with the port building? I know we've been able to secure some more restaurant offerings in the building itself, but if you could just talk to, if the rooftop units, if those have all been replaced.
Given the amount of different projects we're doing up there, and to be all inclusive, I think I would like to respond in writing.
Yes, that would be fine. And then any information on latest improvements at Durand Eastman?
Absolutely. We'll include a full update on the project that we're doing out there right now and ones that are in design.
And the Genesee River debris mitigation, is that some of the large logs and things that are coming from elsewhere. Is that what we're talking about here?
Absolutely. That I feel like we've collected every tree in the state of New York, and they all hit our bridges right down in our downtown core, and then our operations team needs to pull them out of the water. So we are really interested in looking at creative options for capturing that debris upstream in areas that it's more feasible to work with partners in the rest of our community to pull them out of the water, as opposed to having them all congregate down here.
Thank you.
Okay, a couple questions for me. First, President Melendez mentioned the Genesee Valley Park Fitness Court. Is this going to be the type of thing like what we see over in Cobb's Hill? Similar type of thing?
Yes, it is.
And am I correct that the one in Cobb's was paid for primarily by MVP Healthcare?
Yeah, yes, and there's a similar breakdown. We are getting grant funds to help us with the one at GVP.
Also by, that 50,000 is also by MVP? Same thing?
Yes.
Got it. Thank you. So on to the public market. I understand this is a tough year for capital projects, generally speaking. But given the work that we just did in the last year, as Director Farr said yesterday, we'll have a shovel-ready project sometime this year. Mayor, I'm wondering your strategy on trying to get the public market something to be prioritized. Who are we looking at?
You mean, just clarify for me?
So we have a design for the work that's being done right now is in design phase. So we're going to have a shovel-ready project sometime this year, according to Jim yesterday, and it got removed. Understandably, it got removed into the no funding portion of the budget. I obviously want to see this prioritized. What's the strategy? Who are we going to look at for funding?
Yeah, I think the strategy is that we're going to make this part of our capital ask from the state and a couple of other sources to see where we end up with that, and see if we can do something creative to try to move that along in terms of funding. And it makes sense to do it now because we're also looking at, as you know, a study related to the public market. So it makes sense that it's all coming together. But if conditions change, it could be we might be able to move it back forward from the city perspective. But we're going to look for outside dollars to try to get it moving.
Okay, thank you. And I think lastly from me on this section, Dries talked about this yesterday, that so we have the Lightfoot Arts Center park renovation in here, LaGrange, and there's one other park that also had a master at Edgerton. LaGrange and Edgerton right now are expected to be next year, right? Or 2 years from now, they will be worked on. Is that correct?
So the design is going to happen, and then as based on funding, it could be 2 years.
So the design for those have not been completed yet.
The site-based planning is wrapping up now, so the design is done. They're just doing the final estimates, and then based on funding, it will go into a future CIP.
Okay. I'd like to make sure. I mean, part of what we were getting at last year with adding the section at the beginning about unfunded projects, but things that are still on the radar, is just so that we, as people who are not in the mix of this every day, have a sense of some of the moving pieces. It'd be great to, in future years, it would be great to get stuff like that in the budget, even funded in very far out years, understanding we don't have the money for anytime soon. As it is, all I would ask is that when that document is done, that it gets sent, when the plan is done or whatever you're willing, you can share, that we get a copy of it as well. Anyone else have questions on parks and open spaces? Councilmember Lightfoot.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I may have missed this, and if I have, I apologize. Have you shared with us the designs of the particular parks that are being redesigned now, or that are having work in this particular budget? Do we have a copy of those designs? I know the ones in the future haven't been done, but the ones that are going to be happening soon.
I
I think
an
Lightfoot is
example
one.
might be MLK Park. You know, we put another playground there. There's a couple of other ones. Is some of that online under projects and plans? Or I know it came. I know it does come. Yes, maybe you want to talk. So maybe we can pull those transmittals.
I'm saying, have you already we already have that information?
You do for that MLK playground,
What about,
correct?
I heard a lot about Lightfoot.
And he's talking about the other one. The other one.
Yes. So I think.
So Lightfoot's one that we're doing. A couple of the other ones. So if we, I think, and let me just make sure I'm writing your question. If as we design these things, how is there a mechanism for us to be able to share what the designs look like? I mean, there's the public meetings and all the other stuff, but is there a central repository we could say, here's MLK, here's Lightfoot Center, that's one of them with the pool and the other stuff we're doing there, et cetera, et cetera. Holly, you might.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can get those to you.
Thank you.
Any further questions on this section?
And I just want to add too on this section. If you remember, just to rewind back to yesterday's meeting, Kevin Kelly mentioned about the Parks Master Plan as well. So that's also related to this space again when we talk about open spaces and parks. So more to come on that.
Right, and that Parks Master Plan, if I recall, is something that's going to be worked on this year. And hopefully will help inform next year's CIP.
Yes.
Great. Okay, we're moving on to public safety then. Page 89. Vice President Harris, I know you had some questions. If you're listening, I'll try to filibuster the best I can. President Melendez?
Yes, thank you. Just want to follow up. I know in some of the upgrades to the firehouses that we are doing already that are under construction, we're addressing the bathroom issues. But wonder, long range, are we addressing bathrooms and making sure that they're suitable for all firefighters as we look to the future? Or what is our plan to do so?
We've been working closely with the fire department on sort of some long-term planning in regards to the existing facilities. And that's in the works. Obviously, it's tremendously challenging given the age of our buildings, but I think we're making good headway.
So then as a follow-up, as those conversations progress, could council get an update at some point on what is the long-range plan? I know some of it's going to appear in CIP once you have those plans, but it'll be helpful for us to know how soon can these be achieved and is this a 5-year plan? Is it a 3-year plan? It'd be helpful to understand how we're going in that direction because every year I've been on council, I've asked about this and we've made progress, but I think there's still more to make and I want to see that happen sooner than later if we can.
We can work with our partners in fire and OMB to provide some information for you on those needs.
Councilmember Lightfoot.
Yes, since this will be my last budget hearings, and we know that Councilman Patterson's not here, but he whined for many years to get a library in his district. Right, so I'm asking for my departure gift of a new firehouse on the west side, okay? That'd be a great departure gift, Mayor.
In the CIP for you, council member, and it was the renovations to the firehouse at the corner of Genesee and Barton. So,
right.
So who knows if that can't work, you might get your wish for a new firehouse because that one might be too old to get. So,
just putting the ask out there. That'd be a great gift. Thank you. Appreciate all of the work that has been going on. I know some of it is required of the ARPA dollars. Some of them got allocated to that. Appreciate that. Look. I look at the Broad and Allen. Some of the renderings I've seen with UDN, I believe, has the contract for that. They do great work, by the way. And so I see some of the work that's going on in our firehouse. Firehouses are very old. They were created, during a different period of time, obviously, for our community. So it's good to see not only the firehouses, but the investment in PPE and equipments and all of the things to keep our firefighters safe out there, as well as when we get into the next session of our police officers and the things that they need to be able to do the job that they do. But I just wanted to put that out there, Mayor, just in case you were feeling, generous.
The Willie J. Lightfoot right?
No, you ain't got to name it after me. But just be nice to have, that's been a decade-long conversation. And we see the new firehouse on the east side. It'd be nice to have a new firehouse that was built for not only general purposes, but also, to be used for the community as well.
Can I build on
Yeah.
that really quick? So yesterday I did ask the chief about the evaluation of the needs of the fire service, and one of the things that was mentioned is that there was an exploration, or there is an exploration of this West Side firehouse concept. I think last year we put in the budget some resources for that. This can be in writing. Did we do anything with that? Did we start that process? It'll be helpful to understand. Thank you.
On page 96, there is $2 million going to a new storage building for police motorcycles and equipment. Can you share a little bit about, or can someone share a little bit about why do we need this now of all times?
I can speak to that. Sure. So we're in the design for that right now. To a certain extent, it's really critical for adequate storage for bikes and motorcycles, especially those that were stored over at the Maplewood Park, where we're now doing the nature center renovation. The building is also needed to allow space for them to actually do repairs and work that they need, and to just store a lot of things that right now are scattered around. Child Street is a very small facility, so really strategically looking at dog kennels, drying equipment, washing stations, and makeup area units in the building itself. We're looking at relocating some of those items into the storage areas.
So is this is going to be a building, like a building, or like a small kind of modest kind of garage?
It's going to just be a metal storage building. Yeah, not like a large facility.
And it's more, it's time sensitive enough now to do this immediately, given that, I mean, my sense of what I've heard from the mayor and from the administration generally is that there will be, there are some municipal buildings we're talking about coming up in the next several years, right? We're certainly talking about neighborhood service centers in various places. He talked yesterday and asked us not to hold him responsible for it, but about a potential municipal building up in the Northwest in some land that we own. This is so time sensitive. We have to build this thing now versus being able to cobble it onto something else that's being built. I'm not sure that's a question for, but it seems like an important thing to clarify, like what the actual urgency for this particular property is.
Sure, we can do a little bit of a deep dive on that and give that to you in writing. Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'd appreciate that. And Council Vice President Harris talked a little bit about the lobby floor of the public safety building, but can you just give a little bit more detail as to, again, the urgency of that project right now?
The floor is literally disintegrating. So the tile in there, yeah, the pedestrian traffic in there is so heavy with the salt and everything else that it's been a real challenge, even just from keeping it safe and accessible. We're trying to put carpet down and things, but the erosion has gotten so bad that we really do need to address it.
Got it. Heard. Thank you. Any further questions on public safety? Okay, we'll move on to transportation infrastructure, which is page 98 through 107. President Melendez.
Yes, for the Lake Avenue Bridge improvements, it says improvements to extend structural life of bridge over CSX. Can you speak to exactly which bridge? I had a hard time thinking about which one it was. Is it the one that's close to downtown? That's State Street. So where along Lake Avenue is this?
It's far further north. We can supply a map to you.
Okay, north as in like Charlotte kind of thing, or that's fine if you supply
Yeah,
it.
it's sort of down that way.
All right,
Yeah.
thank you.
Transportation and infrastructure. I guess I'll just ask a general question. It's just, well, whoever is the right person can tell me. But I know there's been a lot of talk at this point from the federal government about pulling back on things related to the IRA. But I haven't heard as much around pulling back on the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act. Are there still pots of money for us to be able to access?
I mean, that's a complicated question, but I will say what we've gotten dollars from that. For example, a lot of our money that we got to pay for our trees is actually coming from the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act because it was already appropriated. I'm not sure how much is left in that, but what the current administration has attempted to do with any of those dollars that are left that have not been spent or allocated somewhere is try to allocate those and hold them back and not use them. So there's been very, very little opportunity to get any dollars and accessing any dollars that might be left in that pot of money.
Is that pot of money where the $100 million from the federal government for the Interloop has come from as well?
I don't know if that came from the Interloop, but that might have come from the one before that. It came from one of the three
Okay.
that might have come from. I don't know if that came from the infrastructure reduction, the IRA, or the bipartisan one. It came from one of those pots. I can't remember off the top of my head.
Okay, thanks. Vice President Harris, we just finished public safety, but you're welcome to ask any questions about that section if you'd like, and we're right now on transportation infrastructure.
I do have one question about public safety, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
If Councilmember Lightfoot didn't already ask. Notice in the CDBG funding, it's not reflected in this year's CIP. Please explain funding plan for smoke and carbon monoxide detector program.
So we were not aware of what the funding levels would be for CDBG in time to include them in the CIP. I believe all the transmittals for CDBG should be with you guys now for June. I believe the amount is it $35,000 for smoke detectors and carbon monoxide.
Do you know what we typically give? Is that 35 every year?
55. 55, so we're down to 35.
So we have a gap, right?
I don't know if I feel like we have some funding left over. I don't know if the chief can speak to that, but we can get back to you in writing on that.
Yeah, if you could. I mean, and that's the type of stuff that we on council would love to know, because if we have a way to help you close that gap,
Okay.
yeah, stuff like that. Thank you.
Yep.
Especially for prevention. And then please provide a status update on, did you ask that question? Okay. On Rochester Fire Department's first response vehicles and equipment and the overall impact on emergency medical services in the city. You can put that in writing if you would. And going on to, how are you guys prioritizing the bridges? You know, how we're going to work on the bridges with all of our limited funding?
We're prioritizing the bridges very specifically based on their conditions.
Are you able to provide us a list? And the only reason I'm asking, because we have folks, at least in my district, they're always asking about that bridge going to Gates on Chili. And that bridge is kind of scary. And actually, I didn't realize one day until I got on the bridge, I got stuck on the bridge in traffic, like for like a long time. I'm looking around, I'm like, is this safe?
Is that city? Is that Gates or us?
I don't know. Is that us? That's what I was going to ask. Is that ours or someone else's?
Sure. Let me verify. Yeah, I know they're replacing something else. Let me.
Yeah, I'd love to know, if you can give us a location and a priority, because in that way we would know as council. So when people do call us, I have some knowledge of, okay, no, that's not ours. You got to contact this person, that type of thing.
Yeah, that does happen often. We get complaints for things that aren't ours, so that would be a great outcome.
Absolutely. Thank you. And that's all I have for now.
Any further transportation questions from folks? I will take a moment to ask about the Safe Streets for All. Obviously, there's still some concern about some of the federal dollars, but we feel confident enough to put it in the CIP.
We do, and because again, I think that from a legal perspective, and again, I'm not a lawyer, but that money was appropriated and passed by Congress. In fact, I got the big picture with the amount that we got. Many of you were at the press conference. I think most of you up here were at the press conference when they announced that we were getting those dollars. So we feel confident in doing that for now. Again, if it changes, it would have a very negative impact on our whole Vision Zero strategy, because we're counting on a lot of that money as it relates to moving our Vision Zero initiative. But again, I think it's to be determined. But so far, we have not heard otherwise related to that. But again, just so everyone in this room is clear, and anyone that might be watching, that money was appropriated by Congress legally, signed by the president, which made it law, and we were told that we were able to get that. And I'm sure everybody here understands a legally binding contract. You can't get out of a contract because you don't like it anymore. So we're under the impression that those dollars are due to us, and I hope we get them. And we should get it because, again, New York State and all of you send more money to the federal government than you get back. So we're not going to be begging for it. We believe that it's our dollars, and so far we hope that they will be due to us, and we'll be able to.
And I'll just add,
do what we got to do there.
We did get the draft agreement back to FHWA, so it's in review.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's great.
Yeah.
Now, Commissioner, I'd ask you and Holly. So all this money is recorded in the budget right now in the upcoming year. I presume that even assuming that all this stuff happens, we're not going to spend all the money in 1 year. This would probably be multi-years, correct?
That is correct.
But I guess the question is, it's probably in our best interest to be prepared to spend it as fast as we can. Is that right?
That's a good assumption. Yes.
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 So are you all
we're gearing up.
Pretty ready to know what you want to spend, in particular the big picture items on?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Okay, well, that's great news that it's still moving forward, at least slowly. President Melendez.
Yes, so I have some clarifying questions related to traffic safety improvements. So when we do, let's say, upgrades to signage, is that a city function, county function, state DOT? Who is responsible ultimately for if we needed to buy new signage for something?
It depends on the signage. So the county oversees all the regulatory signage, stop signs, speeds, limit signs, that kind of thing. Parking signs and other signage like that is sort of a shared responsibility at this point. We're sort of working out some of the logistics there.
And then in terms of signage for crosswalks or something that identifies pedestrians may be in the area, is that something that is also a shared sign then?
Yeah, I would have to get back to you on the specifics for each type of signage.
Okay.
Some of that sort of lands into a gray area.
And oftentimes we have situations where council members receive requests from constituents about, let's say a fatal accident happened or a series of accidents happened at an intersection, and it's outside of the scope of our normal budget. So if we needed to do a rapid response to a particular intersection, to do some design work or temporary work, where would that appear in the budget, generally speaking?
I mean, we'd have to find the dollars in order to be able to do that, but if necessary, we can do that. And a perfect example is something that I worked on with Councilmember Harris as well as community members in the 19th Ward. In fact, I was just looking at a photo of it over on Chile Avenue. After tragedy, we did that. So I would say, if it's something like that, it needs to be sent through the mayor's office, and then we'd have a conversation with the department about how we would make that happen. But we've proven that we do that because it also involves coordination with the county in many instances, and it depends on what exactly it is we're being asked to do there. So we just finished something that last year, Councilmember Harris, end of last year.
Yeah, that was with young
Grant,
little boy
Grant,
that was
and we did
struck
that
by a vehicle.
Yeah, and we did that. I mean, we did it in pretty short order by working with DES. County played a similar role there in terms of traffic calming that we were able to do there. But I think that it's important that we want to be able to do those types of things, because part of what we want out of Vision Zero is to have that rapid response, right? If there's something that needs to be addressed immediately, we should be able to do that, even if it's temporary speed bumps or whatever, while we assess it and do whatever. Because the reckless driving, and I'll stop because I know you got a lot to get through here. So you my soapbox, Mr. President. The reckless driving that we're seeing across the country in this city is just ridiculous. We see it on Mayor on the Block. I mean, we've had senior citizens walking on Mayor on the Block with me get yelled at by people who are going, 50 and 60 miles per hour and 20 mile per hour speed limit. So these are all conversations, and this is why the Vision Zero Task Force is so very important. Even the questions about the signs, because we have the ability in the city to request to bring the speed limit down to 20 miles per hour. That's an expensive proposition if we were to do that, even if we only did it in half of the city. But we would probably want to do it across the city. But if we did that, who pays for the cost of those signs? Because we work with the county on some of that. So so your question is very timely, and I think that a lot of this will be worked out through the Vision Zero task force, which has a tall task on their hand, and it's made a little more difficult with the federal uncertainty. But we still have a lot of things that are within our control that I think will help us to be able to advance some of those things.
Thank you for that, and I appreciate Councilmember Gruber working on the Vision Zero task force work from the council perspective too. One thing I would offer for consideration as we continue to improve the budget book, this has been excellent. The move to Open Gov has been excellent. I think the opportunities to call out huge initiatives like Vision Zero to the layperson, so when they look at the budget book and think about how this strategy interplays with the book. So I could see Vision Zero all in this because I know how this works, but it would be helpful to maybe think about how we might specify and articulate that to the public.
That's a great improvement. And I think it also fits with what council member, I believe it was Lightfoot, was it when we talked about public safety a couple of days ago when he mentioned gun trace data and some of the other big initiatives that we're doing. If you look at the book, you might not know it. And I think that's something that we can take back to see how we're able to call it out. We're starting to do it with the legislation. We do that with the legislation when we say this is a Vision Zero initiative or how it fits one of the priorities. I think it could be good to be able to do that for the budget book, because this is a living, breathing document that's online and has a lot of opportunity. So we'll take that suggestion and definitely see how we can work on doing that in the future.
Thank you.
My last two questions on. You have a question? Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to that. Not only did your administration, mayor, and your team do things like put up signs or do the rapid response, you guys were able to help facilitate taking down a bus sign in a spot where it shouldn't be. So you guys do a lot of different things related to signage.
Yeah, and a lot of it is advocacy, absolutely, for sure, because I always say we get asked to do everything, and although it may not be within our purview, we have the levers to be able to work with RTS, work with the county, work with private industry, work with other businesses in order to make that stuff happen. So thank you.
Absolutely. And I just want to say thank you for that work that Vision Zero's done, or the preliminary to Vision Zero's done on Thurston Road with that.
Last couple questions for me on transportation. So milling and surfacing is zeroed out this year. I presume that's because we have some dollars hanging around from previous years that we can use, but just looking for confirmation about that, Commissioner.
That's correct.
You have a sense of how much?
I can get that to you.
Okay. And then street lighting system. So there was a flurry of activity around a couple of constituents who were concerned about lights being too bright. I'm sure there's probably other times where people are concerned that lights aren't bright enough. It's a bit. Yeah. Goldilocks is the name of the game. But I'm sure a lot of this too. I was actually talking to folks the other day. I talked to Dries about this, that There's now a couple complaints about the new LED lights at Cobb's Hill that are not bright enough. But I'm sure this is part of just the nature of trying new things. So what's our process for being able to perfect and get these things right?
I think a lot of it is and I'll leave this to let Holly and other folks weigh in here. I think a lot of it is community conversations to see what it is neighborhoods are saying. It is sometimes hard to get a consensus because, there are neighborhoods in the city that still have the old, and they fought hard to keep those old lights. I think in my neighborhood they keep the old lights, and then there's some that says they want brighter because they don't want to see misbehavior happening, and they want it to be lit somewhere. And there was actually public safety dollars that we used. I want to say, I don't know if it was Thurston or Chili, where we worked to get more lights because the neighbors said they wanted the areas lit up better. So I think it's trying to find that happy medium, while at the same time making sure that we do have to preserve energy and try to be as energy efficient as possible, because that is our priority as a city, being that we have a climate adaptation plan, we have all these other things that we're doing, so we don't want to just put that out there and not be about it, but trying to find, as you said, that Goldilocks. But it's difficult.
Yeah, we cannot please everyone.
I remember, even if you look at over at on Alexander Street, there's that beautiful field that Monroe has. They wanted more lights. Some of the neighbors said, we don't know if we want that. And then no, we need it so we can have Friday night games there. So how do you find that happy medium? I think it really has to be intentional in making sure that you really, really engage the community from that perspective, while also, you just can't keep your hands in your pocket and make a decision. But making a decision that tries to suit the best possible people, best number of people as possible, but understand that you're not going to be able to please everybody.
But in terms of the actual the technical side of this, I'm sure part of it is we're using different products, right, and trying different products.
So, want to talk about the product set?
Sure. Yes. The preferred option when we're doing these replacements is to also have smart lighting controls, so that we can control and monitor the lights. We're also offering shields in the residential areas. So some folks really want light shining right on their homes for security. Other folks really want to have more of a cozy effect. So on a request basis, we'll put shields up on any street lights in front of certain homes that are requesting it.
Got it. So that's something that ultimately someone could enter through 311, calling the mayor's office, getting to a council member. Eventually they would get to DES, and you guys would determine we have a shield to put up on someone's near someone's house.
That's correct. And I do think part of it too is just the community getting used to the different color temperature.
Totally.
So you read a light meter and the lighting is the same, but the perception is different. So it's a little bit of an adjustment.
It makes a lot of sense. Thank you. Councilmember Lightfoot.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. In regards to lighting, a couple of things, and just offer comments. I agree with what the mayor was saying, and there's also, it's not just product, but it's also process and education. Everything is educational, right? So when we talk about learning how the new products work and educating people on how they work, on Jefferson, when we did the revitalization project, there was an extensive amount of community engagement and conversation around that. And what we found there in the commercial area is that the lighting wasn't necessarily brighter, it was the type of lighting. We brought pedestrian lighting down. So it seemed like it was brighter, but it really wasn't brighter. It's just closer as you walk down Jefferson, because Jefferson had those old wooden lights that were referred to, don't know how old they date back to, and they hadn't been replaced in a long time. So I think not only when we talk about the type of technology and products that we're using and education around them, also there are different ways of utilizing lighting as well too that can really bring about a consensus, because again, people on Jefferson is too dark. Yep. But by bringing the lighting down, it wasn't so light where it was like, ridiculous, but it gave you an appeal that it was brighter. And then I think also when it comes in regards to lighting and education and around that, and I know communication and our marketing team probably get, after these meetings, they have a wealth of stuff that they have to promote and do. And I realize they probably have a lot work to do in that area. But in that regards, also what we also hear from the lighting perspective is when lights are out, when they're not working, and what does that process look like? Like people don't like, we know just like streets, all lighting may not be city managed lighting particularly, or is, I guess that's a question, is all lighting in the city managed lighting?
When it comes to the constituent, I would say it's all managed by us.
Okay.
And then
Of course, right?
and then we can go from there.
I got you. All right. So I just, would offer consideration that educational piece I think is important too. So and not only in again product, but also the different types of lighting that's available that could be a medium to meet the needs of both those who want more lighting and those who don't want as much.
All right, we are going to move to our last section now, which is water. Water starts on page 108 and goes to the end of the book. I'll just say, the other than a pretty significant investment in in the water line lead service replacements, there's pretty much no capital dollars spent on water this year, and I'm assuming that's because we spent a good chunk in recent years, or maybe there's some additional dollars we don't know about.
Cash capital. There's a good deal of debt authorized within this capital improvement program, but in terms of cash capital, it's significantly reduced. And I have to say this goes back to earlier conversations that we had about Infor, the mainframe, and getting off the mainframe. For the past couple of years, we had been working off of a certain remaining fund balance or reserve within the water fund. And within the past year, due to just how revenue was recorded, how the receivable was adjusted, declining consumption, that fund balance was reduced significantly from fiscal year 23 to the end of fiscal year 24. Our fund balance policies that we've been working with in terms of the enterprise funds, which are water, refuse, and local works, indicated that we could not fund a significant amount of cash capital in this budget. And so we chose to move to debt service. And with that, if you looked back in the operating budget, I know we didn't spend much time on it this morning, there is an in lieu of depreciation. So
significant number.
Yes, so that happens when our revenue is larger than what our expenditures are, and that will allow us to build fund balance back up again so that we can pick capital improvement in terms of cash capital back up next year. And I have to say, I think we have sufficient reserves in terms of remaining cash capital from prior years. We have debt service that we can use. In terms of water, we have about $13.9 million unspent cash capital from prior years, so we are not down to our last dollar.
Are there any really pressing needs from a water infrastructure perspective?
I'd probably have to have DES or Nick respond to that. We've been really lucky to get the allocations from the federal government in terms of the lead service replacement, but I'll let DES and Nick or Holly weigh in.
Yes, as Director Warren stated, we're going to be using our prior year authorizations to cover our expenses through this coming year and repurposing those balances to meet our highest needs. But the budget proposed here does include all of our upcoming capital requirements that are, of a regulatory nature. So the water system is in a good shape, and we will continue to make investments, even though this year's plan does not request additional funding.
Okay, great to hear. And in terms of the lead service lines, I closed my book, but $14 or $15 million in there. What is that? My sense is that we're at 80% is the number that I've heard referenced a lot in terms of completed replaced lines.
Last Friday, 2 Fridays ago, we got to our 10,000th line,
right?
So, so we have replaced over 10,000 service lines since 2018. Currently, we estimate we have about another 9,000 funded. Now there are 16,000 services remaining, so that would leave another approximate 7,000 services to fund. We will be listing a project for the 4th year of the BIL funding. We've been fortunate enough to receive the maximum awards for the first 3 years of that program. That totals so far $58 million of grants and $14 million of loans, as the state indicated that they would forgive the first 2-year loans, turn those into grants. So that also allowed us to make use of some city funding that had previously been identified to support the lead program and repurpose that to cover some of our other needs, because we're kind of at capacity for our ability to do this lead service work.
So let me just peel back a little bit and make sure I follow. So there's 26,000 lines total, roughly.
No. So at the beginning of this project, there were 26,000 lead-containing services. In total, there are about 58,000 services in the city. So to begin with, we had about half of the services in the city to replace.
Okay, so when we started to do this work, 26,000 were identified that needed to be replaced.
Yes.
We've done 10. We've funded 9. There's 7,000 left that are unfunded.
Correct.
And those 7,000, with the state dollars you just mentioned, are we going to get to all of those?
If we receive awards through the 4th and 5th year of the BIL, we anticipate having all of them funded.
Great. Fantastic news. Vice President Harris?
I just want to follow up with that. I mean, I just want to toot our horn a little bit. How are we compared to the rest of the cities in the state?
We are the only...
We're way ahead the rest of the state, and in fact, whenever I go to
Say that again, Mayor.
Way ahead the rest of the state. In fact, go back and look at my legislative testimony in Albany. You'll have some of the other folks from the other regions asking us how we were able to do it and how we were able to accelerate it. Now the key is that we started strong, and I just hope that we can finish strong. I mean, with all this is why this uncertainty is so concerning for me. I think we'll be good, but we've also been able to get some state resources as well, right, Nick, for some water resources as well. So I'm hoping that we'll be able to remember our goal is to have every line replaced by 2030, and I'm hoping that we'll be able to meet that goal and maybe even come a little bit before that if we stay on the trajectory that we're on. I mean, literally 2 Fridays ago we celebrated the 10,000th line, which was a big deal for our city. Because really, it's for us now, but it's really for the people that are going to be sitting here like 50, 60 years from now. Because remember how old some of these lines are. They're 100 years old. I mean, so we're really doing something that is not sexy and glossy, but people like 50 years from now, they'll be saying, "Man, I'm glad they replaced those lines for us for the future."
Water is the new fight for cities.
Oh yeah.
Or really not new, but it's going to be a big deal when it comes to amenities to a city.
There's actually an article of folks that have moved to Rochester because of the lack of water where they're coming from, the droughts, all the other stuff, the boiling water, all those things. So it's a resource that we need to make sure that we continue to protect and that we don't take for granted. Because I think it's easy for us to take for granted and say, you know what, it's a tough year this year. We're gonna move off the beaten path and go focus on something else. But this is something that everybody in this room should be very proud of, because just look around the country. We know what's happened with water, but we can't stop. We got to continue to make sure that we make it a priority.
I'm glad we're making the investments now. I mean, I'm proud to say that we can drink from the tap.
Right.
And many places can't.
Councilmember Lightfoot?
I was just going to say, oftentimes it's hard to get the collective of all 9 of us on the same page. Water is one of them where I don't think we've ever had a disagreement, and we fully supported every administration. And it's good news to hear that. And I agree with you. It's definitely it's a luxury that we definitely have to protect. And so I'm grateful to hear that and hear the trajectory that we're on, and want to continue to support that. Thank you.
President Melendez?
All set. Just glad that we had a chance to highlight water again.
Councilmember Monroe? Okay, that closes our hearing for the capital improvement budget. Thank you all for putting so much work into this. It was really a pleasure to get to talk to everyone about this, and we are.
Yeah, and if my team could just give City Council a round of applause. I know you guys got the rest of your hearing, but for our section, we're done. And I just want to. Can we just thank City Council and Councilmember Gruber for their work that they did on this budget so far? I know it's not passed yet. I know there's a lot more work to do, but I will tell you that having served on City Council, these hearings are so important and so instructive, and we're one of the few municipalities that still has that do hearings in this way. And I think that it's a model for other cities across the country on how you do budget hearings. So
that's right, and
I want to thank City Council.
I appreciate that, and I didn't even compute that you all are going to be walking out of the room now. So I'd actually just like to first publicly thank once again Director Warren and the OMB team, and publicly thank Jen Bideman and the entire City Council staff for all the work that they do collectively to make this a very good streamlined approach. So thank you to all of them. And we, council members, we will take a break and reconvene at 3:30. Everyone else, have a great weekend. All right, we are going to reconvene. And welcome back, folks, to our very last hearing. There's no adjourned hearings. Hey, Brittany. No adjourned hearings, so this will be it. We will launch right in to section 2, council and clerk. Why don't we do council, clerk, and then at that point we can transition over to PAB, and I'll have Director Myers-Small introduce her staff and her team and her any introductory remarks. So, President Melendez, anything you want to start with in terms of the city council itself, the specific city council budget?
Yes, thank you, Chair Gruber, for the opportunity to address our body here. So in general, the council budget more or less is similar to previous years. Not a significant amount of changes. We had a couple changes in KPIs at the suggestion of the staff after reviewing what we do. You'll see that in the PSA line, we did have a reduction this year. That was not submitted that way to the administration. The mayor did propose a reduction based on the needs of other departments and ensuring that we kept all staff. And just as any other department has received reductions, we do have a small one across the board, but then a major one in the PSA line. Outside of that, I don't think there's much to share, and would take any questions.
Any questions from council members for President Melendez? Councilmember Lightfoot.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Gruber. And first of all, great job, Chairman Gruber and staff, for this process of the budgeting. Has changed significantly over the years, and I just wanted to acknowledge that since this is going to be my last budget.
How do you feel about the back-to-back-to-back days?
I actually like the back-to-back. I wasn't looking forward to that at first, but because of the breaks that we had in lunch and things of that nature, and the consistency, question, was very helpful. Only I would ask a suggestion. We'll have a suggestion
Please.
from staff to, when we do the questions in the back, to kind of have a page that we can refer to, because the way you do things by department, if we ask one of those questions that they work so hard on, we got to reference that page.
I agree. There's some coordination.
So that's all. Just that way we can stay in line with how you're going through the book.
If I'm the finance committee chair next year, I will make a commitment to speak to council staff about it.
That won't be the case. But I want to say this, it's more of a comment than anything. Again, recognizing the work that's been done, but Mr. President, to your leadership and to this council's support, working to make sure that we brought in this additional staff to this department was absolutely incredible. Okay, it has totally changed the landscape of the work that we do. I know I can speak for myself, as well as others here. In addition to our aides, the support that this staff brings to us and the work that we do is incredible. And so to keep that in the budget and maybe even extend it if we can to some degree, I know that's a big ask, but I'm glad to see that our staffing hasn't changed and that we're continuing down that model, because I really believe that helps for us to do the work that we do for our constituency, especially since we've added during our meetings, we have a lot of recognitions and things that we do, and all that takes coordination and effort and work. And I want to take time to acknowledge James Smith, our chief of staff, who's not with us at the present time, but who's been a part of coordinating all of this, of course, with his deputy of Jen and all the rest of you. I just wanted to take the time, instead of asking a bunch of questions, because we kind of know what's going on, is to more so just honor the work that has been done and what it took to get here, and that is actually working, and we can see the results of that. And thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lightfoot. I couldn't agree with you more. You know, the team here that we have and that we've built over the last couple of years, not only do they do tremendous work supporting our committees, they do tremendous work supporting our initiatives and our ideas that come from council members. And I'm very appreciative of the work, particularly as we've been short-staffed in this budget season. The amount of work that everyone has picked up and stepped up, we really appreciate each and every one of you for your commitment to supporting us. We get to come up here and ask questions, but there's a lot of work that happens behind the scenes that the staff is very supportive of all of us, and we're grateful for the work that you do.
Vice President Harris.
I'd just like to echo the remarks of President Melendez and Councilmember Lightfoot. Definitely could not have done the excellent work that was done with the Child Poverty Initiative without the great staff led by Deputy, our Deputy Jen, and she was able to help us out, her and her team. I mean, everything was seamless, like a well-oiled machine. Thank you.
Any comments on both sides here? Councilmember Monroe, followed by Martin.
I also wanted to speak to the clerk's office because you do so much. I know you're also doing all the licensing downstairs, so that's a busy office and a lot of front-facing work with people. And then everyone who does the legislative side as well, and the record keeping. Record keeping is so important, and keeping, doing different projects, which I'm sure you must be doing with digitization, as well as just keeping everything in order is a real task, and I want to thank you all for that.
Yes, we're going to get to the clerk office love fest next too, but we'll get there.
Councilmember Martin.
Yeah, echoing my colleagues' comments, I'm super grateful to have you all. One of the first things that happened when I started my term was including and expanding the role of council by expanding our capacity through new staff. I mean, you all have been incredible, so responsive. Don't know what I would do without y'all, as we have part-time aides, and for a lot of us, our positions are such that we have to work other jobs to make ends meet. So with that being said, one of the things I did want to talk about, and it's been something I've raised for 3.5 years in council, is consideration for either having 2 part-time aides or 1 full-time aide. Through my process of trying to understand why we haven't had changes, I did learn that the council part-time aide position has been that way since the 80s, when council had an entirely different role than they do now. Currently, we see council members have job fairs, town halls, they do constituent services outreach. The role has changed, and I'm wondering, colleagues or council president, what your thoughts are on possibly increasing the council aide position to either having 2 part-time or 1 full-time aide to be able to meet the new needs of new age council members.
Yeah, I can start, and if other colleagues have thoughts as well, I obviously would want anyone else to chime in to Councilmember Martin's question. So this year, one of the things we did a little differently than in years past is we always do a council survey that kind of looks at the administration and asks for priorities. We did an internal request for council members to also provide some thoughts around the council budget and if there were some additional requests. And Councilmember Martin, I give you all the credit that you've been very consistent on this issue every year, persistent and consistent. And in the council members that were surveyed, there was 1 respondent that requested either 2 part-time and or 1 full-time aide, and I'm assuming that was obviously your response. No other council member asked for that. So I think when building the budget and looking at the fact that we also were in a position where we were being asked by the city administration to consider a 1%, 2%, or 3% cut, from that perspective, there was really no room for us to maneuver around that. And I personally, and I've expressed this, I think every year that it's been asked, don't see the need given the amount of central staff. I think if we're able to figure out better ways to utilize our central staff, I think we'll address some of and alleviate some of the concerns, but certainly understand that you have a different opinion and appreciate that you have a different opinion about that. But I certainly would welcome any thoughts from my colleagues on it.
President Melendez and to my colleagues here, I like to agree with President Melendez. I feel like we just recently installed a fairly amount of new council staff, and we did go through a forming and storming stage for a little while, you know, trying to figure out where everybody fits, and I feel like we just recently got to that sweet spot, and we're still trying to figure out, you know, how can we maximize that sweet spot in efficiencies and stuff as it relates to each council person. And I feel like it's just too soon to add on more to that. I think that is something, that conversation that we should consider maybe in the future, but right now I think that it's too soon to consider that.
Yeah, Councilman Martin, I truly appreciate the comment, and I would say, just based on experience, some of my experience in county government and coming over here to city government. In county government, we didn't have any staff. So when I came over here, I was like, woohoo! I get it. And I was in this little office over here, and you know, me and Andre, my staff member, are probably, you know, we're big guys, so you know, it was both of us big guys in that little office. But you couldn't tell me that wasn't the Taj Mahal, and that I wasn't the, you know, the president had the, you know, the vice president working for me. You know what I mean? Like, I was so happy to have support. Which a lot of bodies don't have, even half of a person part-time to do that work. So for me, I was so used to doing all the work myself. Or you had a handful of staff members working for 14 county legislators at the time. When I was there, it was 15, 14. And so, you know, so to see, that's why I was in so support of them building out the overall staff, because that was the model that I was used to seeing. The overall staff working for the entire body. It's only 9 of us over here, and across the street they have, you know, now they have the majority. And so, but you have just a few people that work for the entire majority, and they split that load of workload. So here, by us having a dedicated part-time person in addition to the staff that we have, I have had no problems managing any of the workload that we have. Now, with the new technology that we're talking about building into this, with the constituent technology, I think that is where the investment is going to be very important, because I believe technology with AI and all of this stuff is going to take more of a form of helping us deal with constituent services specifically, and streamlining those services to be able to get people, because really, let's be honest, other than our town halls and those types of events, which I believe our general staff can do and manage, our constituent services, at the end of the day, really, we're just a conduit to get them to where they want to be. They're just trying to figure out where do I go? And with this new technology may help us to really streamline them to what service they actually need. So I maybe the future, but I think if we're looking at how to best spend dollars within council, I think the technology and to support more of those constituent needs that we have used money in the past for, that, you know, some of the council district people have gotten money to do things in their districts. I think that's a better use, in my opinion, of those dollars than additional staffing.
Yeah, that's really helpful. And I will say, like, there seems to be like a different experience maybe, right? Because I probably do about 30 hours a week constituent services, looking over legislation, trying to write legislation, following up with the administration would just take up a lot of time. Doing community events, all those things. And with having a part-time staff and also a central staff that does incredible work but is responsible for 9 council members, I do sometimes feel like the things I need to get done are just not able to be done within reasonable time frames just based on staffing capacity. So yeah, what is that discrepancy? Is it maybe looking at how much time central staff allocates to each council member? Is it maybe scheduling more time within a week for central staff to each council member? How can we, if we're sticking with this model, how can we make sure, I guess, that time is allocated equally, right?
I think a great thing to do would be to ask the deputy chief of staff to try to log the amount of time that council staff spends with specific council members and see if there's a discrepancy at all. That might be a good way to start.
I do want to respond, though. I think to answer, though, some of it is us also having clear understanding of processes. And specific, I'll give one specific example. I think sometimes when we have legislative ideas and we want to put it into action, there's a propensity to want to do it right away and get it done yesterday and get it in the cycle and all of that. The administration timeline, when legislation starts to get produced and created and then eventually comes to the council, is usually 2 or 3 months before, from start to when we see it. So as council members, I think we can expedite a little bit faster than the administration just because we have in-house expertise. We're used to writing legislation to some degree with our staff, but it still does require some time. And so something for the month of July right now, let's say, it's hard pressed from now to the month of July to get something in if we start it tomorrow. So thinking through what is the realistic time frames, maybe having discussions as a group about, you know, what does it really take to get from A to Z on a legislative item could be a good start. And then I think evaluating our own processes and making sure that every council member is clear about, you know, if you want to do something specific to an initiative or event, what does it take from A to Z to get it done? Because there is a lot of back-end coordination. There's a lot of moving around between departments that our staff will go behind the scenes and do. But if they're not aware or if it's last-minute requests, it's kind of hard to keep up with the demand of all 9 council members to make sure that the needs of each council member is met. So I think processes is something we can have discussions about after, you know, the budget season's over.
Yeah, for sure. And most things I've worked on before coming to fruition, it takes at least 6 months of planning, ideas, talking to community members, checking in with staff about what they think. So definitely understand that it takes time. So I'm open to, so if we're sticking with this model, definitely thinking through how we can equitably use our staffing. Another thought is I understand that maybe there are weekly meetings that you may have with council central staff that may direct what the course of the week or the month may look like, maybe pulling in other council members and making it accessible so we can all understand like what projects are being worked on, how much time we can get allocated. I'm open to working within this system, but I think maybe fine-tuning some of it and making access more clear for everyone might be another strategy. So I love the idea of seeing how much time is allocated to each council member and maybe pulling in all of council or whoever is able to attend to the general team meeting so we all understand what's on our incredible staff's agenda, how can we plan more effectively to make sure we can get equal time.
Any additional questions for President Melendez?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Talking to me or everyone?
Generally.
Yes. So in creating this budget, can you talk a bit about what strategies you may have utilized to, outside of the survey, like what strategies were utilized to make sure that council did have input on what we see here? I can speak personally, I don't feel like I had much input on this, and this has been something I've raised for, again, 3.5 years. It is our budget. We are all elected equally. So I would have hoped to see more opportunity to talk about what's in the budget, to talk about changes to the KPIs. I understand that it may have been, yeah, I'm not sure what the reasoning is, but since my first year here and now, can you talk about any efforts you've made to be more inclusive of the rest of the body in producing this budget?
I just want to say before President Melendez answers, I believe
I'm so sorry. I was talking to President Melendez, and I think throughout this you interject, but you asked me if I had any questions, and you asked if the questions were directed to the president, and I did exactly that. I asked for permission to speak. You gave me permission, and I'm respectfully directing the question to the president.
Sure.
Yeah, happy to answer. So, generally speaking, you know, and historically, the department head does submit the budget. I think your question is around engagement of council in preparation of the budget. And this year, honestly, the only engagement was that survey.
And is there any interest in doing more, getting our voices, our ideas? What ideas may you have in the future to ensure that maybe we can collectively come up with this? I know in different departments, different people are asked questions. There's engagements from the department head. Do you have any ideas about how we can make this more inclusive and more reflective of all the work we do collectively.
Yeah, certainly willing to ask the administration what their budget input process is for their departments and department heads and staff to determine if we can come up with something that is helpful to get feedback from council members. I will say, though, that the vast majority of our budget, as you can see, hasn't changed. I know that's probably problematic for you in some ways, but this is not a budget that was truly something that we spent a lot of time thinking through what might change. It was more about what are the KPIs and what are the pieces that we do actually track as a staff and as a council team. But happy to have further discussions on, I think, starting with maybe asking the Deputy Chief of Staff if you could reach out to OMB to just get a sense of what the other departments do, and maybe we could model something off of what other departments do.
Sounds good. Thank you. I appreciate the space to ask questions, and thank you to everyone who put this together.
Any further questions? I was going to note, I didn't mean to so rudely interrupt you, Councilmember Martin. I was just going to note that the staff had multiple times offered via email a chance for input, and it looks like back in April, prior to the finalization of the budget, they responded to all of council with specific questions to your answers. So I think that with Jen's leadership here in particular, there's been a real effort to listen to your concerns over the last couple years, in particular about this budget last year, and make sure that it was not just we're getting a budget, but there was some amount of conversation back and forth. So I just want to note that I appreciate what I saw out of the council office in responding.
I just want to quickly respond and say I think the president's statement kind of contradicts what you said, as the primary way of getting input was that survey. I did ask follow-up questions from that survey, but again, if the survey was enough, I wouldn't have had to follow up and ask questions and try to have conversations. So I do appreciate the president's openness to contemplating new ways, but I don't think the survey was enough.
How about we move now to the city clerk? Welcome, Bertha. Nice to see. I know it's always your favorite thing to come upstairs and talk to us for a while. Thanks for being here. Any questions that people may have for the clerk, for the deputy clerk? President Melendez.
Yes, thank you. A couple things, and this is where the council and the clerk's office comes together, but I just want to say first, I want to thank our clerk, our deputy clerk, all of the staff, Bertha, all the work that happens in up here and also downstairs. There's a tremendous amount of work that comes from a small, mighty team, and I know that there's a lot of back and forth between the council and the clerk's office in terms of the legislative process, and you know, sometimes we give you a hard time with getting things late to you, and there's some scrambling that goes on, but we really appreciate your flexibility, your willingness to always step up to the plate and make sure that the council office, the clerk side of the house, is an efficiently run office. So we really appreciate the work that you do. I do also want to let the council know that we have a joint arrangement with several interns that are joining our office between the council and the clerk's office to work on that special project we've been talking about, the legislative management system. So all of the interns that are in the office will be spending some time over the next several weeks converting legislation into a digital format that will be allowed to be uploaded into the new system that'll make our legislation able to be searchable and we're going to look back, we're going to try to go back as far as we can, but I think in the beginning we're going to start with the first 5 years or so, I believe. Is that correct?
We are looking to replicate what is currently on the website up to 2017 in the files, but we can go back further. It just might not be quite as detailed.
Yes, thank you. And we're just really excited about the prospects of this legislative management system, particularly because I think it will create a lot more opportunity for our residents to participate in the legislative cycle. And one of the ways that the system will allow us to have residents participate is actually having a comment section under each piece of legislation on the website once it's rolled out, where people can insert their comments or their questions that we can then utilize as council members to ask the administration. So I'm very excited about the long-term prospects. It also help us with our indexing and our general code work that we do. And I think that it's going to be a heavy lift for some time for us to wrap our heads around how do we get there. But with the right vendor and going through the process, I think we're going to have a very robust system here in the council and clerk's office.
Vice President Harris, followed by Councilmember Lightfoot.
I'd like to echo the remarks that Clerk Hazel and Deputy Clerk, they do excellent job of running the department. And I will say that, you know, there was a whole lot of work that was done in moving files and doing the renovations of, you know, moving furniture, because we received new furniture. You guys did a huge lift to do that, and it was excellent. You guys did it with a smile, even though it was a lot of work. There's a lot of late nights here, you know, preparing legislation, getting things ready for all of us on council, and we appreciate it. And then you also do the public service to the community of making sure the marriages and the dog licenses are done, and of course the handicap tags and stuff. So you guys do a lot of service for our community. You're the front-facing part of council, and we appreciate you. And I could never underscore the hard work.
Councilmember Lightfoot.
Yeah, just want to echo the sentiments of my colleagues too. You guys know we are crazy about you guys and the work that you do, and we appreciate it. I want to say that, you know, for the record, as my time on council, I don't know if others have had the opportunity, but I've had the opportunity to work with the clerk's office and marry a couple of people in my service here as an ordained minister. So I appreciate those opportunities. I do have something that I'd like to see. We reduced some fees. Last year or the year before, several fees that we reduced, and I just, in writing at some point, I'd like to see another list of those since in the last, from year to year, the last 2 years, of the fees that we as a council have reduced and or eliminated in some cases, and then maybe the impact that that has had, you know, as a result. Do we see more increase in whatever fees that have been reduced, people utilizing and accessing those particular licenses or things of that nature, and if we see an increase since the reduction, because I believe that was the purpose of it. And I just can't remember all of them at the moment, and you don't have to try to figure them out now, but in writing, I do know that we have collectively, we reduced quite a bit of fees from the clerk office within the last couple of years. Please, in writing. Thank you.
Yes, we'll get you that information, and thank you, everybody.
We saw some
being a part of the team.
We saw some nice increase in dog licenses. That's good.
Yes.
Clerk Washington, I have one comment, which is just a note to follow up on from the NBD hearing 2 days ago. We talked a little bit about ZAP and how the aftermath of ZAP, there's some additional work that's going to come to the clerk's office, and their claim was that there's the dollars in the clerk's budget, and I don't know how that got situated or solved. It probably happened years ago when ZAP was starting. So just as a note, I think we should probably collectively all circle back, probably before we vote on the budget, circle back with Commissioner Miller and just make sure we understand fully what they meant by that. Do you have any sense of what that is?
I'm not sure. Is Sarah here, our budget analyst?
Hi, everybody. Yes, that is correct. It was a few years ago. We put in, I'll have to double check the exact amount, $35,000, something like that, for funding for the clerk's office. I think it was for outreach type notifications. Hazel, maybe you might know more about that, but the money was put in there, and so we've carried it forward each year.
Got it.
Since it hasn't been used.
And is there still a sense that's the right dollar amount? I assume NBD would be the ones to answer that question.
Oh, excuse me. Yes, I talked with Matt Simonis about it each year to make sure we keep the correct amount in there. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you. Anyone else with a question?
We'll follow up and get you an update on it.
I appreciate it. Sure. Councilor Martin.
So when I first got here 3.5 years ago, the answers to the questions that council asked that were provided in writing by the administration were posted online, and community members could go see them. Do you have any updates on when we can get that back up? Any barriers to getting that up that we may be able to support with?
The response, council's questions and the answers?
Yes, the agenda review questions and answers, basically.
Bridget, can you answer that?
So part of the complication with that is that when we went to a new schedule of, splitting the council days and changing the schedule, many times we don't get those Q&A answers until sometimes the day of the meeting. And so it's just been a matter of not having the time and capacity to put them up there in a timely fashion because we don't have them. And also with the new website, we have to figure out exactly where the best place to place them would be. But it's something we can look at again. Timeliness is just the biggest problem that we have. We get them so late that it's almost time for the meeting. So.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And even if it's late, I get so many requests for, there are like 30 people who like are hardcore, what's going on, send me what was said, and I'm like trying. So
we'll work on getting that up. With the new system that they just switched to, it's not searchable, so we're spending a lot more time searching for legislation for constituents and council members.
Thank you. I appreciate all you guys do. You all are so responsive, so incredibly helpful. Thank you.
Councilmember Martin, I would just add that the hope is with new legislative management software, these issues might sunset themselves as we get into a more integrated online system. There has been a number of challenges with the website in my conversations with the clerk side, and so the hope is that this new system could be a place for all of that, and so I would just say stay tuned.
Councilmember Monroe, anything to add to the clerk's office? Okay, thank you very much. We'll move on to the Police Accountability Board. Yes, Vice President Harris.
I have one question.
Sure.
For the clerk's office. Clerk Washington, if you can please give us an update as to receptionist to the city, the bilingual position. And can you provide us an update?
For the receptionist, we have a receptionist starting on Monday.
Okay,
and
thank
we
you.
Posted that position twice, so we went to 2 different cycles of interviews.
Thank you. Thank you. That's good news.
Great news. Easy update, too. Okay, we'll move on to the Police Accountability Board. I'll turn it over to Director Myers-Small. If you have any opening remarks, you're welcome to give them, and certainly would like for you to introduce your team.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
So thank you, President Melendez, Vice President Harris, Chair Gruber, and esteemed council members for the opportunity to speak before you today. My name is Dr. Leslie Myers-Small, and I have the honor of serving as the Executive Director for the Police Accountability Board. Before I go into my formal remarks, I'm joined by members of my dedicated leadership team, as well as we have our Vice Chair here, and I would like to take just a moment to introduce them so you have names with faces because we have some new names and faces. So starting to my left, we have our Vice Chair, Drora. We also have Dolores Page, if you just raise your hand, Director of Case Management. Brittany Wells, Director of Public Affairs and Community Engagement, also known as PACE. Dejan Hall, Director of Policy and Oversight. Kanan Tiagarajan, who is our Director of the division formerly known as Investigations. Sandra J. Simon, who served for several months as the interim director of Public Affairs and Community Engagement and continues to support our transitional efforts. And we also are joined by our 2 staff attorneys, Ho-Jin Choi and Kevin Rambolt. We are here to speak to you today about PAB's proposed budget and to provide some highlights as we prepare for the 25-26 fiscal year. And we want to underscore the importance of continued investment in our mission, promoting public trust, transparency, and accountability in the city of Rochester. And I'm just seeing that our chair joined us, Larry Knox. So just a few highlights from 24-25. Despite challenges, the PAB has made significant progress this year in advancing civilian oversight and community partnership. We reviewed over 120 complaints we processed of alleged misconduct, continuing our commitment to transparency and accountability. Next week during our board meeting, I will be conducting a presentation to the board, and I send them a Friday letter. Each Friday, they have a draft of what we're calling the charter fulfillment document. It will outline everything in the charter that the Police Accountability Board is responsible for and provide tangible evidence to show that we've fulfilled what's in the charter. We completed 74 investigative reports and released 12 policy recommendations aimed at improving RPD practices. Notably, the Rochester Police Department accepted our recommendations on mass protests and demonstrations, a first for our agency's history. We conducted over 130 outreach sessions, and each month, City Council receives a monthly report from the Police Accountability that specifically details the type of community outreach, where we've been, and the number of individuals impacted. This helps to ensure that community voices remain central to our mission, and that's why we are here. We've solidified a productive working relationship between the Police Accountability Board and the Chief of Police, laying a strong foundation for more effective oversight. The PAB has also established a presence at both the state and national stages. We have built strong relationships with the National Association for Civilian Oversight of Law Enforcement, or NACOL. We participated in both the national and regional conferences where the Police Accountability Board presented. We've strengthened our engagement with NACOL staff and board. We are spearheading the creation of a statewide consortium of civilian oversight agencies. The New York CCRB has already posted the draft, and they have shown their full support. So in addition to New York City, Albany is supportive, Suffolk County, and NACOL. You were very generous to approve funds for a strategic plan. And even though we had to pivot given the recent court ruling, we will be on time for a finalized strategic plan that includes the incorporation of how we've shifted, but also has in the background investigation should we be successful with the appeal. Last week, for the first time, the Police Accountability Board participated in the Citizens Police Academy. And so I presented to the participants, and this is a meaningful step, in my humble opinion, toward mutual learning and respect between oversight and law enforcement. So those are just some of our notable highlights. It's also important to talk about organizational restructure. So we've undergone a thoughtful restructuring to reflect both our strategic goals and the current legal landscape. And I know that Council has heard about restructuring before, but we feel very strongly about this move, and let me just detail some of those components. So we've expanded our community engagement specialists to strengthen our presence in historically underserved communities. This was achieved by strategically transitioning some of our case managers into these roles, an intentional move to align resources with our outreach-focused mission. We streamlined reporting lines, placing the remaining case managers under what we are hopefully able to propose, from shifting from investigations to accountability and transparency to enhance oversight and support. And as a part of our realignment and flattening of the agency, we dissolved the case management division and eliminated the director role. That's in our proposed budget. Further, we eliminated the community engagement manager and professional development and training manager positions, shifting resources toward long-term sustainability and clarity in operations. Let's also talk about post-Locust Club 2 strategy. So following that ruling, the city has filed an appeal, and again, we thank council and the mayor for that support. And while we await that outcome, we have taken immediate steps to remain compliant while continuing to serve Rochester residents. We've implemented an immediate hiring freeze within the former Investigations Division. We're actively working with the Department of Human Resource Management to temporarily transition the division of formerly known as Investigations into the Accountability and Transparency Unit, aligning job descriptions embedded within charter language. This ensures that even in the absence of investigative authority, we continue to operate with intention, engaged, transparent, and grounded in community. So in closing, council members, I respectfully ask that you support our proposed budget. The PAB is not a luxury. I believe it's an important component of Rochester's public safety ecosystem. Across the country, civilian oversight agencies are being challenged legally, politically, and structurally. But in Rochester, New York, we have a unique opportunity, in my humble opinion, to lead, to show that even in times of adversity, we do not retreat, we restructure, we recommit, and we rise. This funding matters because we are pivoting and not pausing through smart, strategic realignment. We are building bridges, strengthening collaboration with Rochester Police Department leadership. We are centering equity, deepening our outreach in Black, brown, immigrant, and low-income neighborhoods. And we are preserving institutional readiness so that if the city's appeal is successful, we can shift to previous operations. This investment honors Rochester's commitment to reimagining public safety with integrity, responsiveness, and bold leadership. Thank you for your time and thoughtful consideration this afternoon, and I certainly welcome any questions that you have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for the opening remarks, and I will open it to council members for questions. Councilmember Lightfoot.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Dr. Myers-Small, and to your staff. I would say that, first of all, your statements, your opening statements, answered a lot of questions as far as I'm concerned, because I would think with the new judgment from the courts, the first thing and the question becomes, like, okay, what are they gonna do now? Like, what should they be doing, and or what's any difference? And I'd like to see some type of graphic in writing about this that I'm getting ready to say, because I think it'd be helpful in working with your community engagement and changing the narrative that some would try to put out there. That what's the current PAB status and any different than the past CRB, Community Review Board? Like what is any difference now that they don't have the legged stools that you had before with the investigation? Of course it's on your appeal, but nonetheless, I think that would be nice to see that comparison, that there is a whole lot of different things happening. Sure. Even with that being potentially removed, there's still much more that this organization is doing currently now in the independence space, just alone. Of being under the city council, not under the police department, as well as also the community engagement piece that's happening, and being more open and transparent in regards to also the ability for the community to access the system in ways that it weren't being able to access it before. So I think that would be very helpful. I'd like to see that piece, something like that in writing, so that we as council members, as we're out there supporting this work continually, which I support and I continue to support, and I appreciate the monthly updates that you've been giving, not only in public safety, committee, but also you've been sending out on your own information and constantly staying in contact with all of us as council members, so that we're very aware of the work that you're doing internally, and we're not guessing about what's happening. I mean, I stood in this same chamber one time and asked the PAB, like, what are you guys doing with your time? Like, I don't get it. But I don't have those types of questions anymore, because it's been very informative as to what's been going on work. So I just want to commend the past leadership that helped make this transition, your leadership, and the board, of course. And I think, I think you might be the only board member that originally, when we started, we sat down and wrote this legislation, that's still there. So congratulations for hanging in there, and I thank God for Larry Knox for leading as well too. So I don't have many questions, because like I said, you answered a lot of them, and because you give so much information in our monthly meetings, it kind of, I know what's going on, and so I appreciate that. That's my point. But I will say, I think that piece, as far as what makes you different from what we had before, even after this past piece of legislation came down, and showing the community visually what that looks like. That, you can't say, oh, well, we might as well would have kept what we had, because they can't, they're not doing any different than what we had. That's not true. And I don't want that narrative to start taking wings.
Sure.
Thank you.
I appreciate that. We have the makings for that, and what I'm just immediately picturing, Councilmember Lightfoot, is like a Venn diagram. So you can see that's pretty clear, and that usually is a good way to try and portray information. So we can get that to you, to the entire council.
Vice President Harris?
I'd like to follow up with Councilmember Lightfoot. I agree with him that you answered a lot of my questions already. But I'd like to know how will, if you can put this in writing, or you can answer it now, how will your reports change? Because I've been reading your reports and they've been very helpful. How will they change, or will they not change as you move forward with the challenge?
So a few things, and that's a great question. Certainly, we obviously cannot talk about reports that we've investigated, because we cannot investigate. We can't talk about case closure, because we're not closing those. We won't be talking about and sending the panel review information that we previously did. But I am very excited, because we'll be coming forward with more one-pagers, with more the ability to do more policy and oversight work. And if you want a little more in-depth information, Dejan Hall is here, and he can elaborate, because we've already, with the board's approval, they every 2 years approve our policy agenda. So what we are going to specifically look at. And so we'll be giving you more robust information about that. But Dejan, if you don't mind just elaborating briefly on that.
Yeah, I think we'll be happy to share with you our latest policy agenda that we crafted. It's going to guide our work for the next 2 years. We just passed it, I think, maybe 2 months ago. And I'll be more than willing to provide in writing a list of everything that was in our original policy agenda versus what we'll be working on for the next 2 years. In addition to that, we've worked on some new one-pagers, which were formerly known as systemic issue reports. Those of you who participated in this budget process last year may remember that term. We're going to add about 8 more projects to our current policy agenda, which will touch on a range of topics related to RPD's patterns, practices, procedures, and policy.
And additionally, Chief David Smith, we meet monthly. You all know that, but the public might not. And he actually gave us 2 projects that he's asked for us to work on as well.
So that's good news. To follow up with that, so you're not able to do investigations, but are you still intaking complaints?
I'm glad that you asked that question. We are still taking complaints. We needed to change that process a little bit, because we needed to inform the public that we're not able to act on them individually. But when you review the charter and the ruling and you do that overlay, we still can look for, as Dejan mentioned, patterns, practices, and trends. So if we receive complaints and we're starting to see a pattern, we can do an oversight investigation of that. So it won't name or identify an individual law enforcement officer, but more of a systemic issue, which is important to look at as well.
And I get that, and you got my wheels turning. I'm
Sure.
sorry. And I'm also thinking, is there a way? Maybe you can't answer that now because you might have to go back and look at the charter and look at what was challenged and everything. But is there a way that we can drill down into zip codes and other ways that we can extract information from what your intake is, so we can figure out, other methods, other ways that we can address the systemic problem?
Vice President Harris, that's exactly where we're going. We
Okay.
want to look at the city through the lens of zip code, race, ethnicity, et cetera, to see, again, what are those patterns, what are those trends, so we can provide good information to Chief Smith, right, that, there's a hot spots in the area as far as zip codes and what's happening as far as response times. We're looking at things like that. So that's exactly information that can help, again, reimagine public safety, what it looks like, but also solidifying that relationship. Because most people think that the chief and I are at it all the time. We have a very respectful relationship, and when we meet, we both enjoy our meetings, and we started having conversations about reimagining what that relationship looks like given the Locust Club 2 ruling.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So I'm happy to hear that, and I'm just urging you to continue to give us those reports. I could tell you, if you guys evolve to that kind of information, that would certainly be helpful for me as a district council member. I'm sure my other colleagues would love that too. So thank you for that, and appreciate your dedication to the work.
Thank you.
President Melendez.
Yes, thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Council Chambers. I do want to kind of highlight some very positive things that I've seen the last couple of months. Well, really the last year, but Dr. Meyer-Small, I want to thank you for your leadership. And every month we have a sit down. I've had a chance to meet with many of your staff over at the PAB and see what the various departments do, how they work, how they operate together. I also am encouraged by the fact that the administration and specifically the chief has sent over some requests for collaboration and information from the PAB to look at best practices and the work that is being done. In addition to that, I will say that we are fighting an appeal. I'm not going to get into legal talk here or strategy, but that this council is committed to continuing in that journey to push in the current situation in the appeal, and I attested to the value of the PAB in that appeal. However, in saying that, I think one of the challenges we have, is one thing to lose the disciplinary power, which at one point we kind of felt that was something we knew was going to be a fight from the beginning when that was put into the legislation. But having the investigatory power also gone really changes the dynamics. And I know that there's been a lot of internal discussion about that. And I just want to say that I'm going to see the appeal through. I think this council wants to see the appeal through. We will push. But I think in the current pivot, I appreciate the need. This is very sensitive when you have staff involved in a situation. And I don't want to get into that necessarily today, but I do want to say that if we get to a point where the appeal results in us losing indefinitely the investigatory power, I think we need to come together as a group and as a community and really have a conversation about what does that mean. So for the purposes and intents of this current budget right now that's before us, I know there's a lot of positions that are impacted. I think at least 6 investigators are in the budget. And I understand that there's been some pivots and hiring freeze and all of that. I can appreciate that, but I do think that we do need to be honest and honest with our constituents too about, these are taxpayer resources. And if a big leg of what we were intending to do under the PAB is going to be missing, that we need to just have a conversation. I think that includes potentially us coming together and thinking about what are the charter changes down the road that might make sense to help this agency further define what it can do, but I don't want to get ahead of myself. We're focused on the appeal. We're going to fight the appeal. We'll do that. And I think I want to set the stage in this budget hearing that we need to be collaborative moving forward with whatever the next steps are. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll go down the line, so I'll just go next and pass it along. Yeah, I appreciate. I'll echo some comments. I thought it was really really hopeful that Chief Smith on his own came to us and said, "Here's a problem we're having, and we're asking the PAB to help us resolve it." I mean, that would have felt like something impossible to do in previous iterations of the PAB and the police department. So collectively, that's a really good sign, and hopefully there's a lot more to come there. So thank you for that, and I'm glad to know you guys are meeting on a regular basis, and it's clearly bearing fruit. Just a couple of questions. Mr. Hall, you mentioned the a 2-year policy agenda. So is this like a formal document approved by the board?
Yes.
So is there a Gerard, do you want to add something?
Could you come to the mic just for our viewers on YouTube? Thank you.
That we can be talking about, but I thought that was how we had been doing it. Sorry.
We passed our last policy agenda before this year in 2022.
Okay, I take it back.
Yes, but it has guided our work every 2 years. We vote on consistently the policy recommendations as well as the oversight investigations that come from those policy agendas. Those documents, or rather the agenda itself, is available publicly on our website, rockpab.org. Click on the Policy and Oversight tab, and right underneath the header Policy and Oversight, you'll see the policy agenda link.
Got it. That was going to be my next question. So the formal policy agenda that basically instructs your work and your team's work, approved by the board, is a publicly available document right on the PAB website.
That's correct.
Can you just make sure, as a matter of follow-up to our staff, just sharing precisely where it is, just so that we all know?
Absolutely.
That's helpful, and then you don't need to send it over because we'll have it. Thanks. That's helpful. I want to ask a question. Director Myers-Small, you talked about the strategic plan and how it started. It was Breakthrough doing it, and then Breakthrough was doing the
correct.
And they were doing it prior to the ruling. I think you used the word pivot yourself.
Yes.
So they pivoted. We didn't get asked to spend any more money, which is wonderful and appreciated. Where are we in terms of having a finalized strategic plan?
So we should have a finalized plan by June 30th.
And that finalized strategic plan is going to be based upon the current ruling?
Correct.
Not based upon a hopeful appeal?
No.
Okay. Well, I mean, certainly will be a useful document. It can only become a foundation for more, hoping the appeal goes the right way. But on June 3rd, when you receive it, I assume we'll receive it shortly thereafter.
Absolutely.
Okay. It would probably be good at shortly after that to have some kind of a work session collectively to comb through it together.
Could I just add one other thing,
Sure.
Councilmember Gruber? We also, remember, it has KPIs. So we have taken the KPIs that have been approved by City Council. They're embedded, but we went above and beyond that, and we have additional KPIs that we will be fulfilling. But there is alignment with the KPIs because we wanted to make sure everything was seamless.
Thanks. Speaking of KPIs, so in the number 27 in the budget book is about number of complaints received. Actual in 23 was 350. Budgeted for this current year is 300. It seems as though you all are on track to exactly hit the estimated or the budgeted goal. And then next year there's an assumed decrease. So can you explain what kind of underpins those numbers?
You give me just a minute. I want to pull the document up. Thank
Sure. You. It's page 7 in the budget book, and it's KPI number 27.
So that number, we just collected and updated as of April 30th. So this is complaints received. So we have 121 as of April 30th, and we are projected to have 150 by June 30th, because part of what happened, obviously, is that we have folks who are still, community members who are still submitting complaints, but then when they hear that it won't lead to an investigation, they want it to stop there.
Got it. So, but the estimated number of 300, which in most parts of the budget book estimated as what, at the end of Q3,
Yeah.
there's some conversation about what seems to be an accurate number, but it's not 300, it's actually 120.
Correct.
121 maybe.
Correct.
Okay. And so what is the thinking behind it being able to get up to 250? I mean, I totally understand your point that there's probably a lack of
Sure.
confidence right now that complaints should be called into the PAB. So is the 250 number realistic?
I do believe so, because of the intentional efforts that we're putting into community engagement and how we're again pivoting and shifting the way that we do presentations. We just received training today as staff are going out. So I do think that's reasonable. We can again have another conversation to see, but I think 250 is reasonable.
Okay. All right, I'll just ask one last. I was looking at the list of personnel, and I hear President Melendez's point about the number of investigators, et cetera.
Yeah.
But there's other positions that I'm just a little bit curious about. Can you tell me what does the webmaster do for the PAB as a full-time job?
What doesn't he do? He does so certainly updating the website, uploading our reports. He also works with our Case IQ management system. He partners with Dolores Ivy Page, our current director of case management, to make sure all the technological glitches are worked out. Believe it or not, we've our website has come under attack, so he is constantly monitoring that component. He works with the public affairs and community engagement team to make sure information is up to date. He's working constantly, and we are so grateful to have that full-time position. We just didn't have, half-time wasn't enough for us, but he stays very, very busy.
Do you have a sense, I know it's not one of the KPIs, but is there a sense of the utilization of the website?
We actually, that's a KPI that is not approved by council, but we do keep that information monthly, and if that's something you're interested in seeing,
Yes.
We look at hits to the different areas. We look at where in the country and where in the world people are utilizing our website. We've been tracking that information formally since September. But yes, I do a report, an update to the board. They get it in the Friday letter, but we have reports that we can absolutely send council of how the website's being utilized.
Staff will send a follow-up. It would be great to see the monthly utilization rates
Yes.
of the website.
Mhm.
Thanks, Councilmember Martin.
I want to start by saying thank you for all you do, Director Meyer-Small, and your entire team. Amidst this climate and all that's going on, I do appreciate the steadfast commitment to the mission and really ensuring that there is some oversight of policing and focusing on policies that can keep our community safe. But with all that's happening, can you talk a bit about staff morale and what intentional efforts you're making to ensure that the staff who are there stay and are feeling good about the work they're doing?
Sure, I can talk about it through several different intentional efforts. Certainly, even though it's been incredibly busy, my door is much more open. If you know where I'm located, I'm all the way at the end of our agency, but I come out a lot and I engage with staff. Every week we have our leadership team meetings, and a standing agenda item is staff morale. What are you doing to engage with our staff, having one-on-one conversations? You can imagine, particularly the department that is formally known. I feel it's like that symbol that Prince used to have, formerly the division formerly known as investigations. That staff is very stressed at times, right? Wondering what's happening. There's fear. So I'm checking in with them a lot. When we have staff meetings or trainings, we're doing potlucks, we're celebrating birthdays and milestones that our staff have. You know, people do need a mental health day here or there, and so we're being very supportive and flexible relative to that. We're having conversations, and I think really the most important thing, Councilmember Martin, is that we're having honest conversations with people and we're keeping them in the loop to the extent that we can relative to what we're doing with our legal strategy. Today, during our all-staff meeting, Chair Knox and our board members, Luam and Yvonne, came and just gave words of encouragement to the staff. You know, we give little trinkets, we're celebrating birthdays, we're just trying to acknowledge and make it, you know, to acknowledge the fact and lean into the fact that people are concerned. I will have to say, and this is something that you can't necessarily measure, but our culture and climate has changed very significant in the year that I've been there. I don't attribute that solely to myself. We have a leadership team that is working very hard, but it is up until April 28th, it was a very joyful place. People were really working together, and I'm really proud of the work that the staff has been doing, their contributions, the kindness, the professionalism that I'm seeing. So it doesn't fall on deaf ears, and we're not unrealistic to know that this is a very difficult climate, but we also have been uplifting the fact that we need to be resilient, that we have work that we need to do, and that we have to pivot. And so that's where we are right now.
That's really helpful. So in your comments, you mentioned KPIs that were approved by council and not approved by council.
Yeah.
Could you provide more clarity? Because I haven't been involved in approving or not approving KPIs as a council member. So could you provide more clarity around who's involved in that process and how that happens?
So our KPIs, we work with James and Jen and Miguel, and we give updates on where we are. If you remember, there was a KPI that spoke about alternatives, like a restorative process, and that was something that had been recommended previously by the executive director, Sherry. And we hadn't gone down that path under my leadership, so I asked for that to be removed. I put it in a memo. I had a conversation with President Melendez before and asked respectfully if that not be included because we just weren't putting resources, that it's something that we will look at in the future. But it's a conversation with staff and President Melendez. But again, we believe in going above and beyond that. And so when you see that finalized strategic plan, you'll see other KPIs. So the website hits and things, for example, is one. And to Vice President Harris's, we're going to look at our efforts through zip code, through race, ethnicity, things like that. Those aren't targeted, but that also aligns with our budget equity process that we've been actively involved with Jen and the other staff. So you'll see a focus really through that equity lens, which is something that we strongly believe in, and it's mentioned in our charter around equity, anti-racism in particular. So we're excited about that, and we're committed.
A point of clarification, there was no cutting of KPIs by council offices. It was just each bureau of council submits what they were proposing for their KPIs, and then we just review it together to approve. So we didn't cut any KPIs of the department from the council side. It's more the director proposes what the KPIs will be for the department,
to be removed.
And they ask for one to be removed. So the website thing, I'm not sure where that conversation was from, but we never cut from the council side any KPIs.
Yeah, that's really helpful. And I think with such processes, it may be helpful to loop all of council in. I think we all deeply care about this institution, so that would just be an ask moving forward. So with this budget and the new proposals you have around moving the former investigative division to
accountability and transparency.
Yes, which so does this budget support that transition?
It does, and I just want to make sure it's very clear. When I had initial conversations with President Melendez, we recognized that this would be a temporary pivot at this point.
Yes, that makes a lot of sense. And I think in the inception, the titles were more similar, allowing for more latitude over what workers can do. Final question around policy and oversight. Moving hopefully temporarily into that being one of the primary focuses of the institution, is there interest in collaborating on the implementation of policies with council? I know there was a right to know piece of legislation that you all did incredible work on, and there may be other things that we could look to other municipalities that we can implement here, for example, around the work Empire Justice is doing in pretextual stops. Have you thought about those legislative opportunities?
That's something we're open to.
Amazing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Monroe.
Well, it's certainly been a roller coaster ride and quite a landscape to come into, and I appreciate the number of leadership skills that I'm sure you're having to activate every day to keep everybody together. Some of the things that, as you're looking at the pivot, could we have an organizational chart of how you've been able to pivot, just showing what it is now?
I actually have it. If you'd like me to pass it out, I have it now.
Oh, sure. That would be great. I mean, at the end of the session is fine. And is there going to be any difficulty with civil service? I don't know how many of these titles are civil service as far as, you know, when things change, having to change a title and...
Sure. So I had initial conversations. I believe Tom Miller, I saw him earlier. I'm not sure if he's still here.
He is.
So Tom and I met either last week within the 7 to 10 days, and we're going to have a meeting with Mr. Miller and Dr. Nichols to talk about those logistics. But we have sent over a description of what the new name of the division would entail, as well as the shifts in job descriptions. Councilmember Monroe, what's helpful about this is that you know, staff are at brackets, and so the work is at the same bracket, so that's helpful. But we have to work those logistics, and we anticipate being able to work with the Department of Human Resource Management within the next week or two. We just have to get that on the books. But we did want to send ahead so they could read and be prepared for that meeting, all of those logistics, and we'll have those conversations.
Sure. There are a lot of things in the background that people aren't aware of.
Yes.
And that's certainly one of them. Are you fully staffed at this point, or do you have vacant positions?
So I am pleased to share that we only have 2 vacant positions, the Deputy Executive Director and a data analyst.
And are you actively recruiting for those, or are you waiting?
Yes.
Not waiting.
Recruiting. Yeah,
okay.
I anticipate next week or the week after I should get any potential candidates for the Deputy Executive Director, because we've had that post up and hope to get that back very shortly. But yeah, I was so excited. We finally, the department formerly known as Investigations, fully staffed. And so we really were very intentional in filling those. That was just a professional goal of mine, is to ensure that we were fully staffed. And we were just about there.
Thank you.
Any last questions from folks? If not, thank you all for your time. Have a wonderful weekend, and we stand adjourned.
Thank you.